fucking.
Do you think that would be
100
effective against a bear?
It's better than like what I'm wearing.
I get hit by Carman.
Yeah, I've seen Get Hit by Carman and Bear Man, where he wears
The
that
medieval
same
one's
thing.
wild,
Like,
though.
and he tested his suit to the limits, and it's just his friend with a sledgehammer at the top of a hill, like hitting him in the head.
What is this bear thing? I want to see it. What should I look for?
I think it's just like how to survive modern day UK armor.
So there's two. We're talking about two different things. One is the medieval bear suit. That's crazy. He looks like a human porcupine with metal spines all over him. The other thing is that guy a few years ago. I say a few, 20 years ago or 30 years ago, who made a bear suit and he has a video of him testing it with his buddies. They like run him over with a Honda and like holy shit, hit it with hammers and shit, push it down hills.
Yeah,
There's some fucking Hellraiser action.
yeah.
Can you show that?
Pull it up. So like this does seem like you know why they put those spiked collars on herding dogs, right? It's because it's hot, and also because wolves can't attack the neck of a herding dog if there's a spiked collar on it.
That's not it.
Almost
That's not the one you were thinking of?
This isn't the one you're thinking of? Oh, fine.
No, I know I'm teasing you about your dog facts because it's funny.
Oh. It's a funny day.
This suit, however, this suit looks diabolical. I feel like a bear would leave you the fuck alone, frankly.
Yeah.
I feel like his only vulnerable point is his dick. Oh, in his hands.
Oh,
It looks like that
curl
button's
it up
up.
in a ball, baby. Come
Guy's
get
gonna
me.
lose his dick in his hands.
You're going like this, and you're just a spiked ball that you hope he doesn't want that bad.
Oh, you're gonna curl up in a ball? I'm going offense. Pure offense with this suit on. I have no fear now. I'm gonna do it like I'm gonna just run my shoulder right into the bear. I'm gonna stick my head in his mouth. Have some, big boy. Oh, didn't like that, did you?
To be fair, this
Spit
says
in your mouth.
Siberian.
Yeah, it is Siberian, and so those are a lot of like rusty nails.
You're not fighting
Oh,
like an Appalachian black bear or some shit like that. This is a
Oh,
big.
the bigger they are, the bigger they are. I bring it on. I
How
want
hard
a
do they
big bear.
fall? I've heard
I
that.
want a growler bear. I want some sort of hybrid and give it some cocaine. I want it to be ready to rumble. I watched that movie this week and it was actually pretty fucking good. Cocaine Bear.
You told
I like that movie. I wanted to tell everybody tonight. Go watch Cocaine Bear.
Go watch
a fun,
Cocaine
It's a
Bear.
fun movie.
I would rather have this Siberian bear hunting armor than like a traditional plate mail armor against a bear, right? It looks like this is pretty lightweight, and it's enough that like I feel like if an animal is about to bite you on the arm or something and it gets a tactile like painful spike,
Right?
it's quickly going to be like, oh, this is not for me, and then
Or even
leave.
with his paws, right? That he'll be, wow, this is pointy and bad.
Yeah,
Let's put some taste pad on it.
like an actual porcupine, which is a bitch outside of its spines. That's enough to deter big bears because the porcupine just keeps angling itself towards the bear. And if the bear lunges in, you've seen the pictures where the bear's fucking impaled and is like, I'm out of here. This thing is
Cover it all in capsaicin, so that way it's literal
Yeah.
bear mace on the spikes.
I like
That's
that
so
too.
much better than my idea
That's
of wearing
so-
that costume and having like cabbage and beans.
Oh, you want
They
to
hate
have
cabbage.
sides. No, Brandon's idea is much better. You rub spice all over you. Yeah, that's
You just like hope it's
impale-
not a vegetarian bear
Yeah.
and just kind of fucking go with it.
You could just like impale like
They're
habaneros
omnivores.
on-
Oh no, I should have researched this.
Now I'm being torn apart.
They love the beans, Kyle. They love the beans.
No, it was a gassy thing, Kyle. The cabbage and beans.
Yeah, after this guy, about 5
That's
hours
my
after this
defense.
I
guy,
thought you were rubbing
me.
yourself with raw cabbages and canned beans to drive bears away. But
No, I'm going on offense with this.
See, that's
makes
the
way more
Irish
sense.
approach, and it's not as effective as the Russian.
900 years from now, they'll invent Google, and I could have avoided this whole thing.
I'm just not afraid of the bears, if I'm being honest. I feel like if you're on foot and you're
I'm not
unarmed
afraid of
against
them.
I'm not afraid to duel a bear. I guess is what I'm saying, Taylor. I feel like
Well, yeah, they're a
I just
shit
don't-
shot.
They can't hold a saber.
he's looking at him. He can't figure out the safety.
Kyle, are you ready? Big Joe, are you ready?
He's in a cage. He's in a cage with a shotgun thrown in it. Well, sir, you've insulted my honor, Big Joe. I heard tell what you said. Oh. Well, that initiates duel under Kentucky law. A duel, not a bear poaching. Well, only one thing for it.
I'd want to dominate the bear so bad that I didn't even kill it. I like captured it, made it submissive,
I think I could
nailed its feet to the pedals of a tricycle, and now he's making me money.
You're gonna make him a circus bear.
Now he's a circus bear, and now who's laughing? Me, as his feet get infected from my cruel.
That bad got gangrene. You gonna have to duel him.
I'm not good at dueling.
No, I genuinely think I could defeat a bear if I had like the most rudimentary of medieval weaponry, though. I really do. I just don't think that the bear
One
has
sword,
much.
no armor.
See, that's too much. Like I need more than that.
One
I
sword,
think
some armor.
flail, like a good flail.
I'm
Oh,
afraid the flail will get taken away from me,
He's
or
gonna wave his arms in a way that a person wouldn't, and it'll like get hooked up on his arm, and then his bear strength will pull it out of you.
I really want one of those big polearm type things that has like a pokey thing, but then it has like a stop, so that I can't like over penetrate. That I got like 18 inches of penetration, and then it can't get taken away from me.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe. Like I don't know what the point needs to be, but like I want like a cross post, like a foot and a half, 2 feet down on the post.
You want like
I
a
it to be-
giant pike.
Maybe that seems a little cheaty, but I feel like even if it was a spear and a sword, or excuse me, a spear and a shield, I think I could defeat the bear. I really do. I don't think he.
It depends how angry the bear is and how much practice you've had with the spear.
I'm gonna. Oh well, I watched.
Girls, he's probably out cheating on me, guys.
So I have studied.
take a bear with a pike.
You remember the Unsullied from Game of Thrones? That little low stance they get over the spear with that little notch in it.
Yeah.
I watched that season twice. Okay,
That's
and
true.
I
How
picked
many
up
bears
a
did
thing or
they
two.
kill?
Oh, they'd have slain a cave of bears, a whole den worth if they needed. You know, and I'm sure they were feasting upon bear every night. They just took so little note of it that it wasn't a storyline. I'm sure.
I felt so bad for all those Unsullied
Because the penis and
because
balls
of the
being
penis
taken
and the
away.
ball situation.
Yeah,
I think they had their penises because
I
that
think
would
so,
just be
too.
like inconvenient. for
insult
them.
to injury. Yeah, you don't need that.
No, I mean like they need them to pee standing up on the go on the march, and so like.
Well,
But
I
they
just-
also apparently wanted the weakest, most hairless, effeminate warrior class of all. Like historically, the eunuch class are like a useful class of bureaucrats for kings and queens. Like that's what they are.
Today they just call
That's
them
what the eunuch
politicians.
class is.
Ooh,
Eunuch class is not a class of warriors.
What if they just cut the head off?
why would they do that?
That's just, I hate that. I want someone to find like a secret civilization.
The
That would
Silurians.
be the coolest thing of all time.
Yeah, the Silurians. I think the Silurian hypothesis, I suppose, is that maybe some of the dinosaurs lived and became intelligent, and maybe either went underground under the sea or left the planet.
Oh, I was thinking more like human societies that have been lost to like cataclysm or something.
Maybe Antarctica is really interesting for that because Antarctica
Could be, we don't know.
used to be not frozen and it's not at the bottom of the planet, and it's a gigantic continent. Like I was talking about this the other day, how big it is. It's like the size of all of North America almost, like all of Mexico plus the Gulf of Mexico and the United States and most of Canada is how big Antarctica is, and it's covered with 3 kilometers of ice. There's a lake under 3 kilometers of ice in Antarctica called Lake Vostok that the Russians discovered, and they drilled a fucking hole down 3 kilometers to the bottom of this thing, and they took water samples of what was down there, and they were so goddamn incompetent they contaminated the water samples with like kerosene on the drill bit, and it had like bacteria that's normally occurring bacteria, but they found this one kind of bacteria they'd never seen before, and then they never talked about it again.
And so we
drilled
obviously have gone up there and drilled an even better
Not
hole
into
'cause
that
we're
one.
better than Russia.
Not into that one, but I think the Norwegians or somebody drilled a hole into this other Antarctic lake that's 1 kilometer of ice above it. And when they sent the camera down there, it was writhing with life. There were so it looked like an aquarium. There were so many fish like gathering by the hole they had.
No way.
Yeah,
Life without sunlight is interesting.
it's been cut off from the rest of evolution.
Would it be supported
for
by like geothermal heat?
millions of years?
I think so. That's what happens in the really deep ocean.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it's like it'll be in those pockets in particular under Antarctica. Sometimes it's super high salinity, so it can't freeze, and it's under so much pressure it can't freeze. And also hydrothermal, I'm sure that's going on too. They also found a crater down there under Antarctica that they can see with some kind of LiDAR technology or some shit, some sort of radio imaging, and it's multiple times bigger than the Chicxulub impact that took out the dinosaurs. Like there's a gigantic crater down there, but it must have happened, when Antarctica was on the other side of the planet, millions and millions of years ago.
Yeah. But humans wouldn't have even been around to be making a cool civilization then. Like maybe they find some ancient hominids or something, like maybe stone tools, but nothing really that cool.
Like the people, I think humans like us have been around for like 250,000 or 300,000 years, but like things like us have only been around for like 1,000,000 years. Like some smart bipedal ape folks. I don't know, Homo habilis is one of them. I think that means handyman in Latin or something like that, because they found his tools.
Homo erectus and Homo habilis. Those were the two.
It blows me away how much progress we've made recently.
Yeah.
Right? So like Kyle said, I'll take it as fact. Humans like us, right, the hardware, have been around for 250,000 years. And it seems like we've gone 249,000 years making barely any progress technologically at all. And then in the last 1,000 years, from 1,000 to 2,000, all of it happened. The year 1,000, what we have? Like banging metals with hammers? That's as far as we made it?
Yeah. We had in the year 1,000, we had taken a step back. It took 1,000 years for the rest of the world to catch up to where prime Rome was a millennia prior. After Rome fell, it was all right, well, how did they make these concrete structures so strong? And they're like, damn, well, we didn't write that down. Nobody wrote that down.
I'm asking, not accusing, just to set the tone, right? Is it possible that is kind of a Western lens we're looking through, and that places like China or Japan didn't have the same dark ages? I don't know.
I think that we've taken multiple steps backwards across various cultures through time, and I'm really drawn to that idea of an ancient, advanced civilization, because I want them to have I want the stories from lore, from the Bible, and from maybe even from Greek mythology to have that little grain, that little kernel of truth to them. I saw some crackpot on Rogan talking about the Ark of the Covenant maybe possessing some sort of nuclear or otherwise high-tech element to it, because there's a story of the Philistines opened the Ark of the Covenant and the entire city was beset by boils, and they died from cancerous tumors, 50,000 of them. And he's like, you see, it was radiation. I don't know. I think they just made this shit up. But I would love it if it was. If the Ark of the Covenant was a small plutonium reactor that dated back to the civilization 10,000 years before it that had figured that shit out, or maybe 100,000 years before it that had figured it out. Because the way plate tectonics work and the erosion and everything on this planet, if we just Twilight Zone disappeared, all the people disappeared and all of our gadgets and everything stayed behind, it'd be gone in a few million years. It would all erode away. There'd be some plastic junk and there'd be some concrete somewhere, but the rest of it would go away. There's that whole project, and the point of it is to design a warning sign for nuclear material that will still be dangerous, say 100,000 years from now. How do we make a sign? Yeah, but maybe
it's better than that.
Well, they spent a lot of money trying to figure out what was better than that. Zach could probably find the pictures that won. It looks like thorns to me. And the project was not only to design warning signs, but also maybe to design the facility that it was stored at to make it look like a place you don't want to go.
Yeah.
The words in English written there are really interesting. What lies beyond here is waste. It holds no value to us. It is poisonous and dangerous. It kills and destroys. It has no value to you or to any who would venture further. Go forward at your own risk. It's something like that. Like what the English words are. Every language.
Sounds like a quest.
Right?
Yeah. How much money did they spend? Because I would have slapped a frowny face on there. Just, boom, everyone knows immediately.
But the Mugwai people of Papua New Guinea, they smile they frown when they're happy.
Oh, true. Well, once they invent boats and get off Papua New Guinea, we can cross that bridge. But I don't think they're going to be the ones exploring northern Russia.
The Magumbo people could stumble upon this radiation in 100,000 years.
Island people.
they won't have advanced very far in 100,000 years. Surprise, surprise. So they will not know that this is radioactive.
They seem to be set where they're at.
Dude, they so do. I wonder what that is. What's the commonality with those groups who are set where they're at?
I have
Isolation.
Yeah. Yeah, isolation. Except I would say there's a difference between chosen non-interventionism and isolation by virtue of the fact that you literally have no capacity to leave.
I suppose so.
Yeah,
But I think it's wrong I think it's wrong to go fuck with those people if that's what you're getting at. I think we should leave them alone.
Oh no, just let them do their thing on their island. Like, if anything, like let's try and give them a little fun once in a while. Like drop a couple of breeding sows in there, give them some pigs. Like
that would be really nice. Actually.
Yeah, just do something nice for them.
But then, like, foot and mouth disease is now introduced to the island. All of their livestock dies out immediately.
if that happens, we did our best.
Look, that's what happens when Whitey tries to do right by people. We come in there with some goats and some chickens and be like, here you go. Immediately, they get avian fucking bird flu or something, and all of them be wiped out and dead.
Well, it's better than if the Chinese show up. They'd have them fucking.
You know where the world. You know where the world.
I don't like them. I'm happy if they have
I know
bad
you
time.
don't like the
I
Sentinels.
don't like them. I don't like the Sentinels at all. I think they should be a little more welcoming, a little more hospitable. The fact that every time someone goes there trying to do nice things, they give them gift after gift after gift. And the moment they get the opportunity to murder the hand that's feeding them, gifting them whatever, they take it. I've had enough. I've tried to be your friend as a member of modern society. At this point, I think we should go to war. I think we should. Oh, do you like war? This is America. We fucking love war. Let's go.
Yeah.
And see how that rolls.
They're on an island off the coast of India. They're not bothering America.
I think you're talking about the 51st state, right?
I'm talking about the Sentinelese Islanders, and we don't want another.
Yeah.
They're bothering as much.
We don't need another welfare island. Thank you very much. We've got Puerto Rico.
They are bothering me right now. Let's do something about it.
That's true.
I don't like the idea of like intervening in their shit because I think they're living the best life that there is. You know, I think
No, you're fetishizing primitivism. We need to drop scary animals on
You're
their island.
fetishizing.
Do you
If they were
know-
living a better life, they'd be psyched about the new Elden Ring game like I am.
They would too. They'd love it. They'd
you
put
know-
pants on.
Do you know who Christopher Langan is?
Yes,
Christopher
he's
Langan,
I'll let Woody guess first because I do know.
He's a Missouri resident.
Sopranos character.
He's a Missouri
No.
resident.
He is a Missouri resident, and
Yeah.
he happens
He's
to be
the bouncer
world-
with the highest recorded IQ ever. He would put Bert to shame, right? Isn't that Christopher Langan?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
He has the world record for the highest IQ. He's the smartest man in the world. He is a farmer in Missouri, living his best life. That's what he has chosen to do. So I just think that the Sentinelese Islanders are living their best life. Living in the jungle, fucking dicks hanging out, spears and shit.
See, Kyle says he supports them. Yet when I tried to SimCity in Civilizations 5, he didn't support me at all.
Wow.
Instead, he came in there like I would the Sentinel and killed my fucking
Dude, you had been in the
settlers.
Stone Age for millennia. It was a mercy kill.
I had a glorious undefended.
You people didn't even have religion yet. That
We
happens
didn't
on
waste
turn
our
12.
resources on armies that defend us because we were worried on hospitals and universities, and Kyle came in there and took them.
If people were worshiping the sun.
If we were gonna fuck with the Sentinelese, like, if we drop like 3 elephants on the island,
Okay.
do you think they win or they lose that fight?
They lose that fight.
Oh, I thought we were gifting them white elephants as a problem.
Oh, you know, we're
See, the thing is, there's a difference between IQ and knowledge, right? Like, IQ is like something that is like information that you can figure out really quickly without knowing. Like, if you take like a proper IQ test, it's like all problem-solving stuff, like something that you wouldn't know that you're able to solve in a certain amount of time. It should be timed too, like the IQ test needs to be timed, right? Yeah, but anyway, it's like, yeah, sure, someone could like go and learn, multiple information, all this, and be like, oh, I'm smarter because I know this, right? But it's just, IQ is like different. It's like based on like basically problem solving, how like good you are and how quick you are at problem solving. And it's pretty much anything. Like it can It doesn't just have to be like calculation. It can be just problem solving anything. Really, it's just yeah. Anyway. Well, it's more than just problem solving, you know what I mean? It's like stuff that you're not learned. Anyway. It's like you're born with IQ, right? Anyway. It's like how well you perceive things, how it's a lot.
We're putting elephants on there, and the elephants will go, "I'm not familiar with this. I'm panicking," and they'd run around and knock trees over. And so then the Sentinelese would have to band together, kind of like their own little Avengers. And
I think if they fuck with those elephants, the elephants will kill them. But I think most likely the elephants would starve to death in like, I don't know, a couple weeks or something like that.
No, but the Sentinelese would show up immediately on the beach and start harassing the elephants.
They'd lose, and then they'd go up in the highlands like they always.
You think they'd lose? They have range weapons.
I thought they were like stone weapons.
They have no
metal
way to kill an African crushing elephant. I've seen every now and then an African elephant goes crazy and like massacres a town, and they shoot that thing like 30 fucking times with guns before it dies. like the Sentinelese Islanders have bows that they make.
I
think if you like stabbed it with like an 8-inch long knife, you'd almost get through the epidermis.
Like it's an elephant so mad at it.
Can't be. Their skin can't be that big.
Or maybe like the fat too, not just the skin. But it's like it takes an enormous amount to kill an elephant.
They're tough as nails.
Asian elephants in India like destroy whole towns sometimes. And I've heard before, I don't know if this is true, but I think the Asian elephants are more aggressive, but they're not as large as the African elephants, or maybe they're equally aggressive. I don't know. Either way, an elephant is a problem.
To use an Asiatic elephant's
I think rhinos are worse than elephants.
A woolly mammoth using the genetic data they have.
Get Elon on that.
They're working on that, and they're working on bringing the Tasmanian tiger back. They have like a lot of its genome completed, and once they're finished, I think that they just like inject that code into like I don't know, a leopard or something similar-ish. But they had DNA from like a tooth of a Tasmanian tiger and something else. That would be a cool ass animal to bring back because they looked ridiculous. And like you could introduce them back into the wild because they're not an invasive species; they belong there.
To put a bow on this, though, totally Team Woody. Fuck the Sentinelese. They're all, we want to be fucking dumbasses on our little island. Go away. And it's like, bitch, you don't realize you're not scaring anyone away.
Yes.
Like
this planet is a competitive nation. It's a competitive place, and you're not competitive. So
even in the animal kingdom,
would you show up Star Wars? Would you just like throw up like one of those 1080p projectors that you like cast on your room wall that costs $30? Like just throw it up on a cave wall or a tarp or something and show them Star Wars. Like just show them that, or Apollo 13 or something. Like something to really blow their minds. Well, they just believe all that was real. Of
course they would.
What if they were like, we've seen that guy before? What if they said they knew Gandalf and they'd seen him in the old times? What if they said that's Raruku, the Grey Wizard?
I'd know they were lying about yet another thing.
Just murder them.
Like most people, the majority are in favor of mass deportations. Like we want illegals out of the country. That's something that
people are going to hold that. Do you think that people are going to hold that opinion if prices go up, for example?
Some will, some won't.
I mean,
I think that you're going to. I think you're going to see a number of. I think there are going to be some short-term hardships, and I think people are okay with that if there's a way out or there's a plan. I felt like with Biden there was no plan, and there was no sort of like we're going to get rid of these people and we're going to have to adjust to it. There was no talk like that, and I mean it was Musk, but that's exactly what Musk said. Is like there'd be some short-term hardship throughout this thing. He was talking about tariffs in particular,
called it like shock therapy.
But I don't care what it costs. I don't care what it costs to secure the border and to make sure that we know who's coming into this country, and we stop the literal invasion, the literal
Yeah.
invasion of
The
millions
border issue is
and
separate
millions
from the,
of people.
illegal immigration issue. I mean,
no,
not
they're
to mention
very
the
they're
people
very
that are here.
intertwined. Like illegal
Most-
immigration is allowed to be a huge thing because
Well,
I mean the
I
Biden
got lost. What's
administration,
intertwined?
the
I-
illegal immigration and a lack of border security, like those are
Okay.
inexplicably linked or
Most of the
inextricably
people here,
linked. Rather.
though, illegal are here overstaying a visa, and I feel like what Republicans do is conflate the issue at the border with they conflate like our asylum laws with illegal immigration. So when we
Mhm.
talk about like the asylum laws, we have laws on the books that if somebody shows up and they request asylum and they meet a certain criteria, they are afforded a court date. And our system is so backlogged now that oftentimes they have to wait 5 to 8 years before they get a court date. And while they're waiting for that, they're allowed into the country. And I feel like a lot of Republicans are calling that like those are illegals flooding into the country.
It is.
But
It's like
those are
you don't want them here. Like the remain in Mexico policy. Like don't like the idea that you let in hundreds of thousands or millions of people and go, we'll get to you in 10 years. Meanwhile,
those are the laws that are
take
on the
WIC,
books.
take Medicaid, take housing vouchers. Like, no, like that's an
all
absurd
criminals,
cost for
right?
the American public to have to foot.
I have a stat because you said that the overstaying of the visas was a higher number. It was 850.
Well, back what they were talking about, like, because I was talking about like a backlog of prisons, like, like getting convicted, right? So obviously the old criminals, and it's like they're sitting there waiting, they're staying for free while they get like a sentencing, which is weird.
1,000 overstayed
Should be in fucking prison the whole time, right? Or in jail, whatever the fuck it's called.
in 2022. There were
Or in their own
2.7
country
million
while they wait
illegal
for
border
sentencing.
crossings the same year. I
If they
mean,
don't show up, then boom.
Yeah,
that's just the
it's-
border.
I
That's
don't
just
have
the
to look at
border.
your data here.
That's
but
a huge amount.
Department of Homeland Security.
And this is
No,
one of
but-
those things that the
wait,
left
hold on,
loses
real,
on.
Real quick though, like the asylum laws were on the books when Trump was president. Like he talks about catch and release. His administration did the same thing because you're legally obligated to do that. The bipartisan immigration bill that was negotiated actually addressed those asylum laws, tightened them up, hired more border security agents, hired more judges, hired more lawyers to adjudicate these claims, and they ultimately wanted to reduce the time from 5 to 8 years to 3 months. And Trump was the one that spiked that bill. So
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm
Hutch,
glad
I have
he-
a question
I'm
about
glad he
that
did.
bill. So I think that bill would have been good for America. If that same bill comes up during this Republican-controlled government, do you think it passes? Will they just flip because now it's a Trump accomplishment? Exact same
that
bill.
would be hard to defend because they were making a big deal of the fact that it was like, so it was written that you could shut the border down if you averaged at least 4,000 people showing up, not crossing illegally, showing up and applying for asylum. If that was 4,000
Per
for 7
day.
days in a row, then they would shut the border down automatically or gave DHS the authority to do that for 2 weeks, I believe. They made a big stink about that. And so they may do a similar bill and then bring that number like way down. I don't even know.
If he
But-
were to try and push that exact same bill as some Trump accomplishment, I would decry that as stupid as well. Like the whole point of that was most of that was boondoggle spending for Ukraine and foreign countries. Like a huge amount of it.
That part
was
still got
boondoggle
passed.
spending. That
That's not
part
even
still
the
gets
fun part.
passed. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
The money laundering part gets
The
passed.
immigration
But,
part
like,
we couldn't pass. But
the issue, I think,
We're skipping the
I
fun
think
part.
that Democrats and the left is losing a lot on this immigration issue because it's very popular to deport illegals and to protect our own border. And when you see a lot of like
Popular on
mealy mouthing, no, it's popular among the American public survey.
Right.
I have numbers on
But
that.
I'm
I looked it
saying
up.
if
I was
you-
curious
if
if
you do
Taylor
it-
was
if you
right.
do
Let
a
me just go real
math
quick, Hutch.
Sorry,
It- 54 to 42 in favor. So
Yeah.
those are the numbers, yeah.
Yeah, and so
They're
like
going-
that's a winning issue for the right because like and it I don't even see this as necessarily partisan. It is in our situation, with our current structure, but like the desire to protect your country's borders is the only thing that makes a country a country. Like otherwise you're just an open economic zone. Like you need to take people who are here illegally, many of them benefiting from housing vouchers, Medicaid, free school. They're not a part of the system, so they're not paying in a lot of ways, and they're taking a lot out, and that's a huge
Wait,
negative for
Are you
America.
saying illegal immigrants are getting Medicaid?
Illegal immigrants do qualify for Medicaid, yes. They
I can't
qualify
wait
for
till they
Medicaid,
start-
housing vouchers, and WIC, which is like free food at the grocery store.
Let's start
One
building.
part we're missing. You said
They're gonna start building the deportation camps in Texas soon. Texas is already offered the land.
No bullshit. No camps. Straight back. Not
You
even.
gotta, no, you gotta like,
The big bada boom.
you gotta support them, Taylor. You gotta figure out where to send them. You can't just send them
No.
to Mali,
No,
Nicaragua.
this
You
is
don't
my-
speak the language.
Kyle, this was my idea that we send them all to our enemies. We
Right
send
on the front
20.
lines
We
of
send
the
20
Ukraine.
million South
Back a
Americans.
little bit.
All right,
Illegal immigrants don't qualify for any federal aid program, including Medicaid. So there are programs like Medi-Cal, like state-run programs, and each state can determine if undocumented migrants can qualify for these programs, but
the
they
point
don't
being,
qualify
though,
for food stamps, they don't qualify for Medicaid, they don't qualify for Medicare.
they qualified for those free flights that flew that illegal from New York to Georgia. So, and he's the guy who killed and tried to rape Laken Riley, right? Like that
This
guy.
is where we're fucking past each
the
other.
illegal immigrant like plane voucher program.
So yeah, they do. They have all sorts of vouchers for housing and whatnot. So what you're referring to, yeah, what you're referring to is like they don't get full Medicaid coverage, but they qualify for what's called emergency Medicaid, meaning that any sort of emergency service, which is genuine anytime you show up to the hospital or whatever medical service you need, that is covered. Like if you show up and you need a surgery and you're an illegal, that's taken care of, and we foot the bill.
that has to be. Here's why I like that, and I don't like generally giving stuff to non-citizens. Like it's my overall stance.
What side is this one? Real quick, Zach. I'm sorry.
Hang on, let me hear what he likes.
If someone goes to the hospital in dire need of medical care, they should get it, right? Kyle could show up there, and his wallet's not in his back pocket. We can't be like, fuck it, let him die, and I haven't verified his citizenship. Like, people should show up and get care, and then we can sort out the bills afterwards. Because I'm thinking, how many times have I, like, been in the water, been in the sky?
What if you could tell
with a
that?
wallet? Right. So I hear the joke, but, like, you can't deny medical care before we've sorted out
Yeah.
all that stuff.
I agree.
Who's your insurance provider? Okay.
Well, but I get what you're saying, Woody. And like, if someone shows up wounded or whatever, you have to take care of them. It's just inhuman to do otherwise. But what we can do is like not subsidize behaviors that incentivize people to come here for the end goal of getting free things. Like this is literally Bernie Sanders' position from the late '80s, where they asked him, "Is universal health care a possibility in the U.S.?" And he was like, "Yes, universal health care is entirely possible in the United States, but we must have a secure border and deport illegals, because otherwise the money put into this fund will be spent on non-Americans and not Americans themselves." And so I'm telling you, I agree with like Bernie's position from the late '80s. Yeah, I want universal health care. I want that funded, but you can't have a robust welfare state that doesn't have strong
I don't know
borders.
where you're getting this idea that illegal immigrants are massively benefiting from our social welfare programs. The Cato Institute, which is like this right-wing libertarian, did a study on immigration.
Libertarians love illegal immigration. Are you
a few
serious?
years ago, and they determined that even illegal migrants, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't do anything to enforce our borders. That's not what I'm saying. Like debit cards. The debit cards no, those are for asylum applicants. So they're
Anyone can claim that. Anyone.
We all say that shit. That's our point.
But you have to change the asylum laws to fix that problem. That's not.
Yeah, and
We're about to. All right.
So we should change those laws because they're being taken advantage of.
With these asylum seekers /
Libertarians like
I don't
immigration
care.
and illegal immigration.
I think that 1% of them are actually real asylum seekers. I think they all are going to get scooped up with a big
I agree with you
fucking
that
net.
our
I
asylum
hope we
laws
use the
need to
military.
be
I hope they
reformed.
send in the goddamn National Guard in the communities. I hope they like fence them in the same way that you like flush game from the woods out of the ocean, and then you like scoop them up. I hope that happens.
For asylum applicants.
All of them. Any of them who shouldn't be here.
Those people are
Anyone
in the
who
country
shouldn't be
legally.
here.
How are you going to
Anyone.
deport someone that is
Anyone. Scoop
Asylum applicants are not
and
here
mailed away.
illegally.
They're not here
anymore.
illegally because we
going to
have
reevaluate
laughable
the state of their
asylum laws.
asylum claim.
Yes, that's
We are
why
going
they
to
tried to pass the
reevaluate
bipartisan
their
immigration
asylum
bill that,
So
that
let's,
reformed our asylum law.
So if we could, this is just like a thought experiment kind of question, Hutch. Like,
yes.
if you could press a button and every illegal immigrant is immediately deported to their country of origin, would you do it?
No.
Okay, so then we kind of just okay. Well, hold on. We kind of just solved the whole conversation here, didn't we?
What else can the butt do?
But
Wait, I want to hear
there's a middle
Taylor's
ground.
answer. Do you think it'd be better? Do you think America would be a better place if we instantly lost those members of its population?
100%. Yeah, if we got rid of all illegals, yeah, suddenly the cost of housing goes down because the demand is lower. Suddenly the price that you're paid for middle and lower class wages increases because there's not this supply curve of infinite labor coming from the third world. Like, do you want to talk classroom size? The pressure on our medical system, like all of these things would be alleviated immediately. And so the idea that you so you're saying, like, Hutch, what I'm hearing is like, oh, we can't deport them because of this these asylum laws, this, that, and the other. But then when push comes to shove, and I say, if you could remove this issue entirely, and not in some cruel way where they're kept in cages or something, just immediately magically deported, you say no.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a political vested interest in these people pouring in.
No, I think there's a middle ground here. I feel like when we're talking about violent people who commit violent crimes, I have no problem deporting these people. My heart's not gonna bleed for them. When you talk about the economic consequences of getting rid of what you guys say 10 to 20 million people that are here illegally, that will cause inflation. 100%. And so when I say that people support mass deportation programs on paper, this is what I mean. So, like, let's say Trump is actually successful and he deports 10 to 20 million people, and then people go to the grocery store and an avocado costs $6. I really doubt that support for mass deportation is going to stay at 54% at that point. People say that they want to value like protection, like they like protectionist economic policies like tariffs because it's going to supposedly, like cause all this like boon in domestic manufacturing. But the cost of the tariffs and the cost of this mass deportation, it will cause the price of goods and services to go up. And the MAGA theory is that people are going to value this whole made in America thing and protect our country.
What about 2018? 2018, Trump rolled out an enormous amount of tariffs, and the criticisms you're levying now are the same that happened then, where it was going to cause it was going to cause an enormous amount of inflation, unemployment was going to be a problem, and none of that happened. What it did was actually bring a bit of manufacturing back home, and like the problem with the tariff evaluation is Trump will say something like, We're gonna tariff Mexico at 3,000%. We're fucking them over, folks. And then people, analysts or journalists or whatever, will look at that absurdly high number that he's using as a negotiation tactic, and then they will extrapolate data from the assumption that that is where the baseline will be, and that's just not an accurate way to look at those situations.
Well, I'm just taking him at his word. His proposed policy was universal tariffs, like 20% on all imports coming into the country. That will cause prices to go up, and we'll see how much. Like American Apparel, I think they did an experiment where they had some of their clothes that were outsourced to other countries. Those were cheaper, obviously. And then they introduced a line of clothing that was purely done made in America. Those costs were higher. And people overwhelmingly rejected the second choice.
Do you think that it's worthwhile to have do you think the lower cost potentially of like American Apparel, just as an example, not that that's the extent of it, is like worthwhile in keeping like a permanent borderline slave class around to do these things? And meanwhile these borderline slaves are doing work for free, and that's also lowering wages for Americans that would otherwise. What do you mean?
So like NAFTA, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we have free trade agreements with many countries that don't.
Yeah, I don't like the free trade.
Don't do
shit.
That's
part of what I'm saying is like, yeah, we're getting free cheap shit from
consequences of free trade. People prefer lower prices. They do, but like it's not worth it to maintain that so we can get cheap plastic shit that's low quality from China. It's not worth it if you don't do enough
Ideally,
to,
it would
like-
be better to have
So there are
manufacturing.
failures of like neoliberalism. There are failures of trade agreements that outsource manufacturing jobs and products or whatever to different countries, and then you leave these communities, especially like concentrated in Appalachia and the Midwest, like a lot of these cities became destitute because all these jobs were sent offshore. If you do a trade agreement but you don't do anything to like remedy that suffering, then there are obviously going to be problems. And so
Yeah.
if you're like,
That's what we're running into.
there are really good consequences of free trade. Like some countries just, you know, they have much stronger industries when it comes to like agriculture or manufacturing or like different
I don't see
countries
why
do
we should
different
have to
things
settle
better.
for
And
free
so
trade.
yeah.
No. I don't.
What's-
I don't.
Free trade
feel
is a
like-
bad deal for us.
I feel like
free trade is the reason why
Let me
the
jump in.
abject poverty,
well.
global poverty has.
Sorry, I've been waiting longer though.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's been. No.
sorry. Go ahead.
Do you want to go instead? I can take.
Fuck no.
All right. So my issue with free trade is
The only character that I absolutely love and empathize with fully on that show is the black guy who's jacked, the cop, who immediately sees through Dexter's shit. Like everyone, like Dexter in like the first episode is like holding back laughs and actively dancing in like the nursery, a blood splattered nursery on like a Tuesday at 8 a.m. And everyone's like, Dexter, what are you deciphering from the blood? And that one black guy's like, get this fucking weirdo away from me. Dexter, I want this report by tomorrow, but you're a fucking creep, dude. Do you not realize everybody should? Am I alone here, guys? No one else is on my team. Everyone else is treating Dexter like a genius. He's like smirking, looking at beheaded children, or like he's like actively marveling with admiration in his eyes over like the precision of cuts to body parts of dead corpses. And the only guy who's on the ball is that jacked black guy who's like, Morgan, just give me the fucking report. If I come in here and you're hard looking at pictures of those body parts again, we're gonna have a problem. And everyone else is just like, oh, Dexter.
I fucking hate Dokes.
okay.
Wow, motherfucker. I hate that guy. That guy, Dexter.
Nah, Dokes
owns him
rules.
so hard. Dexter owns him so fucking hard. There's a scene
Well, I'm like
where they're in
4
Dexter's little
episodes
blood. They're in Dexter's little blood lab, and Dokes is like, I know the truth about you, Morgan. I know what's really going on. And Dexter's like, hands in his pockets. You can see the mask has completely come off, and he's giving him like the serial killer grin. He's like, well, here's the thing. You're never going to catch me. I'll always be one step ahead. No matter how hard you work, no matter how hard he's stepping closer, no matter how hard you try, for one reason alone, Dokes. And why is that, Morgan? He goes, because I own you. And he headbutts him in the nose so fucking hard it decks him. And then Dexter walks out quickly into the room with all the detectives casually, like nothing happened. And Dokes, of course, tackles him from behind. I'm gonna kill you, Morgan. I'm gonna kill you. And it's like, detective, give me your badge and gun. I don't want to hear it. You've assaulted Morgan. And it's like game over. And it's like, yeah, he does own him. That was such a slick move. I love that part.
Okay, well, that's definitely in the future from what's happening now. But it's I'm not very invested. It was just, and that was a very good Dokes. That may be the best impression you've ever done. I really like that one. That was very close. But I like it. He immediately sees through Dexter's shit. And it's one of those things where it's like everybody, other than his sister, who's like lonely and afraid, and like she's going to see the best in him no matter what because she doesn't want to be alone in the world. But like everyone else, it's like, this guy's a fucking creep.
I knew someone who fucked his sister.
She's a little odd looking.
Really? You know someone who had sex with her in real life?
Yeah, I think that she
It's
was
me.
cheating on her husband with like my friend's husband or something like. It's been a decade and 12 years or something, so I'm always fuzzy about the details. But something like that happened. There was infidelity that involved her and my friend. It was my girlfriend's friend that I was friends with. I went to high school with them, but anyway, that was a situation. I remember hearing about that. Deb is not attractive though. She got them snaggle teeth. She's built like a 12-year-old boy. You know, she's just skinny as a rail. She's got no butt, no boobs. The least believable thing in all of Dexter is that she could successfully pose as a prostitute and capture anyone. All day she'd have just been standing there with her skinny ass. $5, anyone, please. The big
That's so. I didn't think about that. There were some heavy hitters in her little squad of whores. No one would have been picking up Deb.
Bunch of curvaceous Cuban bitches over there, like, yeah, Poppy, you want some of this? And then there's Deborah Morgan over there, like double A cup and
Taylor,
an
do you
ass that can't
also
hold
find her
pants up.
unattractive?
I mean, I do not think she's particularly attractive. Yeah, I think there's something. She has a very long, what you'd call a horse face.
I thought she was pretty hot, and so one, of course, skinny girls don't turn me off, but two, there was like oh my god, this is so fucking gay. I'm about to say, there's like a relatable boyish quality to her.
Sometimes we've been doing this for over a decade, and you still surprise.
She's got this. She vibes
boyish and charming about it.
I think maybe what you're trying to say is she's got a,
no, let it under the record.
I nailed
she has like
super long clit, like it's.
She has like a Huckleberry Finn-esque tomboy kind of appeal to her, where we could both. You could see her wearing maybe some overalls and hanging out by the creek. You know, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Not what
that
you
is
said,
what I'm.
though. That's real good.
Not what you said.
It's good content, though.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
never really had a thing for her at all. But it's a good show. It especially in the early seasons, it just jumps to look every season after the initial formula of hey, Dexter is a serial killer who kills for good, and then he's got to be sneaky. Once you've digested that enough times, now they just repeat this plot point of Dexter meeting a man in a very gay kind of way almost, who he's like, oh, this could be my soulmate who knows that I'm a serial killer.
The same
and
person?
That's a totally different
who's
lady.
that?
That's a totally different lady.
I mean, that's a good looking broad right there, but like,
well, she looks old in this picture.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
This is current her.
That's so much. That's not her, Zach. I don't believe you.
There's no way that's her.
It's not her.
Her head and her face are different.
Her body is different. She has titties now.
Whatever I have
that
is
can be changed.
contagious, and Zach caught it. He can't tell two people apart.
He has face blindness.
Dude,
This isn't even close to the same.
It's a white woman. What are you talking about? That's
The
close.
jaws are different. There we go.
Oh, that's
the
a great
same
picture,
lady.
dude. Tell
And
me
that's-
that woman's not pretty. Dude, that's
Yeah, she looks
the
pretty
ideal
there.
female form. It doesn't matter if you like it or not.
I mean, it's pretty great. And her Adidas photo shoot, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be shopped a touch.
It's definitely not. She's wearing
Really?
Nike
Is she that
shorts
big
and
of
an
a
Adidas top. I don't know. It's not a photo shoot. What's that text at the bottom right say? Like, what's this photo from? I don't care.
Photo by James Weber.
Yeah. I actually buy everything about that photo except the boobs. They just seem 3 times her real size. Unless they like I don't know, strap those bad boys down for TV.
They
No,
did
but
a little defining in the Photoshop on the top, a little more shadow, maybe. They do that.
Maybe it's like I also hated Dexter's love interest, that blonde chick that with the kids.
Sick of her.
I hate her. Let me tell you, of all the ungrateful bitches in television history, I don't know who's higher on my list of ungrateful bitches.
I know the other one.
Whether it's Dexter's wife or if it's Walter White's wife.
I knew it.
Now Walter White's wife committed crimes, murders, and many other things, as far as his family knows, for their own good, because he's dying and he wants to leave them a fortune. We know that he has his other aspirations, but they don't necessarily know that when they're making their decisions to betray him. So that's incredibly ungrateful. However, Dexter Morgan, hooks up and becomes a father and a parent to this blonde lady who's white fucking trash with 2 kids, no car, can barely afford her rent, has no degree, no job. Really, she has some shit job. She's like a hotel, behind the counter girl or something. No offense to anybody who does that. That's not a career. That's a job. And Dexter swoops in with his cool job, his good salary. He's like, here, have a car. Right away, he gives her a car. And he's filling in as a father. And she is so ungrateful. Anytime he's late or he lets her down in some small amount, she's all the fuck over him. I hate her. And when she died, I cheered. I was like, finally. Now we just got to get rid of them kids. Now we just got to kill the kids.
I don't care. I'm not paying that much attention. But I've already.
You got 2 more seasons before she dies. John Lithgow is going to bleed her to death in a bathtub.
It's one of the most shocking deaths in TV history, according to a website I read.
I saw it.
Damn
I mean,
spoilers, son.
come on.
Yeah. Something else I don't like is
Dexter befriended a killer who kills middle-aged women in bathtubs. And like, what did you think was going to happen?
he knew what
Anything
he
could
was
happen.
doing. He knew what he was doing. He's like, I'm sick of this bitch.
I was so glad when he let her drive.
I do like the huge overlap with Dexter where he's like killing someone. So half the time it seems like he's killing someone in a totally sterile, saran wrapped room, entirely planned. And then the other times it's like, oh, I knocked this guy out with a frying pan in the kitchen. I guess I have to carry him like a burlap bag all the way to the car at 7 p.m. Like it's still light out. Like walking through your front yard. Like if I guarantee if I carried a body from my house to my car and if it was parked in front of my house, someone's making a call. Like there's no way. Yeah, you have a really long walk. you'd have to take a break.
Oh, you're parking me. I thought I'm going to bring the car a little closer to the home. No one will see.
You're like, oh, you know what? They could fucking catch me.
This is exhausting.
The cops are like, should we go to this house? No. It's a long walk.
I think my favorite episode of Dexter, Dexter kind of loses his mojo, and he tries to kill this giant gangbanger. The dude's like 6'6", 280. But he doesn't use enough like saran wrap or whatever. So he goes to cut the guy's cheek and do his thing where he takes the blood sample and the guy just goes and like hulks his way out of the saran wrap, beats Dexter up a little bit and escapes naked running down the street. And Dexter's like, fuck!
Fuck, I've got like rolls. This was laziness, Dexter. This was straight up laziness. You couldn't prevent.
And so now that gangbanger's like on high alert because he knows somebody's after him. So Dexter spends the whole rest of the episode trying to take that. He's genuinely gigantic. They got a great actor for that. It's a great premise with just a terrible. I don't know, the writing or like they didn't have an idea for how to write a 5-season show back then the way they do now. I think there's a prequel that's out now, right, where you get to see Dexter in like grade school, and I think the actor who plays Dexter, Michael C. Hall, I think maybe he still narrates. He's like, life is hard when you're 14, but there's always ways to take out your anger. And then it's like 14-year-old him going and murdering some kids or whatever he's doing. I haven't watched it. I just don't care.
Kids? Oh, I think it was going to be pets.
Dexter's adopted dad was too okay with like the unfurling of his adopted son being a psychopath. Way too okay with it. Like I get it, but like early on, he's like, Dexter, you're not like other kids. And he's like, Dad, I'm just killing dogs and animals all the time. You want
another spoiler to explain the relationship?
Sure.
So Dexter isn't his son. Dexter was the son of an informant that worked for him. And because he did a bad job, that informant ended up being murdered with a chainsaw in a storage unit in front of Dexter. And that is what fucked Dexter up. He was 4 when he saw it, 3 maybe. And so he feels incredible guilt about allowing that to happen to her because he fucked up somehow. I don't remember the specifics, some detective nonsense. And because the girl was informing on the guy who killed her with a chainsaw. And so he's taken Dexter under his wing to try to make right that wrong. And so that's why he's putting up with a serial killer kid.
Kid's a fucking kook.
No shit. I'll tell you this, any kid of mine that was like killing and torturing animals, that's one of those things where I gotta pull the plug early.
You gotta find like a different kind of conversion camp, like because I remember like the first clip
so scary.
I saw of it is like being like, Dexter, did you kill the Johnson Spaniel? And he's like, the dog wouldn't shut up, Dad. And then like I don't know about you guys and your fathers, but if I had admitted to killing a neighbor's dog out of annoyance, my father wouldn't have shaken his head sagely and warned to be extra careful.
I mean, I was on a farm. It's a little different, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, the way Dexter did it, it's clearly in that I'm a serial killer sociopath, and I like to inflict pain on things kind of way.
Yeah.
So it's fucked.
It's like, Dexter, you have to pretend. That's what every single fucking lesson from the dad is. Like they keep doing flashbacks as though there's going to be some novel instruction this time. Every single time, it's like, Dexter, you're not pretending well enough. If you're gonna kill people hardcore your entire life, you got to be a good pretender, over and over and over and over. And it's only like 6 episodes in. He doesn't pretend well at all. The only guy who sees through him is the black guy. Everyone else is retarded.
Because the black
I do
guy's
like I like the Asian guy too. The Asian guy's fun. He's really kind of a pervert, but he also really likes blood
he's a
and
sex
science.
pest.
He's a bit of his. I can see that developing. Yeah, he hasn't been too sex pesty.
To Deborah, he is. He's always like, "Oh, you need me to reformat your hard drives, Deborah," or like just saying something like borderline nasty, and she's like, "Fuck you, Suzuki," or whatever his name is, something like that. It's close to Suzuki.
It might be Suzuki.
Man, war is horrific. I'm so glad. My dad used to say it all the time. I'm sure he still does if I prompted him. But
you just said it like he was dead.
I know, right? But like every day we'd be hanging out together. And he'd be like, "So what a beautiful day to be alive. So good. So good. There's nobody over there to fight. Like we'd see the news or something. Like we don't have to do battle for this land over here. This is our land. You know, nobody's coming to fuck with us. Like this is just ours, and we never have to even worry about."
Because someone else is fighting your fight for you right now, and you should
Harley's
appreciate that.
We
Harley's
gave that
people are
guy
fighting a good
discounts
fight.
at AutoZone. Enough is enough.
Oh my god, I use that card all the time. That AutoZone discount card.
Your
My
veterans card.
Oh no, my uncle worked at AutoZone. It's just same discount. And he kept his letter.
Started at the bottom, worked his way all the way to the top.
Dude, they always ask me if I'm a veteran, and I'm like, no.
Oh my god, just steal a little value.
I'm a pussy.
No,
Dude,
do
I
it.
can't lie.
I'm really the only one that's ever stolen valor
Yes.
at Subway.
How do you?
What's the deal with Subway?
How did you
Yeah,
do
free
it?
cookies.
But he started slicing the meat, and I freaked out because Blade reminded me of my time in the Middle East. I steal valor for Vietnam.
Tell me you're a tunnel rat.
I was a tunnel rat. They had this weird reverse aging serum. I stole a lot when I was under the ground in the tunnels.
Dude, tunnel rats are so hardcore. I've talked about it before, but that one doc where the guy was a tunnel rat and they're interviewing him in his living room, and it's kind of rundown place and everything, and he's a rundown guy. It's like 20 years after Nam, and he's like, "Yeah, they'd send me down in the holes with my 45 and my bayonet, and I'd crawl. Most of the time, you'd smell before you seen him. You'd smell him yards away. They had a spicy stink to them from that food they eat."
You could smell it. You could smell them. They smell like, imagine sweat and spices mixed together, a lot of spices, real spicy. They just had an odor to them.
And I'd come up on, and he's talking about he had a necklace of ears. He's like, I had a special bayonet that I had customized for chopping heads off, and I had a whole bunch of heads, and I had a whole bunch of ears. And she's like, "What happened to them?" He's like, "They took them when I come back through, you know, the customs or whatever. Took my ears and your knife. Took it too. Took my chopper." And then she was like, "If you could go back," he's like, She's like, "Do you regret anything you did?" He's like, "Hell, I'd go back now and go back to killing if they'd let me. I loved it. I wish they'd send me back now."
It was almost like being a blind person. And you went by touch and smell and hearing. You think people seen big rats. These were like dogs. I mean, they were big. They used them a lot of time in that first section of the tunnel going in. Because usually American would back out if you seen 6 or 8 of them. They'd come up to you, and a lot of them would even rub your body, crawl over you. But I had never had none bite me. I'd usually crawl on past them. And of course, they can't order you to be a tunnel rat. You got to volunteer. I said, "Sure, I'm ready for it." That's let me pick my weapon. There were very few people that would do it. You could touch things and feel and tell what it was. Sometimes guys touched the wrong things. I'm not going to say I wasn't scared. There was a little place in the back of my head for that, but you had to get rid of that or you got claustrophobic. Fear can be a bad emotion. It can shake you up so bad that you can't function. That's why we tried to keep that adrenaline ready. When I knew I was possibly, or 9 chances out of 10, going to get a kill, that adrenaline was flowing so high that nothing else mattered but that kill.
So what would happen if you would encounter an enemy?
Well, it'd be either him or me. If you encountered him first, you shot him, and vice versa. A lot of them would hesitate. I don't know why they'd hesitate. I don't know if it was because of total surprise. I had one get the drop on me, but I shot him and killed him.
I was crawling, really dirty as hell, the ears rotting around my neck, and I'd hear a few feet in the distance some ching chong bing bong horse shit. Nothing upset me more than smelling their disgusting fish sauce entrees as I was crawling towards them.
Are you reading something? If this is off the top, that's crazy. That's real life. That's literally speaking from the heart.
The power of improv.
This dude was having none of it. He was like, we'd find our boys all cut up and tortured, and they'd make them look bad to scare us. And it didn't scare me none. It made me mad. It was like, oh, this guy's awesome.
Yeah, right.
The young master is here.
That's what the aliens aren't ready for when they come here.
I had a manager early in my career. He was a Marine, and he used to tell me, like, the people you want in the Army at peacetime are not the same people you want at wartime. And guy Kyle's talking about, it's a guy you want at wartime.
Dude, I was listening to this podcast recently, and the guy was in Korean War, so he's old as shit. But he was so braggadocious and lighthearted about it. Like, I don't think he's lying, but at the same time, it's like, dude, really? He's like, I've got the record for most hand-to-hand kills. There was many a time where I could have shot him, but I chose to beat a man to death instead. I just like to rattle their cage, and I was good at that sort of thing. And I've
He's
also
trying to get play of the game, doing all night.
Dude,
like
for
that.
real. He said he killed over 10,000 with his artillery strikes alone. He's like, I was calling in the artillery strikes on the Chinese in North Korea, like easily 10,000 kills from that alone. He's like, I killed another 400 with rifle fire and hand-to-hand tactics. I killed at least, and it was like dozens he'd beaten to death. It was crazy, the stories he was telling.
I think visually on sight, like, I think like going up against the Japanese or just like Asians on sight at war, like, I feel like that's scarier to me than if I were going up against some white men.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
If I saw white dudes out there, that's different. If
the Russians are a little messy with it, you know what I mean? They've been I see them torturing like Ukrainians.
No, for sure. But
in World War II, though,
yeah, exactly.
It wasn't like that.
Scary, bro. Asians running through the smoke like that. They got those silly hats, and they're like kamikaze piloting with the bayonet, like they're coming for you, and they're just about it more than I'm about it. I think.
My father-in-law was in the Korean War, and he would talk to me about it sometimes, and I'm like 19, just trying to have him not hate me, agreeing with everything he says. So he wasn't like some super badass who had the record for hand-to-hand combat or anything, but he was a strong guy. He owned a weightlifting gym. He was a fireman. He was like intimidating to sit near. And he's telling me about his time in the Korean War. Anyway, he was upset because the Koreans kept coming to their camp, base, whatever it was, and robbing them. They just steal food, whatever they could get their hands on, and leave. And he's like, they did it to the Turks too. The Turks, they'd kill them. They put their head on a pike. They had Korean heads, and they stopped stealing from them. So I wanted to do that here. But the Americans wouldn't put dead bodies on pikes in front around the camp to show what they did to people who stole. And I'm just like, agree, like, yeah, that's what you should do.
That'd be sick. I would do it. I would help you.
Yeah.
I'll pick that.
You want to get some pikes around here? I don't know. I'm just trying to get you to like me.
I had some pikes ready for this.
Woody, the reason that they do the pike thing on the head is like how many different societies figured that out at different places, thousands of miles apart, where they're like, we really need to inspire fear. Head on a pike. Mm-hmm. Like everywhere independently.
Yeah, it's like, dude,
out.
We were just like, no, we were on our way like conquesting to other lands, and we passed this village, dude. You know what they did? Genius idea. They took the heads and had them all set up. Yeah. Yeah, we killed them all. We raped them and killed them. But that, like, I can see how that would deter someone who wasn't as crazy as
And
that.
what
Like,
we
gotta
did
start
There
doing
were no
that.
survivors because these
Yeah.
were scary people.
And they
What if
told
it's
us
your
that we
boys,
weren't
though?
allowed to do heads on pikes, and so we stole their heads
Well,
on
hang on,
pikes.
like imagine it's not just random heads on pikes, it's your boys, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh shit, Woody's up there on a pike, and it's like, Taylor, I don't think we want to.
Dude, I'd be like right next
Dude,
to
for
it.
my
Like,
head,
I'd be
they
like
would
right
be
next to it like
pikes.
this. Like with the Woody head. Guy.
God damn it, this one keeps tipping over.
Look, candy apple.
They got like a little proto tent holding me up. You know what? Just throw it in the fire. This one's not worth it. It's just they're making a joke out of us. Did you see that video of the one? There's this one lady in Ohio who was like eating a cat, and then
I
like
saw it, yeah.
it came out. They're like, "Hey, idiot, she was a citizen." It's like, I believe you, but there are people
Let's
eating.
still look into the situation, though.
Let's
All right,
take a peek, though. Let's hope this is a one lunatic. They're not part of a
let's dig
club.
a little deeper than IDing her. All right, she was eating a cat.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean,
I'll have you know, she
you want to
works
talk
at
about
the
mental
bank.
illness? And there was that car accident, or there was some kind of disaster a while back. I want to say Florida, but it always seemingly is. But anyway, a person's limb was thrown out onto the road. They had been in a car accident or something, and their arm flew off. And a random passing by homeless man picked up the arm and started eating it.
Yeah, I hated that.
And it's on video. It's not like I heard a guy who told me that, you know, he puts gerbils up his ass. No, I watched this random. They had to get the arm back. Like, give me that.
That's such a rare occurrence because you need someone's arm to be ripped off freakishly, and you need a guy nearby who eats arms.
What are the odds?
What are the odds? That's.
I always like. I know I've
high apparently.
Whenever I think of it, I like to remind people that person who was quote unquote bath salts in Florida back in the day, who ate that guy's face off while he was alive. They tested his blood. He was clean. He's clean. He's sober as a preacher, and he ate that man's face right off.
He did do that. Gnawed
That's
his face off.
They got a word for that. Zombie.
Crazy. Oh, sorry.
Come on, let's have some fun. Crazy. There's plenty of crazies. I wish the zombies would come. I've been waiting my whole fucking life for the zombies, Taylor. You don't even know.
It wouldn't be fun. It would stink.
When I saw Dawn of the Dead by Zack Snyder made Dawn of the Dead in like 2004, that remake. Oh, I love that movie. It's the one where they go to the mall and Ving Rhames is there and he's got the shotgun and everything. And I love that. They're on the roof shooting celebrities because I loved it. And I've always wanted the zombie apocalypse to come. I feel like I do well, you know? And if I don't, I feel like it'd still be a fun life, you know? Maybe you get bit and that's it, but it's exciting
That's
life.
my least like appealing like apocalypse situation.
The zombie apocalypse.
I feel like there's no joy in a zombie apocalypse. There's no happiness. You're never going to have a good day again for the rest of your life. There's
Don't be
always-
Gabe Newell about this. We got to think big. Remember when he was? It may have been Gabe, or maybe it was Nah. He was like, "Oh, I got $2 billion, and I just can't know what to do for fun." Take care of the money. Then you need a guy who's like your arbiter of fun.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, first things first. I need my own personal playground. So
It's
like
busy during the day.
of fun. Today we have a whole list of fun.
Come on in, young wanderer. One bite, and you'll never forget the taste of our tavern.
Liaison.
Let's think about how we can make the zombie apocalypse fun. What if we take over like the ice rink or something like that, or a stadium somewhere? Like we could take the
Ice
Blue
drink
Stadium.
is a good idea.
Yeah, we could play. I mean, while we're not fighting zombies,
It's gonna smell less. It's gonna be more sanitary, I think.
you can teach me to skate.
I could teach you to skate.
Better be
Dude,
winter.
dude, imagine how much fun you would have for years with me shooting on you until I finally like years of me shooting on you, and you're just like, ta, 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 ta.
Oh, dude, I'd get to be the
Almost.
yeah. I'd have Woody out there. I'd be like, all right, day one, Woody, hitting practice. Kyle, this is going to teach you. So you're going to suck at first, but everything does. So Woody throws some shoulders into him.
Throw some shoulders. Yeah, that would be wonderful. There's ways to make that fun. I like the idea of inheriting everything, essentially, right? Like you inherit the earth and everything that's in it. I want to go to Fort Knox, check that out. You know, I want to see what's in there. I want to pilfer through the White House. I want to look at Melania's panties.
Yeah.
I'm getting panties.
I like the idea of those like Neverland treehouse-ish kind of kingdoms where like in the Enterprise Center where the Blues play, like whoever rules the Enterprise Center like kind of has a throne up there in one of the boxes. You know, where they like take things that in the old world where entertainment venues or centers or a police station, whatever, and then that's kind of their like Fallout, and that's their little HQ for their post-apocalyptic kingdom.
Yeah, I bet there's lots of structures like that I bet you wouldn't think of that would make a really good hideout. There's a gun store in Athens, Georgia.
A mall?
I don't remember what it's called. Something Armory. But it's made to look like a castle, like it's all granite and stuff.
That's sick.
And I know that all the doors are hardened because they have to be, and they have like the locks that you can't just pick. They have very high security stuff for ATF shit. And then it's also a gun store with like cool shit in it. So like
that's the best. There's gonna be a really competitive. Oh, you know, a dope place to rule an apocalyptic region in. It would be ruling from that Memphis Bass Pro.
Ooh, that pyramid.
That would be sick.
See, all right, I like that.
Can you show us a picture of the Memphis Bass?
Yeah.
Maybe inside and outside of the idea.
It puts Egypt on the bass. Dominant.
You keep that. I'm taking the Eiffel Tower. I'm going to be in the head. I'm going to live in the head.
The real one or the Vegas one? Oh, you need the second one. Yeah. I'm like, you got like a happening on a vacation.
Two, the Statue of Liberty.
There's one and you.
They animate Statue of Liberty and they power it with a Nintendo controller. They walk into Manhattan and do battle. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Then you. Well, I mean, there's a bass pro near me and there's no lake.
Yeah, there is.
If you try and fish in there, they're going to toss you out of the bass pro.
Dude, but there might not be a lake, but you've seen the
certainly no boats. Jesus Christ.
By the way, European, feast your eyes on this because I know that there's nothing even approaching the level of badassery that you're looking at.
Dude, this would somehow be crime in Germany. They are no fun having
Germans
guys.
can't fathom what that place even is. They don't know what that is. The Bass Pro Shop. It's not really explained in the name either. I mean, it kind of is, but they don't know what's in there.
No. It's not just fishing stuff. It's guns. It's gun safes. It's bows and arrows. It's boats. It's utility vehicles.
How many? How many would you like?
Well, we have our adult and our children's section. Yeah, that's something that German minds can't comprehend is a child's crossbow. Available for all at the Bass Pro Shop.
Not even that. A child's AR-15. They make pink AR-15s for little girls. Just so let the rest of the world knows like what gun culture is about. Like they make pink AR-15s for little girls, and it's not a meme. I mean, like an pussy. Like to give a. If you're
6-year-old girl who's a bit of a sissy, then yes.
Yeah, I mean, like I've seen. There's this little girl I saw on TikTok. I don't know who her parents are, but she's like double-handing 9mm pistols and like shooting a full AR-15, like she looks little, dude. She's like a little girl. It's wild. Littler than that. Can
you show this picture, Zach?
For me, that picture is the size of a stamp. It's like grand.
It's big for me, but the quality's bad. Maybe I made it bigger.
James, if I made an actual child with a gun, that kid's not impressive. That's an adult child. That's an adult child.
Yeah, that kid's at least 11.
That kid's ready to marry.
Yeah, Kyle wants to see like a 5-year-old kid with a gun.
Is she there with her bow?
We all got our first gun. Kyle probably got his first gun the earliest. 4. All right, I think I was 6, maybe.
It was maybe
either 5 or 6.
37.
How was your
something like that?
You killed a deer, or no?
Yeah, only one ever. Deer hunting was so much. I ruined hunting.
Yeah,
myself
this is it.
by doing
totally this. Like this is
bird
very
hunting
common.
first, because bird hunting is way more fun than deer hunting.
I don't like the front sight in front of her. Is that an EOTech maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Sight?
Yeah.
My AR-15 is a similar type thing, and I wish it was gone.
Take it off.
It's not as simple as unscrewing it. Like you need some to fill in the holes that it left behind in the barrel or something.
I'd have to take a look at it, but you know, there's all sorts of cool stuff. If I were gonna put one optic on my AR-15, it'd be a multi-power scope. You know, like it'd be like a nice scope. It's like a 1x6 or a 1x9 or something like that with a quick throw, so that you can just have that thing on one power. And you know, a one power crosshair scope is, I don't know, I that's what I would be best with.
That does it for you. Looking for verbiage.
Yeah, unless we're like running through a shoot house, and then you want some kind of like rimless red dot type deal, so you can just go fast. That's fun too if you've ever done it. If you ever shot in like a shoot house where you clear and go room to room shooting targets.
Yeah.
There was this guy. I remember there was a discussion outside the second meeting that got broken up because they couldn't hold us all, and I distinctly remember this person saying something along the lines of, "A few people get shot in the kneecap. That'll move this right along. That's all it'll take." Somebody up in the woods at one of these meetings, when one of these people so and so comes out, they get their kneecap blown off. That'll be the end of all this. That's all I'm saying. You kind of look around, and nobody was like, "Nah, violence isn't the answer." No one said
shit.
anything.
You want to be just guy number one, limping out to your car? Damn it! I just went with the mob.
And the guy who said it was like Scary McLarry. Like, I know that guy. Like, he's dead now, but that's like that. I used to borrow machine guns from that guy.
I bet he
for
didn't go out
FPS
alone,
Russia
though.
videos. Okay, like that guy was hardcore. When you called his answering machine, when you got his answering machine because he was old school, it said, "Not here right now. Probably out checking the perimeter and tending to the booby traps. Leave me a message. Get back to you." And I was like, "Dad, does he have a sense of humor? Because he seems so like autistic when he's around, but that's funny as shit." And he's like, "He's not kidding. He's out tending to his booby traps and checking the perimeter."
painting tunnels on large stones and putting heavy barrels over, tripwires like Acme.
Yeah, probably. But more likely, like, I mean, he passed away, and it was scary, I'm told, getting into his house to, like, get all this stuff out of there and such. He was a hardcore guy. But anyway, the Zoning Act did not go through. They gave up after.
If you're actually building, let's say I wanted to, and I know that they say, "Oh, this is against the law," but like, what if I wanted to build booby traps around my house?
No.
In order to protect.
You can build the traps, but if you injure or maim someone, then you're in trouble. You can't.
Oh no, I know legally, but let's say like let's say it's totally allowed, and I can't have my home security service anymore. I'm on my own. I just have my own gun and booby traps, and there's bandits out there in this Fallout style scenario. What are the actual booby traps that could protect my house?
Do we not care about liability?
No, this is apocalyptic. I'm protecting my house. All I have is me and a shotgun and my remaining ammo and my ingenuity. YouTube's not even
so you
there
can
anymore.
All right, so like
there goes all my ingenuity.
There goes all my ingenuity.
Well, I don't know about it in real life because
this guy's just sticking sharp sticks in his yard. They're not connected to anything.
I like that Kyle's not going in real life. So what you want to do is you want to put a string on a paint can at the head of the stairs.
What you're gonna do is superheat your doorknob. Now, be forewarned, it's going to take a tremendous amount of power from your generator to do this.
If you could briefly see his skeleton, you'll know it worked.
I'm running out of shit for these punji steaks.
Now, if you could make little pull string detonated 12 gauge shotgun trip mine. Basically, you could just have some pipe set up with a 12 gauge shotgun shell in it, and when this tripwire goes off, it's the shell, and it's just blasted through 3 or 4 inches of steel pipe pointed towards wherever the tripwire was. You could make those all day. Like the expensive part of that mechanism is the shotgun shell.
What might be somewhat effective, like especially if you're there at all, is just
that'll make noise.
Yeah, but if I'm coming into your compound and I kick a string attached to it, I think this over the alarm.
Are really popular. People will treble hooks from the trees, lock shrub them. And it's the fish hook that has
Like it was something you'd repel with.
I booked I rescued guys.
swing to a 5-year-old. South Carolina is about to execute a man via firing squad. I think
That's a way
tomorrow.
better way to do it.
Tomorrow.
You think?
Totally.
Yeah. Like you're out. That lethal injection thing, like no one's coming back. But I could see that just being like,
Sometimes
see, he's totally
help.
peaceful, but it's like you're like burning alive from the inside or something
Yeah,
horrible.
they're like paralyzing you and you're suffering terribly. Those things have been botched all the time because that's not actual medical personnel applying for lethal injection because the actual medical personnel won't murder a person for the state. So it's just some guy that works at a prison injecting you, trying to find the right vein, etc.
Is it different than putting a dog down? Because that seems super peaceful.
Yes, it is completely different. They use a whole different batch of chemicals for some reason that I don't know. And so it often goes very poorly. There have been botched ones where they just kill him and they got to like come back and do it again, or where they can't find the vein and they're just jabbing this guy over and over. Where the firing squad, I don't know if it's like 5 or 6 guys or something, and they've got 308 rifles with hollow point ammunition aimed at your heart, and they're in the same room with you. So
Yeah, you're dead immediately.
you're pretty much dead.
I feel like I'd pick a good shot.
Yeah.
Hey, someone aim high!
I bet you won't, pussy.
Yeah,
Trying to tag him on.
They showed the room. Zach, you can find a picture of where they're going to shoot this guy. It's like a chair they strap him to with sandbags around it, and then the family will be behind bulletproof glass watching from the side.
Ooh. Oh, the family of the victim of the kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure his family's invited too if they want to see some cool shit.
Is it like a range or is it like
No.
No,
No.
it's just a room.
Yeah. It's
That's
like a
what I
birthday
saw.
party down the way.
When I saw
Too
it,
easy. Give me another 100 meters.
when I saw this, I was like, that ain't safe. Like, there's no way this is safe. Because so they strap him to that chair, and then the guys are going to be across the room. They're going to shoot this guy. If they miss and hit the chair or, like, anything metal, and that bullet could come back and hit somebody, these people are plenty safe. But the people in the room with him, they're not safe at all.
Assuming that's bulletproof glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have to tell you. After bullets hit things, I thought they just sort of disappeared until I fired tracer at them. And then you see where they really go, which is just about anywhere.
Yeah. Far and with velocity.
Yeah.
No, that's
If you guys were all going to be publicly executed, how do you want to go?
Either firing squad or hanging. I think hanging's pretty good. I don't think you feel much there. They just snap your neck, instantly. So one of those, maybe
It's
hanging.
a scary lead up.
I can die any way I want. Maybe overeating.
Well,
Public execution. They're
I've
going
been
to
Johnny
be.
Maxon for 23 years now. We almost got this.
they give like one Oreo's poison, and you get to finish your final meal. That would be good. Ooh, but they would. I wouldn't be in favor of that. It's too rewarding.
It wouldn't
Some,
be
like-
rewarding at all. It'd be like 7. They would have a gun to the back of your head, feeding you some disgusting food. They're not going to give you good food, and they're going to say more, and they're going to torture you until you eat
Why
more.
you gotta do it like that? You wait, this is dealing
Because I'm
choice on my
executing you.
execution.
I'm the executioner here.
I got to choose the execution method, and it doesn't
You're being
involve-
executed. You don't get to choose anything.
Actually, we could.
I
That's
was
how
just
they
given
get.
choices.
Do you remember
Take it away.
foie gras, where they force feed geese a bunch of stuff to get their livers fatty, and that makes it tastier?
Yep.
We could do that with the prisoners. We
It's
force feed them and
incredibly
get
inhumane.
tasty livers.
Like,
It is inhumane.
foie gras doesn't sound appetizing to me to begin with, but even if it were, I think that's too cruel for me.
I
Like
think
I've seen them
guillotine.
force feed them, and it's really mean.
Ooh, I like the guillotine idea.
Yeah.
Are
Here's
you-
where that comes from. I saw a bad guy, presumably in Iraq, get hit in the head with a sniper, and I am forever left with the emotional scar of watching him snap from living to dead instantly. And I was like, I bet a guillotine's a really repeatable way to accomplish that. You just become dead right away.
I don't think you do though. That's the thing. Like you go on living for several seconds afterwards. As a head.
Most, right?
Well, there's been some discussion about that. There was this case where there was someone curious about that. I don't remember who, and they asked the person to be executed. They're like, you know, if you're conscious when, you know, I'm gonna pick your head up and everything, give me some blinks or something like that. And I don't remember how it went, but I think they determined that the head could be conscious for like several seconds.
Okay, let's do something similar to a guillotine, but use an anvil, right? That's got to click it off.
Okay, that 100%. That I can imagine being that scientist who's like, and I'm definitely gonna get your head right after they behead you, and then it happens, and you're like, oh shit! Like I'm supposed to be checking. No,
Zach, see if you can find this helmet. This guy built a helmet back in the day. I think he had brain cancer or something, and he wanted to go out with quickly. So he built this metal helmet, and onto it were multiple ports in which went 12-gauge shotgun shells facing inward. He created a helmet that's very similar to how a nuclear weapon works. where you send all that pressure from multiple different angles and to one little spot.
It's literally a way someone dies in like Saw 5, like a bunch of shot. I'm serious, like the shotgun thing. How about you, Scott? How are you going to be killed publicly?
That's the inside of his helmet.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking the anvil thing. They can maybe play some Looney Tunes music after they do it. You know?
Oh yeah, keep it light.
Yeah.
That's all, folks.
If you Google helmet, you have to go to like the next page to get past Google trying to save me. Helpers available, lines, English, Spanish, 24 hours, it goes on and on.
That'd be fun. Searching like helmet on sale. Seriously. You're shopping? You're being stingy with your
Get the refurbished one. I'm not getting the new one.
Oh yeah. Just get half your head blown off and then you're retarded.
No, I think firing squads, there's like 5 different methods we use, and firing squad definitely seems like the best to me because electric chair is terrifying.
Yeah.
Lethal injection, they're going to mess that up. And I know some states hang still.
That's better. Hanging would be better than electric chair. And, you know, if what they say about lethal injection being super painful might be better than that, I don't know.
I think
so. Dude, the guy who's like, if they tried to implement electric chair right now, immediately people would be like, the fuck is wrong with you? But like, it came about in a time where they're like, electricity, a boundless world of energy and possibility. And so then they just snuck that past the goalie where it's like, what's this one do? Instead of shooting them, is it cheaper? No. What's better about it? You get to see the arc off his skin.
Not bloody.
You get to see him not be bloody. Yeah, that would.
I feel like the electric chair and lethal injection are for the audience more than the victim.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Criminals.
There's some blood for a for firing squad. There's blood, but like really, at least the guy's not suffering. You know.
Edison wanted to back in the day. Thomas Edison. There was this thing between DC power and AC power, and I think Edison was a DC proponent. And he was saying AC was way too dangerous. And so to prove it, he executed an elephant with like 6,000 volts of alternating current in the city square. And it was the most gruesome thing you've ever seen. There's black and white video of it, I think. But he was like, you see how dangerous AC is? And I think people were like, AC power, strong enough to kill an elephant. It was like, the wrong way.
You took it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking up worldwide methods of public execution. Where would you rank this in there? Stoning. Mauritania, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Yemen, Iran, Brunei, Afghanistan.
Yeah,
they also do stoning.
I was gonna say there's got to be a popular one.
Have y'all ever seen?
I mean, murderers wrong.
I've seen stoning, and it's.
You need a.
Sometimes they happen. I saw one where everybody here got a fucking contract if the Yankees do it. Like there's this one where these people around guys usually I'm just gonna give him but whenever I watch the video they're like, this guy is like murdered 3 children. It's often like sex crimes, devious. And like when they start going, it's not like a song here and there. Like you without 1, 2, 3, 50 stones, 100 stones, 150 stones. Like they're raining in so fast. Rolling thunder. coup de grace type, like slams on it with the rock. It's rough to watch.
Yeah,
I would not put it that way.
They don't bury him or anything. It's just like, all right, stand right there.
Gotcha there. Head sticking out too.
That's what I've seen.
Ace Ventura.
The one I saw, it's like she's going to adultery, and I don't know if sometimes they're raped, but they're still guilty.
All I wanted was the silver.
27 stones that hit her didn't hit her hard enough. They just really hurt her, and then like her misery was ended.
I've seen that where it's like you're in the middle of stoned to death, and like you're getting bleeding from your kneecap, and like getting your broken and stuff. It's like this is the worst method.
One of the worst.
With justice.
It's one of the worst that's going on today, and a pretty widespread kind of middle wild. Over here.
It's nicer over here. We're getting stoned.
Well, it's the
death by animals. This was more ancient than it is now, but being crushed to death by elephants. I believe that was used in Southeast Asia, India.
They have them step on you? Would they like direct them to crush you?
Yeah.
So they'd lie you down, and then they'd have the elephant step on you.
Yes, and they just crush you. I watched a video like 2 weeks ago of it. It was like some like bully beatdown style account on Twitter, and it was like showing this Indian guy on like a CCTV, like there's this elephant chained up with like 3 of its legs chained way too close together, so it's clearly having a little bit of trouble balancing, and then the other leg is like feeling around trying to balance better, and this guy's just behind him like just he's not trying to get the elephant to move, he's just being a dickhead, just smacking this elephant and poking it and prodding it and bothering it, and clearly not day one of this behavior. And then the elephant breaks out, kicks him, and then like tramples him to death in a way that like it's an elephant, so I should have anticipated this, but you die so easily to an elephant that's mad at you. This guy like got hit and like got hurt a little bit, and so he was bent over in the fetal position on his knees with his like back up, and the elephant was like pushing a little bit on his back, like he's pushing on the back. The guy's head is here, and he was just kind of pushing, getting a feel for where the guy was, and then he just crushed him like a bug. I'm glad there was no audio in the video, because it probably would have been more upset. But just watching him just like literally died like the South Park character. Like,
noise I would make. If you if an elephant crushed me angrily, that's the noise I would make. Yeah! I wouldn't play sports though if I actually had superpowers. I would probably do some sort of global takeover, if I'm being honest. I think that's more fun. You know, I'm imagining if I'm like Superman or like Homelander, like that level of power. I think I should be running this thing, right?
Yeah, but think about
there's
this.
no reason for all these factions anymore.
There's a reason not to.
You can only
friends or family.
That's true, and you can only do that once.
You think you're my friends or family?
Yes. That would be a very bad idea.
You know
like,
what I'm going to do?
Did you guys watch Invincible, like Omni-Man? Are you going to go fuck with the Grayson family? No.
But think about it from a perspective of boredom, Kyle. You're Superman, who is like, my understanding, pretty immortal, like living a long time. You can only conquer the world once, and you're going to live forever. You have every motivation to capitalize on every living experience you can before people really wake up to the fact that, like, because you can conquer the world at any time. You want to do that day one as Superman? Yeah. Why not run the table in the NFL? Why not be successful in a bunch of other stuff?
Because I don't want to conquer the world.
Because you have nothing to fill the time. Then you do the world.
I'm not conquering the world for the sake of conquering it, though. I won't really enjoy the conquering. I'll have to kill probably a couple billion people.
You'll
like
enjoy
that.
it.
I mean, some of it, you know, when I'm in Asia, you know.
You'd make yourself a little fucking outfit. You'd have Hugo Boss do it.
Yes, that.
You would start as Superman and instantly become Homelander.
I would start as
I'm taking the swastika back. It has nothing to do with the other guy.
I think what you're missing is this. So much of your own happiness is derived from your relationships with the people around you. And if you're Homelander, you have so many enemies you don't even know who's the one who killed your mom or your dad or your girlfriend or your wife or whatever. Everybody hates you. And you're like, oh, shit, my wife was just smashed by a car. Could have been 7,000 different people.
Nah, my universe is a little bit different than this because, like, first of all, I'm conquering the world for the good of it. I've got. We're not going to be fighting over things anymore. We're going to
What's
like
policy
advance.
number one? What do you sell to them so that they're more,
I'm not selling.
No tax on tips.
No, but you want to sell to them because you want to be amicable. You want them to amicably accept your conquering.
They're never going to amicably accept my conquering. They never will, and you have to know that going in. Like right away, you got to like lay out.
It would go country by country.
It would.
You show up at some bullshit country and you're like, I'm putting everybody on the same stage. They're going to be like, oh yes, that sounds very good.
I mean, South America, we win in a landslide. All right, they're on board day one. But North America, they're not going to like some of my ideas. Neither is Asia. Neither is all of Europe. But they've got to know. I mean, I'm just gonna destroy a country immediately. Like,
you should
like
make
all
an example of what's the worst country?
The worst on what scale?
Well, you want to pick a really bad country
I kind of want to get
that
North
doesn't
Korea.
have too many people, because otherwise they're just going to be like, what, this guy killed all of fucking a country with 200 million people in it? That's going to make it harder to accept.
I think North Korea is a perfect little testing ground for like my new version of democracy, where like nobody likes them, and it'll send a message to China, because I don't want to kill 1.2 billion Chinese or whatever it is. I'd like to keep them around.
Yeah,
but I will if I have to. But basically, I'm going to get everybody under one power structure, one world government. And there'll be
you are the government.
No. There'll be a meritocracy in order. I bet. I'm the emperor, but I'm going to want the best and brightest. I'm going to have an economic summit where like people bring their ideas to me. Noted.
Can I be on the team?
Of course you're on the fucking team, bro. But I invent a position where you don't have anything to really do except you're pussy and
I took the job.
Yes, that's. I would go to my good God friend Kyle, and I'd be like, Kyle, I want to be part of the mix, but what I don't want is accountability in any way, shape, or form.
Or responsibility. No accountability, no responsibility. I make you pussy inspector of Norway. You're good.
Oh, I don't know if there's a better job.
I got a tab on my computer. Pussy inspector.
Someone from
I think Kyle is onto something.
One of the fat countries is like, you're the head pussy inspector, inspect me, and I'm like, that's not my expertise. I deal with Norwegians specifically. The occasional Swede, but even that I'm not stuck.
Sometimes a half Norwegian, but what you're describing is actually what Homelander tried to do in the Boys comics. In the end of the comics, he tries to take over America and then the world. And in an otherwise pretty stupid comic book, there's a point where somebody asked Homelander, how are you planning to rule? How are you going to manage all of this economy and all this kind of stuff? And he's like, no, you don't understand. I don't want to be an emperor that has a job to do and a bunch of paperwork and bullshit. I want to live like an emperor in opulence and luxury and do what I want. And I will have other people do that work for me, which is why he didn't just kill people. He had the idea that we still need workers or his life is shit. Because even if you're Superman, if everybody on the planet is dead, you can't manufacture any of these nice goods.
Evil here. Like my methods would be evil, morally probably, but the outcome I think would be better. I think if you got the entire, like I think of things like the Cold War, where you had, those two factions warring against one another and keeping secrets on so many like similar research topics, like where if those scientists were all in the same room working together to solve those problems, like I got the other half of your work, and you got the other half of his work, and holy shit, you could advance so much faster, and that would be my goal. Just feed all the people, and I want to go to space. I would be big into like
you could just go.
You just go. You could tell.
No. Be the space program. You could grab the satellites and haul them up there, so we wouldn't have to burn all that fossil sauce jet fuel.
That's going to be a big part of it. Using my strength to imbue, some of these machineries with some superpowers. Perhaps, I don't know. If I've got ray vision, maybe we can harness that. But what I want them to exactly duplicate the Star Trek Enterprise, the 1701D, the D. No. I want the Enterprise spaceship that Captain Picard flies. I want one of those. And so whatever I've got to do to get them to make me one of those, while Patrick Stewart is still alive, I would make it happen.
Good
'Cause
luck with that.
I'd
Dude's
make him put
expiration
that-
date is like 2025.
I'd have a whole
I
team
know,
keeping him alive, Woody. Don't worry. They're going to keep him going.
I know
Nah.
Scientists in the world.
Biden's
I'd
gonna
vote
outlive
for
that
you.
dude.
Actually, you should allow voting in your world and just have it be like just a for fun thing. People
I
can
feel like, no, when you go to the polls tomorrow, you going, hell yeah, I am. Rocky Road's going to win this year. That's what y'all are voting for, I promise.
You're
Ice
voting
cream
for the
flavor?
national ice cream flavor. I like that.
No. We get Ice Cream Tuesdays under my reign globally. Okay? Lactose intolerant, I kill them all. There are no more. Don't worry about it.
I'm fine
Everybody's
with
eating
that.
ice
That
cream.
is
As a
actually
person
That's how we
with an
suss them
Asian
out.
wife, I'm
That's how we
pretty,
suss them out.
comfortable
That's
with this
pretty. That's
conversation.
pretty racist. Seems like you're gonna be, you know who's the most lactose tolerant people on earth are whites.
I put a team of people working on curing lactose intolerance because I'm a big ice cream fan.
Damn, doesn't that rule
How
that our
about you just give
ancestors
all the
figured out
Asian people a
like
lactate?
cheese earlier, and now we get to eat cheese with no problems?
It's
Big
almost like
shout
we're
out to
born
my European ancestors for eating cheese for so many thousands of years that now I can enjoy this tasty treat. Thank you. That would suck. I feel like Japanese, and I'm like, hey,
Aries are
Hirohito, try this. It's called Gouda, and you're gonna love it. He's like, oh, I cannot try this. It ruined digestive tract.
You can take
Wow.
it with a
Someone
little,
should
with
have
a little
ancestors
pill.
with a little more gumption. Huh.
There's like a little pill, like even smaller than a Tums. You take it with your first bite of lactose, and you're good. It's
Really?
Like obviously, wife's Asian, all in-laws are Asian. It's called Lactaid. You can buy like the Lactaid brand of milk you might have seen in stores. The other brand is a little pill. So like,
Yeah, no,
my
girl-
lactose intolerant in-laws go to like an ice cream place and they want to eat it. The dad will like pull out this little like 6-pack, and they all just take this tiny little like super small little pill with the first bite of ice cream. We're golden. No problem.
Really? Okay,
I
well then
a
you spread
lactose-free
that
milk.
pill around the entire world, and then everyone can enjoy cheese like you're.
All right, Ice Cream Tuesdays are back on. We don't need
Yeah,
to
we're
exterminate
good.
the Chinese now. So
I like that. And you can
I
have
mean,
like
this
should
is
be
why
on
we
your
carve these
council.
things out instead of sending me flying over
Yes.
to Asia.
This is
Can
why
I be on
I-
your super council? I feel like I've got useful ideas here. I stopped a genocide. already.
Only if we put you in like a chair. Or
You can be a
something.
chief
Like-
horizontal advocate.
Do I have to?
I
Do
want
I
you
have
to
to
be in
shave
like
my
a-
head and be the backup Patrick Stewart, Professor X, in a little chair that poots around? Even if I can walk, I'm not allowed to.
Patrick Stewart's only allowed.
Back in
to
that chair,
be-
you bitch.
I would force Patrick Stewart to stay in character as Jean-Luc Picard 24/7 and hang around with me. So that position is open. We do need a Professor Xavier, and I would love to see you in a hovering golden, weirdly shaped chair, like or the Captain Pike chair. That's what I want to see you in. The Captain Pike chair from the original series. Zach, show me Captain Pike from original Star Trek. Okay, his face is all melted. He's like,
Woody.
All right, so first,
It's his enthusiasm. He's like, whoa, hold on, Captain Pike chair, right? I have a better idea for this fake universe.
yes, this is it. Oh,
Dude,
so
inventing
the
fake
Captain Pike
universe
chair.
is one of the most fun things
Let me
I
just
have.
let me describe Captain Pike and imagine him. Oh man, I was gonna do that face. I was gonna do that face and then describe the chair. But yeah, this is Captain.
We're gonna put Drifter in that thing and make him all
By the way,
dead
Woody,
faced?
this is what happens to the Captain of Strange New Worlds. This is his eventuality. This is what happens to him.
I saw a different ending in the movies. He gets smashed through a window or something.
Huh.
Right?
This is worse than
Yeah,
Butthole
so
Face.
we're watching Strange New Worlds. That was the Kelvin universe. So in the main universe that the Strange New Worlds and every other piece of Star Trek is in,
Hey,
this
take
is
this
Captain
down.
Pike. He gets all melted. You like which is worse, him or Butthole Face?
They're,
You got a
they're like
no.
neck
You got
and
a 6-hour flight. Coach, you're right next to one of them.
neck. That guy, 1,000,000%.
Yes.
1,000,000%. You know what else? That guy's mute. He can only speak with like beats and
Okay,
shit. from
that's
that
a
chair.
nice benefit
Didn't
right
know
there.
I have questions about Butthole Face's breath.
Terrible.
And
Open mouth, so it's always getting like dry mouth in there. He's got
he's
that
always
gaping-
drooling. I don't think he
But it's
brushes.
not-
I think it's just
it's
like
not fart
Listerine
smelling.
and Gray.
You think he's got? You think he's got halitosis with all that
Big
dry
time.
mouth building
Big
up?
time.
I bet his breath is.
His diet,
Yeah.
dude. You see what he eats. His dad makes him this shake, and he grabs a fistful of stew beef, like chopped up raw beef, and throws it in with like other like shake stuff, and it turns pink, and that's his like dinner.
I want to go back to your World Concrete plan, Kyle, because I'm fascinated
Yeah.
by it. Number one, I think North Korea might be the best country to make an example of, because then, and you don't even have to go scorched earth crazy. You just have to like be definitive enough with it that everyone's like, this guy's not playing. If he does this to North Korea, he'll do it to us too.
I would destroy their military.
That's so
in its
close to
entirety.
China. China's going to get in line. Russia, they're going to get in line. The U.S., they're going to be scared. The U.S. is probably actually the country that you would have to worry about the most because we have this earned arrogance militaristically.
Yeah,
and so
well,
they would come for you, and you would actually have to like shut down some U.S. military stuff. They'd be flying F-15s at you, and you'd have to like grab them.
No, see, I imagine myself
literally like Omni-Man.
Yeah, that's what you have to do if you start. Because think about it, the U.S. isn't. We're the most powerful country that's ever existed. We're not going to give up our power to some superhero man. And so you have to hope you can cause a big kerfuffle with North Korea, and then when the U.S. fights back against it, the rest of the world's going to be like, "Yo, you got to get in line. Look what he did to the." Koreans.
I think in phase one, I don't think I reveal my full plans or whatever. I just take out North. I think what I want to do is go to the president, like personally, and have a conversation with him. Like just fly to the Oval Office. I'm sure it'll make a stink. Or like, you know, if you every now and then you know where the president is if you're watching CNN. Like just go there, right? Just fly there. Just pop in on him and have a little talk.
What are they going to do? They can't stop you.
They can't. You're bulletproof. You do whatever you want.
And I'm sure he'd say, yeah, just let him talk. Like, what's your alternative? And like, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm not going to kill you right now if I wanted to. I'll kill all of you. I kill all of you right now if I wanted to.
I'm going to be I'm going to be your communication advisor. Don't lead with that.
Okay, pussy inspector, you just got downgraded to butthole administrator of Puerto Rico.
Can I be butthole administrator of Norway still?
Big difference there.
One more strike, Taylor, and you're in the fucking, what was that fat country? You're Naruo.
Kyle, you might like this idea.
You can be fondling
I'm on your
balls in
council.
Tijuana next time.
There's another like evil Superman thing, a little bit older one called Irredeemable. It's actually going to be a Netflix show very soon. He conquers the world. The United Nations isn't really like capitulating to his demands. So he goes to the island of Singapore, which is about 4 million people, and takes the island and fucking throws the entire island into space, like breaks it off of the bottom of the ocean, annihilates everything. The map has changed. 10 minutes later at the United Nations, it's like, okay, so what's the new peace plan with our new leader? What should we be doing, sir? Like,
dude, they need to throw one of the bad countries into space. If you're going to do that, what's Singapore doing to anyone?
First of all,
being well behaved.
First of all, I think if you're charismatic enough, and if you wear a cool suit, and if you genuinely lay out a smart plan for your global takeover, that people can be like, I don't want to be taken over at all. But that doesn't look, that one thing he said, I love that. And the thing about the pollution, he's like Captain Planet, except he murders. Like I'm kind of on board with this. That would be I would talk about cleaning the planet up, ending the fossil fuels. I'd win a lot of the lefties that
You're
way.
going to lose India. They're going to be like, no, we don't want to clean.
This man is coming for your...
No. You're that's my second
the
stop after
fine.
North Korea, all right? And they've already agreed. They're worshiping me out there, and I'm just...
Dude, you take care of India, you got Pakistan and that whole region being like, all right, this guy knows what's up. Like, they would... Or the inverse, you do the Pakistan.
I think in phase one, you kind of keep the U.S. in your back pocket, like we're gonna co-run the planet, me and the U.S. You guys are a good. Hey, I could work out of the White House. Give me the office next to yours, Mr. President.
You know what you should do?
No. You send it to the president and you tell him, sir, that's my chair.
What you would actually...
Chair? See, that's how you get a war.
You'd have an internal council, and so this is the power thing. You would have your cool fortress of not solitude, because you don't want to be a lonely weirdo. A fortress, and so Putin and the president of the U.S. and Xi Jinping and all those guys, they have to come to you, and then you convene with some sort of world council to the Pussy Palace.
Could it be a boat?
And then as the meeting is going, as the meeting is going, Kyle, I will parade out for you the finest Norwegian pussies that have ever been seen.
Dude, you're the butthole inspector.
That's for
you got to get out the best.
No, I haven't been punished in this version. I'm the most astute. Like every day, my job is to text Kyle 3 pictures of pristine Norwegian pussies, and then he'll respond and be like, "Tight," and I'm like, "I know." And then
what did Eminem say? If your pussy's not an innie, then I'm outie. Like you got to be out. That's your job. You're my chief pussy inspector, or at least in the Baltic, not the Baltic region, the Nordic region. That would be better.
Got a promotion. He takes care of all of the Nordic states.
That's my job. Yeah. Someone from some fucking bullshit southern
At
country
what point?
shows up, I'm like, nah, not my job.
At what point do I come in and I make it and outlaw religion though? I think that's at least phase 3 because they're gonna be mad about that in some regions. I'm taking the religion too.
What if you make a religion but you declare yourself God?
I don't like that. I want us to. I'm moving toward. I don't know if you
It's
noticed,
easier to
but
believe in you than a God that never did anything.
If you
that's what
declare
that's what I'm saying.
It comes off as made up if you declare yourself God. It almost makes
I
you
would
appear
say,
weaker.
first of all, no, I'd have a great speech for that. I'd get some writers, of course, but something along the lines of like, I am a god, but I don't want to be worshipped. I want to rise you up so that we will all be gods like you. We have to work together to evolve the human race. Like, I'd have a little spiel like that. And what I'm really doing, I want Star Trek to be real. I want Star Trek to be like, and
God, what a gay goal.
That's a cool.
You don't know enough about Star Trek. No, it's
I'm on board. He's right.
It's a utopia.
Trek universe
It's communism that works.
Yes.
Yes, it is a fantasy.
It's
Yes.
a meritocracy where everybody's working hard to better themselves and make the most
Communist
of themselves.
meritocracy that works. Yes, it's real, and you'll get there. Yeah.
It is real when all of a sudden there's no resource scarcity and they've eliminated that.
Yes, something that can happen.
I'm a superhero. I will eliminate resource scarcity.
How do you summon elements? How do you summon
asteroids? I will go to the asteroid belt. I will farm it myself. Bring back that material here.
Okay, cool.
I would just make less people.
When I assemble my skull,
Kyle, give me some diamonds and Rocky Road. I'll be here.
So,
meanwhile, I'm servicing the most precious of things.
As Professor Xavier,
Norwegian.
Professor Xavier here has to think ahead and make sure you're not screwing up. If you're making the Star Trek universe, what if your universe gets so advanced they can build a weapon that actually hurts you?
Oh, I'll put the kibosh on that.
Shut that right down.
No, those phasers are set to stun. All right, you just calm down over there. Oh, you made real photon torpedoes. No, I didn't mean that real. Let's just work on the engines for now.
Dude, you need to be careful because eventually Germany's going to get sick of it. They're going to go Nazi mode again, and then they're going to invent some stasis ray where you're stuck.
Taylor, I'm giving my opening speech. I'll be giving my opening global speech from the steps of the Reichstag. Okay, Germany is coming back in a big way. I promise you. Where do you think I rule from? Where do you think my seat power is? But Berlin.
All right, you're pretty cool.
I'm going to Russia.
Really,
to get that Hitler skull, and we're gonna do a little
Berlin
research.
is not the coolest city. You should lead from fucking, I don't know, something bullshit that would
Honestly,
upset the rest of the world. Memphis.
I'd probably go to like South Korea or Tokyo, one of those like cyberpunk looking cities with all the neon skyscrapers and shit. But I don't know if you reach down to the poor nations and try to pull them up, or if I just go over and get rid of them. Which is better?
I think we both know the answer. You just got.
How do you feel about green belts then? Areas of the planet where humans are not allowed to live, like around the equator. It's just all rainforest. Nobody really lives there. It's just there to make oxygen and balance the environment.
I think algae's a lot better at making oxygen. Trees will fucking suck for that. No, I don't like that. I'm gonna take out the Amazon the first day too. That's like after North Korea. Look, you put me in charge of the world. Give me my Homelander skills, and I promise you.
I don't think Homelander can do it, by the way. I don't think he's powerful enough.
No,
here's why I
what
say
he can
that.
do against Earth weapons.
But I've seen him suffer from horrible pain in a burning room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Superman can survive the power of the sun directly, right? Homelander can barely take flames from the walls.
But they don't.
Maeve stabbed him in the ear with a piece of metal, and he started bleeding. It wasn't even that big a piece of metal.
That's a good point. That you stab him in the ear, make him bleed. That's kind of fucked up. I think he's strong enough to get the job done because he can be surgical. I don't think he needs to do war with the war machines and the missiles and the planes and everything. I think he just kind of do a surgical strike and take out the presidents and the leadership and force them to do what he wants, maybe. Because if he's not going to show up on the battlefield and be like, all right, what's your biggest weapon? Which one's first? He's not going to do that Omni-Man thing, which Omni-Man was hit me with whatever you got.
He doesn't really? Omni-Man is like Superman. He's a bad motherfucker. He doesn't even need to block most of the time.
I was a wet bandit. So I'd wait till we were about to pay the check, and I'd be like, I'm going to go to the bathroom before we leave. And I'm like 9. I'm going to go to the bathroom before we leave. And so my family would be paying the check. about to walk out the door, you know, and I would be stuffing the sinks in the bathroom full of paper towels and turning them all on full blast and then walking out of there.
This isn't the place for you, traveler.
Because I wanted to be the wet bandits from Home Alone.
Why?
I thought Joe Pesci was cool.
He was cool. And what you did was
Fire once burned here.
Even in that movie,
It
Joe Pesci was
consumed
like,
an entire village.
why do you do
Now
that?
rest
Did you
the
indulge in
spirits
the,
haunted
did you indulge in the sticky bandits?
with
Tape on the
ghostly
hand?
wails
No, that
at
wouldn't
night.
catch on as much. It was messy too. Although,
You
like, I did
dare come
that
to
thing.
this
I remember it was
place.
the biggest, stupidest thing when I was in the
I don't
fourth
believe in
grade.
any
It
of
was this
that.
big parent-teacher conference.
Then
I was in
perhaps
trouble. And like, oh my God, what has he
You're
done?
the
When did he come
chance
in?
I've been waiting
I had taken
for.
Elmer's glue and put it on my hands and rubbed
Traveler,
them together to make glue
Would
gloves.
you help me
We had to
perform
have
the
a
ceremony
whole
to guide all
We
the
had to have a
little
trapped
kid did that.
souls here?
I genuinely had a teacher that was out to like get me or something. I think I disrupted class with or something, and she was trying to like frame me for being like needed to be in a special ed class
Thank
or something.
you.
She's like, he's just so disruptive.
Would
I
you
can't control him.
please take
Like,
these
I
ritual
remember,
items
yeah, they
and
were trying to frame
perform
you
3
too.
ceremonies in my stead?
Same thing. I remember one day like in the
They've
boys'
been
bathroom,
waiting for
it's
this
all over the
ritual
toilets and everything. So I flushed
for
it with
a
my
long
foot,
time.
and somebody ratted me out for like flushing a toilet with my foot, and it was a parent-teacher conference. And I remember my dad always had my back. He was like, "Have you been in that boys' room? I've stopped by before I came in here. There's piss everywhere. You know what I did? Flushed the toilet with my foot." And I was like, "Oh, yes."
Thank you, Dad, for
10-year-old me needed that so bad because
And I was the kid who was pissing all over the toilet in the stall because I had that. I've said it before on the show, but I had my, like one of my first days of kindergarten, I had that thought standing in a stall, pissing, and just out of nowhere, just thought big boys do what they want, and I pissed all over the toilet, the walls of the stall.
You were hot off stealing like 3 lunches.
I was.
I can do what I want.
I was. First of all, didn't steal. I was giving them. I ate. Didn't steal lunches. Didn't have to. You don't have to steal lunches when you. You don't have to steal lunches when you eat 3. When your friend Tim is on a high dose of Adderall, his parents shouldn't have put him on that. They surely shouldn't. But he couldn't eat, and he'd get in trouble if he couldn't. So I would eat it. And so yeah, I just remember like the freeing feeling there, because I really had a feeling that like at 5 years old, like I'm a big boy now. Like I go to fucking school. I'm learning to read. I can pee wherever the hell I want.
I think that was the age I was peeing in the corner of my living room for no reason.
Damn, that's pretty intense.
Old enough to be like, what the fuck am I doing? And then my mom catching me be like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, shit. And
Holy shit. In my house, that would have been a Padlet.
What did you say? You pee in the corner of the living room?
It was just some spot. I think next to the TV on the carpet, I just take a piss.
It's the same spot, just like
it
a
was more than once, and until I got caught, and then that was when my mom. She wasn't even like mad. I think she was more just. It had to be around Taylor standing on a toilet age. I think it was like
5, 6 probably.
Yeah, I think 5 or 6. Like I was old enough to know like this.
I was housebroken.
This isn't okay. Well, so was I. I could go to the bathroom. I could piss in a toilet.
That.
You say that.
I can imagine his dad being like, "Oh, he says that, does he? Well,
Yeah.
the carpet cleaner rental says otherwise, bucko."
I just remember it completely wrong. I was just pissing my pants on accident.
You're just squatting there, wetting.
Like-
Remembering
like
it
that
as like
moment.
dominance.
You remember that moment in The Waterboy when Bobby Boucher, Adam Sandler brings home Vicky Valancourt, his girlfriend, to meet Mama, and he's talking about like, "I'm a man now, Mama. I can do what I want." And she's like, "Oh, are you? That's a sheet over there. Why don't you tell her about your little bedtime troubles?" And his sheet is like has huge yellow fish stains on it. Oh, please, Mama. Oh, it's so
Now,
good.
I've talked to my mom about this recently, and she was like, yeah, that is exactly how it happened. You were old enough to know better. Because then she brought up her coworker whose son has a problem with peeing in a drawer in the bathroom. And she's like, yeah, it's a big problem. And it made me think about you peeing in the living room. And I was
I've
like,
heard of people pissing in drawers, and I thought it was a meme. Because there's that great meme on the internet. It's a picture that looks like it was taken in 2002, and it's
Is it that kid?
They're opening a drawer that's full of urine. Like there's 3 inches of standing urine in a clearly open drawer, and the mother has just discovered it, and the child is clearly crying and squalling, and like because he's been found out to be a drawer pisser, and it's immortalized. I don't understand that. Like, do we know why people pee in drawers?
It's more common than you think. It's like the high school dream. It happens to everyone.
Really? I've never pissed in the drawer. I promise you.
Is it this one, Kyle? The kid in the Batman suit? Just sitting next to a drawer.
That is exactly it. That is exactly it. Look at it. Zach stepped away, but when he gets back, he'll show that picture. That's exactly it. Look how blurry that motherfucker is. It's been downloaded and shared 1 billion times.
That kid a Gatorade. God,
yeah, that kid needs to hydrate.
Like?
That shit is dark.
It wasn't that dark before it, like...
Oh, yeah, probably.
You might have evaporated.
Evaporated over time. He's so embarrassed.
It distilled.
Is that what Batman does? Batman doesn't pee in drawers.
Just dress like Batman pissing in a drawer.
Put on the Riddler costume, you sick fuck. Yeah, wear it.
Being a kid is so funny. Just the stupid shit you do all the time.
Why would he do that? The only, like, I didn't pee myself growing up at all. Like, I have no memory. Even I can remember being 4, but I don't remember ever peeing the bed, other than when I was like 29. I think I had a dream where I was in the dream I had to pee, and so I'm like, oh, I'll go to the bathroom, and I go to the bathroom in the dream and like piss in a toilet, and it makes me piss my fucking bed in real life.
Yes.
And I wake up and I'm just like, I pissed myself. I'm like, I'm gonna own this one so hard. Everyone in the house needs to know I pissed myself.
Just flip the mattress over.
Everyone's been stricken by that. You think you're peeing in a toilet, but you're like on level 10 sleep apparently.
Yeah, it's not incontinence. I did it on purpose.
And
but like
it
funny
wasn't.
pee.
Funny pee? Oh, I was gonna say that wasn't very funny at the time.
No.
Oh no, I mean, other than like my brother breaking out of my duplex and going into my landlord's duplex to use his bathroom when we were drunk one night, and he didn't go to the bathroom first. He went to the my landlord is a family friend, so we knew him well. But he went to his bedroom and he just turned on the light and was just like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And other than that, though, not much else.
I have a friend, this is years ago now, probably when we were both in our mid-20s, and he had a habit where he would get drunk and then like consistently go stand up in the middle of the night and go to his closet and open the closet door and just pee into the closet. And I remember it was his girlfriend, now his wife, his girlfriend would like be on guard sometimes and wake up to like the sound of like droplets. She'd be like, hey, you're asleep. And then he wouldn't snap back to.
You can't wake up a sleep pisser, he'll shit himself.
That's the risk, yeah.
Put like rubber bands in the closet door.
I remember when she told me that, and I was like, oh man, that's crazy. That's kind of like when you dream you're peeing and then you end up pissing all over yourself in bed. And she was like, no, this has happened like 8 or 9 times. Like, I can't keep stuff in the floor of that closet anymore because it's going to get piss soaked.
That's so awful. I would be so embarrassed by that. I would put like a litter box essentially in my closet.
You have to.
Yeah, my fucking alright, so we had a thunderstorm the other day, and Murphy peed under the bed. He peed under the bed on a rug that's under there, and it smelled so bad, and I couldn't find it. It reminded me of the time there was a spider in my bed, and so I start eliminating things that are in the room until I find the spider, because I can't go to sleep now until the room is naked. The room was naked, and I had steamed the curtains and the walls.
Did you have a reason to believe the spider was extra troublesome?
I was in bed, and it with no shirt on, and it crawled across my chest, and I flicked it so I didn't get a great look at it, but it was big, and I had to find him. I couldn't go back to sleep with him.
I was befriended him.
I was on the verge of getting a hotel. I was on the verge of getting a hotel room that night. I had pulled my entire bed apart, and it was on the other side of the room, you can imagine, you know, like each layer of covers and blankets and pillowcases had been stripped carefully, inspected carefully to make sure it wasn't in this fold, and then placed in a safe pile across the room. And then I poisoned everything with spray. I was gassing everything.
Stuff that you sleep on?
Yes, under everything, on like in the crevices, because I can't find him. And I swear to God, I was putting my shit on to go to get a hotel room, and he came crawling out from under this chest of drawers, like
coughing.
He looks like if you've ever seen RoboCop, when the guy like crashes into all the toxic waste and his skin smells, his eyeballs popping out. Like he came out like that, and I was like, "Yeah, hey there, buddy." Ground him into nothingness, and then I went back to fucking sleep.
That's not how I work at all. I have broken Jackie's spider will at this point, right? She used to be like, Woody, there's a spider. Me being the guy who's supposed to kill bugs around the house. And I'm like, that's Henry. We're friends. That's my pet spider. And
cool.
I'm just telling her I'm not going to kill a spider. I was like, have you noticed the cockroaches? Have you noticed the stink bugs? No? Well, thank a Henry. And he's the guy preventing these things, or this house, from having these problems. Now, if she sees a spider, specifically a wolf spider, she knows it's worthless. Don't ask Woody. I'm not saving it, and I'm not killing it, and I don't want it killed. She's
smart.
on my team now.
A wolf spider has got to be really big for me to step in and intervene.
Like, I don't have a problem with spiders because I know that they take care of the other stuff. So I've never really given a shit. And one time I was with my ex, and one got on her, and she flicked it off. And I knew we weren't going to find it, and she was just going to freak out the rest of the night. So I went to my dresser, and I'm like, oh, here it is. I'll take care of it. And anyway, I didn't have anything in my fucking hand. I just saw, I'm like, this thing is still in here, but threat averted.
More devious.
That night,
it's very smart.
Yeah,
and that night, and that's why she's my ex.
Turns out,
God rest his soul.
Turns out, not a Henry. Not a Henry at all. It was a bad one.
They don't call them Black Widows for nothing, I'll tell you.
If I see, I mean, Black Widows are very obvious. Like, you can't see that and then not know what it is. I'm gonna kill that. But really everything else, like a little house spider, brown recluse, but like you're really not even seeing brown recluse that often. Brown recluse are very nondescript.
Mice are the ones that I can't handle. If there's a mouse, I can't handle that.
I don't want a mouse in my house.
That almost got me to like Kyle going to a hotel, because I heard it. I think it fell into my hamper one night in high school, and I kept hearing it squeal, and I just went to my friend's house because I'm like, I cannot.
You are Grinched up, and I'm jolly maxing, and it makes you furious. and you hate it, and you absolutely hate it.
You're literally turning into Santa Claus. You're talking about cookies and milk over there. And you're like, yeah, order milk a day.
Did you guys do any like heavy overeating?
Anyone just feasting? Normal overeating. I had
potato. But you mentioned the rhino pills. Have you ever done a video where you maybe got one of those over-the-counter rhino pills analyzed and broke down what's actually in there?
Yeah, I've never done it, but I've seen lawsuits even on.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
In all seriousness, I loved the book.
Thanks, man.
It gave me some peace for those 2 or 3 days I was reading it.
Cool.
And it's on the shelf in the other room. I'll have it forever.
Thoughts of rape were far from his mind.
Yes, it took me. Those books were all about escapism, and I appreciated it.
So I often daydream about how I'd get by in prison. Not well, by the way. Was reading books a way for you to not get yourself in trouble, to self-isolate? Because that might be something that works.
It was a big part of it. I felt like if I was sitting in my bunk with a book,
who could hate that?
What's that?
Who could hate that, right? Like,
who could hate that? Because like you might have this idea, like maybe not, that like somebody's gonna be like, look at the bookworm, but it's not high school. We're all locked the fuck down. All right. So like the toughest cholo, the meanest gangbanger, like you can I literally, like, my best buddy was like a Texas cholo, fucking meth dealing, murdering 45-year-old man. And we were working out one day, and I told him, he's like, yo, what you been reading in your bunk? Look, that's a thick book. And I'm like, that's Harry Potter, man. Yeah, is it good? I was like, it's pretty good. You know, this kid, he grows up and he's a wizard, but he doesn't know it. And he finds out and he gets to go into this magical world of witchcraft and wizardry. And he finds out that he's pretty important to the whole world. Oh, that sounds tight. You mind if I start on book 1? You on like 3. Yeah, man.
I can't believe I never heard of this book before.
He hasn't, because he's been locked up for 20 fucking years. He doesn't know about Harry Potter. So,
he doesn't know about Harry Potter.
So literally, I'm loaning this scary motherfucker Harry Potter, and I see him over there reading Harry Potter book 1, a page an hour or something like that.
Oh, God.
And he's like, it's a little hard to read, you know. And I'm thinking like, I read that shit when I was 10 or something, man. But I don't say that. I'm like, yeah, it's a lot of words in there, you know, and pages.
Very dense and complicated Harry Potter.
So the Muggles are like the Latin kings.
You should have done the machine thing and reused everybody's jokes.
Jews, right?
And reused everybody's jokes.
Jews, right? They don't want nobody to get the money.
Man, I'm wondering if reading this goblin stuff. This is far be it from me to accuse someone of bigotry, but this lady, she's a little anti-Semitic. Why come the only ones who are goblins are like the banker? You know, I'm just saying.
So yeah, no, it was definitely a way to self-isolate and like really be to myself, because I felt like maybe if I've got a book in front of me, maybe I just won't get approached for anything, including rape, you know, or like
someone with both hands around a book has no hands left for prison gay sex.
I don't know. It was just like I'm here doing my own thing. Leave me alone. And but yeah, it was a little bit of
the thought of
escapism.
prisoners thinking that you're really smart because you're reading Harry Potter and Stephen King up there and calling you the professor. Man, that's a professor. You got a problem in here? You ask him, man. He's got it all figured out.
Was any of it this? And this is a bigger Woody issue than Kyle issue. I feel like every minute I talk to these guys is a minute that I am risking saying the wrong thing, right? And if I just read, then I don't fuck anything up. Maybe not your thoughts.
No, I feel like I'm good at that for whatever reason. Like I can read the room pretty well, and like I let them do a lot of the talking to like see what level of like, are we going to talk about criminal shit? Are you a racist? And if so, which races do you hate? You know, I need to know that going in.
Me too.
Mirror it.
Yeah. And then you mirror it. Yeah. Like it or not.
Like at the doctor's office, they give you a clipboard and the pen and pencil. And you got to fill it out and hand it in so they know.
I have a newfound disgust for Venezuelans.
Yeah, for real. Like Cubans, no good. We don't like the Cubans. Like you find out right away. Snow did not like Cubans. Snow did not like black people. But he would. Oh God, we would be walking. There's a big like track. Like
Snow's
you have
a
it
tough guy.
And Snow's so tough. So and like he would do chin ups with like medicine balls in a bag that he clipped onto his waist, just fucking cranking them out. Like every quarter mile we'd walk or jog, he'd crank a bunch more out. Anyway, and he was just like, you know, the blacks, they got a word. They don't like you to call them that. And I'm like,
oh,
yeah, no, man. I think everyone knows, you know, the word. It's and I see him winding up to drop an N-bomb, you know, like he's winding up to drop a big fat one, and I'm looking around like there's so many big black guys around us, and he drops it hard, and I'm just like, yeah, I've heard that word before. Yeah, I'm aware they don't like that. Yeah, it's and then he just goes, bigger, you know, bigger. They don't like that when you say it to them. When you like, hey, bigger, and they hate it. And I'm just like, stop. Please stop.
Oh my God, horrifying.
I'm not down. like he's always ready to fight or do whatever needs to be done. Like I just want to do my 60 days. I just want to escape.
Yeah. Doesn't it become like it's just your life at that point? Like you have these preconceived notions of what it would be like to be locked up like that. And you've seen movies and people have talked about it that hadn't experienced it. But then when you're actually you in there and they're shutting the door on you and whatnot, doesn't it I'm not going to say it's easier, but it's you, and you're just in another situation that you have to get through. It's not a special anything different magically. It's just still a bad situation that you need to get through.
Yeah, to me, it was about setting a schedule and finding a few things that were like creature comforts that would like that would kill X amount of hours every 24 hours. It was like having the day planned out in segments that would eat that day up.
That's why when they talk about the death penalty versus life in prison, and they say, well, at least they'll be suffering in prison. It's like, I understand there's no freedom and everything, but people are very adaptable. It just becomes your new life. Like, that's now what you do.
Yeah. I think I'd rather die.
You're not 24 hours a day going, oh my God, I'm suffering in prison. Like, you'll laugh, you'll talk to people, you'll have a good time, even though your freedoms have been taken away. But I don't think it's as bad as the death penalty. Or
that's how I felt about working in an office. Like,
yeah, exactly. There are some jobs that are that bad.
Yeah, where I was, definitely I would prefer that over the death penalty because it's low security. You know, there was a medium security prison like on the same facility, like we called it up the hill because you could like see it. It's up on the hill, and it's where I went initially to like get like stripped down and put in my prison jumpsuit and all that jazz, do my paperwork, and they would have stabbings and killings and like legit gang activity going on up there, and they would threaten you with that. They're like, you fuck up here, you go up there. And I saw 2 or 3 guys fuck up at the low and get sent up there. And it's like, he ain't gonna make it.
Is there also like is there a prestige in being able to make it? I used to play B-League hockey, right? And some of those guys would do well in A-League hockey. And it was like, yeah he's playing with us, but only because he prefers Sundays to Tuesdays.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple different classes. So there's a couple different like experience levels. Like we're all like RPG characters in this little low security prison. Some of us, like me, did a real not so serious thing, and that's why we're there. But some of the guys did 10 or 15 at a high security or a medium security and earned their way down. But they're like that fucking rescue dog that has seen some shit. You could tell, like he'll live in your house and he'll get along with your regular puppy, but he's this far away from fucking ripping a throat out and
does that put him on top of the...
baby shakes the rattle a little too violently, face coming off.
Does that put him like? Do people give that a certain kind of respect? Like don't fuck with. You poke that guy one time and he'll rip your face off.
You could tell who you didn't want to fuck with. Like they were physically bigger. They just had a look about them, and oftentimes they were in positions of power within like the they ran the laundry. Like he's the boss of all the laundry. He writes the schedule. He chooses who gets hired. Don't fuck with that guy. And sure enough, that guy had been down, as they say, for nearly 20 years, and he was not a nice man. You know, he's the one I had the shouting match with over the televisions.
Yeah. By shouting match, television. By shouting match, Kyle means being shouted at.
Yeah. I shouted back. No, I shouted back because I felt like I couldn't be completely punked out. Now I did change the channel back to where he wanted it. I will fully admit that, but I didn't completely bitch out.
Man, you don't change that back to Telemundo, I'm gonna rape you.
That was the thing.
I want you to know I'm doing this under protest.
Yes, but only because I also want to learn spin.
It was like, this is the white people TV, dude. Like shit. Like that's a thing. Like there was ESPN, black people TV, Mexican people TV, white people's TV. We had 4 TVs the way I recall it.
Wow.
And I'm not touching that black people TV. You get some
very
shit.
Simple and straightforward.
Yeah, they should have labels above it.
Yeah.
You don't
just
need
different colored duct tape.
Sitting in front of it. Look at who's sitting in front of it. You'll figure it out real. And what's on it? The black people are watching fucking VH1, a bunch of like black housewives with big asses and titties hanging out, like talking. It's like Basketball Wives and shit like that. And the white guys are watching the fucking History Channel over there, or CNN, and the Mexican guys are watching either Telemundo or fucking it's oftentimes a soap opera, because like Mexican soap operas have so much sex and so much titties.
Look, I'm actually curious, because what would happen? Listen to this lineup. You got a History Channel, or who knows what's on it, and big black basketball wife, whatever.
Yeah.
Can I sit there? Am I allowed?
You can sit, absolutely. You can sit wherever you want. Oftentimes, black guys would slide over with us, and he'd be like, "Hey, what are you watching?" And I'm like, it's this shit about the guy who invented Hershey's chocolate. It's History Channel. It's like the history of like American products. I'm like, this is the motherfucker that invented cornflakes. And he's like, God damn, I love cornflakes. He like tunes his headset in to like learn about, and me and this black guy who's like scary as fuck learned about cornflakes that day.
I might turn that brownie into an Oreo just by sitting there.
Yeah. There's no issue. You can sit wherever you want. I actually, as long as there's room, because there is assigned seating. Not only there's assigned spots, which is where the chair goes, and there are assigned chairs, and they're very different things. Wow. Now, he's not going to take your chair, but he will take your fucking spot that the chair is in. You'll be sitting in your chair in this spot, and he'll be like, "It's my spot." And I'm like, "No, see, this is my chair. It's got my number on it. See, it's the one that has the pentagram on the back." Literally did. It's got the pentagram and 666 underneath it. He's like, "Yeah, but that's my spot. Your chair is in." All right, well, I guess I'll scoot. Like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Wow, that's
the guy was a bank robber.
I'll have you know, I ordered a small amount of marijuana.
What was the actual?
So tread carefully.
What did you say to people when they like asked you what you were in?
I foolishly told them the truth.
And what was the actual thing that?
Oh, go ahead.
You told people.
I should have lied.
Should have been like,
Answer
I'm in here
both
for killing a bunch of people who did whatever you did.
So Anthony asked, what did you actually do? And I asked, why is it better to lie? Can you hit both?
Well, I told him the truth. I told him exactly what I was there for, because I thought maybe they'd be like, "That's bullshit, dude. Don't worry, you'll be out in 30 days. It's cool, this and that. No need for me to rape you. You'll be. I don't even have enough time to teach you how to suck good dick in 60 days."
You thought the prisoners would say, "Oh, you don't belong here. We're gonna be."
A lot. Yeah. Some did. Some were like, "That's bullshit.
Yeah.
I killed a cop." But like some of the what I should have said is like trafficking. I was moving like 10 pounds of methamphetamine.
Trafficking sounds good.
Trafficking.
Yeah.
I was charged with trafficking at one point. I beat the rap on that one. And not that I beat the rap. I didn't do it. I was innocent. So I said. So I told
lawyer fucked me.
Shit, he warned me about this. So I should have said something like that was more impressive and a little more prestigious and suggested that I was a little more hardcore than I actually was. Because what happened was, and I've told the story before, so I won't like dwell on it too much, is like they thought maybe I was part of 60 Days In. Maybe there's some kind of I'm a narc.
God, right.
I'm part of maybe I'm a narc or something. I'm there to like get him. So a lot of the guys wouldn't talk around me about anything. Not that they were up to no good, but like they had knives. And not knives to hurt people, but knives to like cut up food. You're not allowed a real fucking knife to cut up an onion.
Probably do both.
You're not allowed an onion. like the onion itself is contraband, and the knife to cut the onion is also contraband. And it was a while before I learned the hidden places where all the knives were. And there were a lot of knives hidden in like various spots. And I'd be like, "Hey, I really need a knife." Like, "Yo, what kind of knife you need?" Like, he called me Weto, which means Whitey, I think.
White,
in Spanish. Yeah. I should have said I was in for something scarier, because a lot of guys thought I was a narc and didn't like me, and some of the guys I was warned that we lost Anthony, I think maybe.
Hold on.
And then I had one incident where I was in my bunk reading a book, and this guy that I was friendly with, this like 50, 60-year-old black guy who I had told, like, "Hey man, when I get out, you can have my radio and my headset." Just like giving him $120 of prison money, essentially, which is a big deal.
It comes slowly.
Yeah, it comes real slowly. You can only use it's the whole thing. And his radio was busted, and I wasn't gonna be. Who needs a fucking Walkman radio on the outside? You know what I mean? So I was like, "Hey man, when I leave, this is yours." And he was like super appreciative. So he comes to me one day and he's like, "Yo, I want to let you know there's some guys up there talking. They want to get with you."
Oh no!
And I'm just like, "Excuse me?" "Yeah, guy over there, he said he wants to get with you." And I'm like, get with me, you know. And so that was like 2.5 weeks in or something like that when I just started to feel comfortable with the routine and the shower and like the working out, and the sleep schedule was kind of working out. I'm sleeping, you know, a good 12 hours a day. So like half my time is in the bed. I'm out. And then I got all my books, and then there's a rape thread.
I'd like to tell you the sisters never got to cop.
Yeah.
More of an overture. I don't know if I'd call that a rape thread so much.
It was a rape warning. It was a rape warning.
Sounded like he was just coming on
Like
you.
check yes or no on a box.
Right? Yeah. Like I'm getting from this that he was making a pass at you.
Oh. He was letting me know there was somebody else who was wanting to get with me, and there was talk of rape in there. There were some people who had been raped. There were some people who were like willing participants and just, you know, like get it on with some other dudes because we're in here for a long time. There ain't no girls. And I was just like, I don't want to get with anybody, and I'm not going to go down with a fight, but I don't want to fight. I just want to read, see how this all works out with Voldemort, and go home. All right? Like, and he was just like, I'm just letting you know. And I'm just like,
Oh my God.
Fuck! I was so stressed out after that, and you can't tell anybody. Like the last thing I'd want to do in that situation is like get a guard and like, excuse me, Officer Moore, there's a bad man somewhere who wants to. Like, oh God, I'd have gotten raped if I'd done that. That would have been a rape.
That's the worst part of prison. Like, that's the part that prison just seems like, oh, you hang out, you get your meals, you might have to get into a fight every so often, but like, it's the rape part that really makes people not want to go to prison.
Yeah,
I guess
thought you were gonna like build a fence next to your neighbor or something.
No, I don't. Oh, your innocent, naive perspective. No, it's more intense.
No, I don't like messing around with that stuff because you don't want to mess with people. When people get in property disputes with their neighbors, it's like, do you really want this? Like every day of your life, you're gonna have to wake up and deal with the asshole that you may have helped create. Like those are the types of disputes you should try as hard as you can and not have a lawyer come into it. Because once you do, they're done. Like they're not gonna talk to you. You know, your mail is gonna get left in the snow. Like they're gonna just walk by your mailbox like, oops, just tip it out into the snow. Your mailman screwed up. They'll plow their driveway and just leave a big pile in front of yours, and you know you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, you just brought up like the impetus to one of the scarier shootings we've ever seen. You might know.
That was awful.
It was.
I know.
We've all seen the clip here. We watched it on the show. It's so hard to watch, but it essentially, neighbor had been piling their snow up, shoveling their own driveway out into the other guy's like drive, and the offending party and his wife are out there screaming at this guy. Guy goes back in the house, gets a gun, and long story short, he kills them both. He kills them both in the street over that.
And it was
snow.
It was not quick, and it was not like clean and pretty. It was not just like blam blam.
Yeah,
it was rough. That's a hard video to watch, man. I hate watching.
If I recall that video, like after he murdered them, he like went back in his house like he'd just taken trash out. Like not even like I gotta get inside. Like just kind of walking.
He said so. I think he.
Oh, I hope I didn't walk. You know, this more than the commercial.
Like, he kept saying, "You should leave. Should have kept fucking with me. You should have kept fucking with me."
Yeah,
like several times, and it's like, God damn.
Yeah, because she was still alive for a while. Like the woman was still alive for a bit, and he had to go like get a second gun. I think
he went and got a different gun. He started with a handgun. And he went back and got a rifle and finished them both off with a rifle. You see him basically put the rifle to her face by the end.
That's a horrifying video.
Ghoulish. Yeah.
Like I can watch a lot of bullshit, but it's like when
double
you
your
see
snow.
Yeah, that was a.
Double your snow, people. That's the lesson here. Double your snow, asshole.
What was the fight about? Why did he shoot him?
They had TP'd his house.
They shoveled their driveway snow into his.
Into his driveway, yeah.
Probably,
Which is
it was probably
rude.
more than that. They probably had a
It's
few
very
altercations.
rude. You can't be doing stuff like that. But also in that video, I didn't see a big giant pile of snow in front there. It looked just as much like the guy who was driving by doing the
so
pusher.
much history.
There
was so much history there. Like
that wasn't their first bickering.
Yeah, there was so much history. No, I agree with you so much about like you can't have like a neighbor that you're in a dispute with. We gotta solve this. If you take the L and then bake cookies, dude. Like you're gonna need that guy to pick up a package or to fucking call. He's gonna be the one that watches your house burn down, right? Like he's gonna be the one to not
drink
call
the
fire department.
match in his hand.
Oh, let's say, hey honey, look, this house is burning to the ground. What? Taylor's house is burning to the ground. Look. Oh, no way. And
he's like out in his like yard. He's the first one to know. He's like,
he's spraying his own lawn with a hose to make sure that it doesn't get scorched. Like that's all he's doing.
What are you doing? I'm on ash watch just in case they float over.
Yeah, you want to be friends with that guy. Yeah, that's the guy you need to do you a favor every now and then, right?
I've never had a dispute with a neighbor at all. Like the only thing I could possibly think of, I did think about this the other day, is the neighbor on one of my sides in my like all my neighbors are in their 50s, so like I feel weird like talking to them like I don't know, like neighbors. It feels bizarre.
Oh, you don't feel like you're their peer.
I don't feel like I'm a real adult because I'm the youngest. I'm like I live near a bunch of boomers for the most part, but they have a tree that is looming over my sunroom, like from their yard, kind of like that. And I was thinking just the other day because I just paid to have a bunch of my trees removed. I'm like, what do I even do? Like, do I go over there and say like, hey, your tree is looming over my house. Could you take care of that? And then they'll probably say no. And I'll go, okay. Like, what?
Do you mind if I take care of that?
Yes, tell me
the follow-up.
And how much do you want cut off?
So, tree law is actually a specific piece of law that exists.
Is he bullied by the other attorneys?
You need him. Dude, I specialize in bird law.
No, he looks like the brawny man. He's got fucking big beard and an axe.
You might want the tree law, the neighbor might want.
Here's the thing with tree law. Okay, so a tree is a piece of property, and some people really like their trees.
Yep.
Right. So let's say you go to your neighbor's property and you just like it's blocking your view of the lake, and you're like, "Fuck this tree."
Yeah, you definitely have that.
Let's say it's a 120-year-old oak
I feel
tree.
like if it's in your
So you just
property, you're allowed to cut
chop
it,
that down.
but you
Don't
can't
even
really
ask any
chop
questions.
trees,
You go
just
back inside. You
chop
shouldn't have
what's on
done
your
that,
property, I don't know.
right? And then they're like, they sue you. What happens now is that you lose because you didn't have permission to fuck with their tree. It's clearly on their property. All the facts are in their favor. So you lose that
Even
case.
if it hangs
Now you have
over,
to
like,
replace a
to not even cut it,
120-year-old
even if
oak
it hangs
tree.
over.
You don't replace a 120-year-old oak tree with a new oak tree. You have to get yourself a 120-year-old oak tree, or you have to come up with the financial compensation for it. Do you know how much that fucking costs?
I can't imagine.
To get a 120-year-old tree.
There's a guy who evaluates that.
Just scoop it out and put it back in the yard.
Bring it on a truck because it's not in the same town as you. And yeah, you got to bury it. And then in Minnesota, if that happens, you get triple damages on it
It's not
too.
even that bad over here.
So I mean, you're talking cutting down a tree like that.
Probably more like a fine.
You're in like a $250,000 proposition on damages that you end up.
You know what the most famous case of that has to be? That thing with Alabama and Auburn, right? Where the guy, I want to say an Auburn fan goes on like Auburn fan radio down there, you know, good old boys radio, and he's like, "Oh, they think it's funny, huh? They think it's funny to make fun of the Auburn Bulldog," or whatever they are. Well, I tell you what I did. I went up there the other day and I poisoned the red oak tree. And they've got some sort of like ancient old oak tree that's like Alabama's tree. I went up there and I poisoned it. And the guy on the radio is like, you killed the tree? Well, it ain't dead yet, but it will be. And sure enough, like, I don't remember exactly what he done, but he like drilled holes into this tree and introduced poison or something. And he killed this
What an
ancient
asshole.
Dude, it's ruined his life because they found him, of course.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's just denied it. He's like, I said that, but I did not poison that tree.
I did not have sex with that tree. Not a single time. Didn't do it.
I think there's an ESPN like 30 for 30 about this shit. It's ridiculous the drama that went down over the tree. But dude, you can't replace that. I mean, I guess you can, like you described, but that's incredibly costly. It really is tens and tens of thousands of dollars.
So much. Like, but what would happen? But if like a storm came through and knocked their tree onto my house, they would have to, because it's their property. That's their fucking problem, right?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it always gets complicated, and it's going to be different state by state. And so This is why that specialty is important, because in one state you might have a duty to prune the tree above your own house just to the property line, right? Like, so you can't chop down their tree, but you might have to cut the branch that's looming over your house that poses a danger. In another state, you might not be able to do that. You might have to ask them permission to do it, or they might have a duty to do it. So you really got to kind of get into on a state-by-state basis who has to do this or not. But that's why you always want to check with a competent lawyer in the field of law in your jurisdiction. Of course, the stupid lawyer caveat, but there's a reason for it. And it's because it's different place to place. In Minnesota, triple damages on chopping down a tree. In another state, you might not get triple damages. It might just be single. In a different state, damages may be calculated differently. It might not have to replace it with another tree. You might have to replace it with some comparably aged tree, but it doesn't have to be the same thing or whatever. So
I just need to look up Missouri tree law.
Growing up, I had my dad had two neighbors that hated each other. These were next door neighbor farmers. So we're not just talking about adjoining quarter-acre lots. We're talking about adjoining property lines that extend.
Here's the thing, right? There's like
a couple of miles
like
of walk,
common sense,
straight
right?
line
The
around
vast
the whole
majority
property. The way
of
it
states
adjoins,
have it that like
100-acre
most of
properties
the
adjoin.
English laws go
One
on,
guy's
which is
dogs that
common
apparently
sense
chase
kind of
the
laws.
other guy's livestock, exhausting and killing
And
him
then there's,
thereby.
like, states that
He
have,
felt
like,
like he was owed restitution for
like,
these
what?
dead calves. The other guy's telling him to fuck himself. So
I suppose
now
those are
we
the
hate
liberal
each other,
states,
and
aren't
there's
they?
like thousands of dollars on the ground burnt, essentially, as far as one guy's concerned. And so the other guy, he's like, yeah, he sneaks over here at night, I think. He steals the pins out of my tractors. Because they like little things go missing around his farm that are like little pins on your tractors. Like, what do you do now? Go to the John Deere store? Like, we can't work today? Like, it would be a problem if you took all the pins out of somebody's tractor who needed to do work.
Yeah.
And then my cousin worked for Levi, the man who kept losing the pins to his tractors. And there came a day where he's like, yeah, spray the all the weeds with Roundup, kill all of that over there. And Scott's like, well, what about over there when I get next to Calvin's place? He's like, put it on full blast and kill everything that you can reach over that property line. If you can hit it with that, kill it. He's just killing 12 feet over the property line. It's dead. Like,
what a douchebag.
The littlest anything they could do back and forth to like if you could dump a pile of shit onto the other guy's property or like anything. If you're gonna cut a tree down. They had that property line redrawn by various experts who used varying techniques from multiple times. It's like, no, this guy's bringing the fucking laser in.
Well, because the title of that property, the title search on it, it's 14 feet away from the old fence that runs down perpendicular to the creek.
Walk until you hear the bees.
Yeah. Like, you look at some of these things. That happened with my wife's grandpa out here. Owns this. He owned their family farm, which they didn't farm it, but it was an old farm site, and like the deed to this thing was written in fucking Aramaic or whatever, and so they're talking about these reference points that don't exist. And so they had to go find a guy to solve a property dispute. This guy's like 89 years old, and he remembers when they wrote it. And he's like, yeah, that's the fence that we used to climb as kids. It was right around here between this tree and this tree. It's like, oh, Jesus, like, this is what you're relying on? This is how you're drawing property lines.
With an elderly man.
Those old farm properties are like that, though, because they typically stick around, passed down for generations.
A lot of metal pins.
Yeah.
like down here, when I would walk through the woods hunting and stuff, in particular around property lines that maybe didn't even exist anymore, you'd find those pins in the ground sometimes.
Yeah.
And also Indian burial sites. We find that every now and then. I don't know if we ever discussed, and maybe I'm wrong. I've talked about it in my private life, but like the missionary who went to the island of uncontacted peoples and got arrowed.
I was just thinking of him.
Interesting story as well. There's the woman who farted very loudly in like the Dollar General.
Can we do the mercenary, dude? Have we discussed
the
him on the
missionary?
show?
Yeah.
Big
Big difference.
What is it? That is different. Yeah, if he was a mercenary, he would have fared better.
He would have fared much better. So I want to say it's some it's a very remote island off the coast of India, I think, because now
Way
they're trying to
off
get
the coast, though. Like,
Yeah.
you see it on a map? I'm going to try and
I think it's called North Sentinel Island.
and these people on this island are like an uncontacted tribe for the most part, and they've been genetically isolated for like 30,000 years or something like that, some absurd amount of time. They're their own people, and this dumbass missionary goes over there and tries to press his religious beliefs on these people, and go figure, they shoot him full of arrows. Apparently got him in the eye. An accurate bunch over there. They
Nice.
arrowed him the fuck up, killed his ass. And now, like, I believe that the U.S. is asking India to go in and recover the body, and the Indians are like, no, we don't. We call that Death Island. No, last time we sent some people over there, we sent them a bit of curry, and they never came back. They were eaten. They were
You know
eaten
what
by
we
the
should do?
island.
We should like airdrop them just modern snacks. Because they would love that. Like they'd probably be really happy. Or if they just like, if they saw an Indian guy just like slingshotting them Pringles or something.
You joke? Someone did that. They pull up on a boat to the shallows and they start throwing coconuts at these motherfuckers on the beach. And they're collecting those coconuts like it's fucking They're like, oh, fucking free coconuts! And they're just like you know, they keep like dropping them, you know, when like a kid or
They're
like,
so happy with their coconuts.
in the Tom and Jerry cartoons, the mouse would like keep trying to get all of the cheese, and he'd have it like 8 times taller than him, but he keeps dropping it all, and he wants more cheese, but he just every time he gets a new piece of cheese, he drops 2 more, and that's how they are with these coconuts.
That's their culture. Like 50 years from now, like grandkids are gonna be like, Grandpa, tell me about when the coconut man came.
Dude.
Oh, you won't believe it, son. This man came with it was, if it was a dozen, it was 1,000. I tell you. Heaving coconut, but I mean like real snacks, like stuff they can't get Reese's Fast Breaks there.
They didn't even, they had like wooden tools for ages, right? That was the best they could do. And then a boat accidentally ran aground on shore, right? And I think a helicopter came and rescued the people off the boat. They didn't even go on the island because they were like attacking them from the island. And there's a reason for that I'll circle back to. But now they have metal tools. They've been taking slices of metal off of this sunken ship for like 30, 50 years now. And just now they have like wooden or metal arrowheads and stuff like that. It turns out that a long time ago, like in the 1800s, this guy came to their island and treated them like animals. Right? They're like measuring their dick, and they're like measuring their dick to see how long it is, and like looking at their breeding, writing down notes, and treating them like probing them and shit. And ever since then, as soon as a white guy comes to the island, they're like, "Fuck that!" and they just start immediately shooting arrows at him. And this missionary was like, it could be a little dicey, but I'm gonna try and bring them the word of God. And they're like, "No way, we are not interested in your fake God." And they killed him. God did not.
Here's
the great coconut in the sky protect us.
Here's let me link it to you, but you probably want to like screen this on a different screen, Woody, because even though it's like Nat Geo style nudity, like you can still see some dicks on there. I'm not sure how strict they would be, but this is just from a Twitter thread of this guy who is like apparently obsessed with this whole thing you were just discussing of that guy going over there in the 1800s. So the first part is just a picture of this dude who's like a fucking foot taller than all these other adults because he got nutrition and wasn't like waiting for the coconut man to show up. But this guy's beginning of explanation is, there's a lot of talk about how the missionary killed by the natives of North Sentinel Island. They're probably so aggressive because of this weirdo, Maurice Vidal Portman. So here's a big thread about this creep and some of facts from my decade-long obsession with the island. The Senegalese are often described as uncontacted. That's not true. They had a very significant contact in 1880 with Commander Portman. Portman, the black sheep son of some minor noble, was assigned by the English Royal Navy to administer and pacify the Andaman Islands, a job he pursued from 1880 to 1900 with the full measure of his own pervacity.
Pervacity? So he's a pervert.
He's a big pervert.
Yeah.
Portman was erotically obsessed with the Andamanese, and he indulged his passion for photography by kidnapping members of various tribes and posing them in mock Greek homoerotic compositions.
Nice.
During his 20 years in a sexualized heart of darkness, Portman measured and cataloged every inch of his prisoners' bodies with an obsessive love of genitals. This is something from the guy's diary. Lending support to Mary Louise Pratt's notion of bodyscape and theo-colonial gaze, male genitalia appear to have been a particular point of fascination. Oh, this is not from me. This is analysis of it, sorry. Appear to be a particular point of fascination for Portman and Molesworth. One man is described as having, quote, atrophied testicles, both being hard but the size of hedge sparrow's eggs. The same individual is also marked by the observation, penis small, with moderate-sized prepuce. Another one, penis larger than usual, summarizes a man named Churko. Tlee is described as the chief of Interview Island and a man of considerable authority and intelligence, but also equipped with a bad temper and genitals that are, quote, fully developed but small. See, he's like, he was trolling in 1880. Just imagine being a Neolithic person spending a few weeks in this guy's rotating menagerie. Portman spent most of his time in the Greater Andaman Islands, but in 1880 he landed on North Sentinel. The natives fled and his party ventured inland to find a settlement which had been abandoned in haste. But they located an elderly couple and a few children they were able to abduct. The couple died quickly, likely from ailments to which they had no immunity. The children spent a few weeks with Portman doing God knows what, after which he returned them to the island. Portman returned on a couple occasions, but the Sentinelese hid each time. The story related by the children was certainly passed down among the 100 or so inhabitants of the island. And even today, Portman's fatal kidnapping is just beyond a human lifetime. So when the Indian government attempted contact anthropologists in the 1960s and 70s, the Sentinelese were understandably hostile to outsiders. In 1981, a cargo ship named the Primrose ran aground on the coral reef surrounding North Sentinel. The crew radioed for assistance and settled in for a long wait. But in the morning, they saw 50 men with bows on the beach building makeshift boats. The crew called for an emergency airlift and were evacuated, and not a moment too soon. Rough waves had thwarted the Sentinelese in their attempts to board, but the weather was clearing.
Please.
Were left at the island awaiting discovery by Neolithic
You're
eyes.
awake,
Today you can see the gutted remains of the Primrose on Google Earth. Imagine climbing on board that ship, a completely alien vessel filled with alien things. Imagine seeing simple machines for the first time, a hinge, a latch, a wheel, things that would instantly make sense in a satisfying way. Others would be so incomprehensible to avoid notice. I have never been able to find out what the cargo was on the Primrose in all my years of reading. There are about 100 tons of some sort of consumer product on board, and I'm curious what it was. But even absent the cargo, think about all the things that must have been on that ship. In the 90s, anthropologists returned to the island to make new attempts at contact. They were meant to be diplomatic, but they were looking to send gifts. Here's a video of the encounter. You can notice that these pre-Iron Age people now had metal weapons, like the knife carried by this man. They had scavenged metal from the Primrose and cold forged it into tools. This just goes on for a while, so I'm going to stop there.
Am I the only one who doesn't think that these uncontacted tribes need to be preserved like some sort of fucking Neolithic, like world in a bottle or something, like a snow globe of ancient times?
You think that we should catalog their penis sizes?
Look, we should go in there and just
a confident man, but a small dick.
Weird, he got a leadership position at 5.
Lots of power, but small.
Much larger than right, but both quite firm.
And I also don't believe that they like walk in there and they see a latch the first time and they're like, oh! Like I don't.
You don't think so?
If I walk on an alien ship and there's something that I've never even conceived of on there, I don't see it and go,
Mother,
of course, this is how you do this. Like I feel like you need some sort of like teaching method to get you.
Shall we go to the temple?
You know, like ground your.
What? I don't know. It's weird because I feel like the kind of things that I would learn are no longer simple. We figured out the simplest of simple things, like the screw and the wedge and the wheel and such.
Don't worry.
But these guys, they didn't have all that worked out.
Where have you been fooling around? I got you a good sign of fortune, but you won't even bother paying the tribute.
Worked out.
You'll make me worry until the day I die, won't
utilitarian nature of it and how, and you'd be like,
you'll come home right after lighting the
a wheelbarrow, but with no wheels. But when you grab the handles, it just started levitating. You'd be like, oh shit! Look at this,
Master.
It's a levitating.
Those are.
And to them, they see a wheelbarrow and they're like, oh shit! We've just been dragging things around on flattened out logs since time immemorial.
They remember.
We were told for thousands of years we will not improve on the laid down log. Like there's one guy there who comes over a few generations, like God, fucking Buddha over there, thinking he's gonna change the world with his latches and his knobs and get this. He chopped a tree into segments, right? Get those. Keep listening, hilarious. I know. Puts a hole in the middle, stick through that, rolls it back, calls it a wheel. What's wrong with pulling a log? good for log pulling. That's probably what they go through there.
He's too weak to pull up.
I was
They'll
thinking,
laugh at him.
Like, ever think, like, go, at what period of time would you be a genius? Right?
Probably never.
I'm no astronomer, but my basic understanding of stars and Earth rotations and the planets would be pretty elite at some period.
Yeah, but you couldn't prove it, right? I feel like it depends if you really put some thought into it. I feel like you go back to like the early 1900s and you could really get some shit done, right? Like you would hire the experts to put your ideas into practice. Like I don't know how to make penicillin, but I know how to make penicillin, right? It's bread mold. So if I got myself like a couple of like 1897 scientists together and like, look, I don't know penicillin. I think it was early 1990s.
Pray for her husband's success.
In any case, it'd be like, look, there's this thing called penicillin. It's literally bread mold. I don't know what if
from
it's
the
special
east
bread.
of the village.
I don't know if we gotta like get
Pray for the safety of his wife and child.
I don't know if it needs to be moist first, if somebody needs to poop on it, but this bread mold cures everything. Absolutely everything that we've had a problem. Syphilis, say no more. 3 days you're good to go.
3,000 cow
of not exactly knowing enough to be useful. Like, guys, I know that with a lemon or a potato or something I can make it better.
So sincere wishes
That like a star placement there was different, but really I just have to go to one of the smart people at the age and be like, hey, that star I'm pointing at right now, tonight, remember where that is? And the next morning I'd be like, it's over there.
So good-hearted.
I'm pretty sure
I don't know where it is, but
Good-hearted. Good-hearted.
I'm pretty sure I know how to cure the bubonic plague, or at least the bubonic plague. I read like 2 different things. One sounds very painful, but it involves lancing the boils and cauterizing them. Apparently that's a big part of curing it, and you get those boils in like your armpits or in your lymph nodes and stuff. And the other involved taking the scabs from other people who had the plague off of said boils, drying them out, and then the person snorts them. And
so
it's
like own kind of.
I feel like we're pretty
close.
I think
I swear to God, I'm not making this up. I want to say I read that like the Arabs had figured out that if they took the dry scabs of the plague victim and ground them up and then snorted them, that was like a vaccine. Getting a weakened version of
I'm way too much of a snowflake because in my head all I can think of is Arabic I don't know. Yeah, I can't say anything without wondering. I think I referred to Mexicans as Mexicans a little while ago, and I had to process it. No, that one's okay.
Yeah, it's weird how there's been sort of a derogatory
But among the
thing
for
put on
weather
Mexican. Right? But it's because so many people are like, yeah, there's damn Mexicans.
Yeah, and
That sounds bad.
Actually, that's an appropriate way to refer to Mexicans. Okay, I'm clear. Yeah. Anyway,
the wind grows hotter.
I wonder what the next one to go is. Like, when is person of color gonna revert back to what colored person was? Where they're like, actually, we don't like this either. Like, and then they decide to do that something new.
I just hope Savage American becomes a thing.
I think that's an uphill fight you guys made.
I followed him.
I've got my Savage American jersey on.
Oh, yes, you do.
I really like that jersey.
Actually, while you wear that jersey, you're allowed to say it.
That's right. I am one of the tribe, technically.
One of the tribe. Yeah, you're at least as Native American as Elizabeth Warren.
I knew that was coming.
Probably. You've got high cheekbones. Not very dark hair though.
No, I don't. My mother was blonde, but dad's got black hair. A nice little mixture there.
Evened out.
Yeah, even.
Well, I like what would your gift be if you were showing up at one of those islands? Like it's got to just be something that you can carry. How about that?
Man, I think a fucking sword. Like first
I was
of all,
gonna bring a shield. Like Captain America's
gift
shield
for them.
They flip it over and put rice in it or something to start cooking it. I feel like
they might like
that, like a legit sword, like a nice, real chopping sword, or maybe just a good axe, like a good splitting maw, or something like that. Like something that's both impressive to look at, clearly alien because of its workmanship,
Never
still. You just give them like a fucking iPad. Like, what are they gonna charge that bitch up, right? That is God for like 12 hours. However, you need that
potato and some
rides on.
I think they're gonna have a hard time charging with a low current tater. They're gonna eat the tater, like halfway through, like charging that thing.
You just like give them seeds.
Oh, you're talking about introducing them to agriculture? That's a long talk when we're drawing in sand.
What if we show up with some barbed wire and teach them about the fence?
I want to bring them anything that they're going to immediately use to kill me in hopes
You
that
want to teach them domestication? I think that would be even harder.
You're right. After I said it, I'm going to be like, okay, you put the seed in the ground. No, you don't dig it up right away. It takes it. So then we put the seawater on. No! No, you don't do that.
They're pissing on it or something. This is some Jack and the Magic Beanstalk shit. It's about as believable to them as like that story is to us. I think you give them a fucking sword, man. Because I'm just imagining like they probably got something similar to a sword now, like they make those wooden swords in the Amazon. And apparently there's hardwood there that's legitimately hard enough you can make like a cutting implement out of it and kill a man with it. But if you showed him a fucking stainless steel saber, like or maybe one of those cold steel like swords that they make for like zombie defense or whatever the fuck, and you handed it to Chief Nabumbo, and like of course he immediately goes decapitate one of his enemies with it, and he loves you.
The fire
and you start the Civil War if you brought one sword.
And you'd be on the winning side.
No,
you would be. Oh, a legit bow and arrow.
That's how they killed the missionary.
Compound bow.
Am I saying it right?
Yeah.
What do I call them before?
If you not even maybe a compound bow, because those like eventually go bad. And but like recurve bows, like that's another step up in the technology, right? Like, you know, they've got those silly bows they've got, and then I guess you have the long bow, and then the recurve bow where the ends go back the other way and adds a tremendous amount of extra power, 30% or something like that. And then the shit fucking tons of arrows, like
and the calamities of their lives will vanish like smoke.
Like what would endear you and the most to you would be like a big cooking set. Like a bunch of pots and pans and shit. That'd be so much easier for them. And then like normal knives to cut things up. Like a knife set and like a pot and pan set. They would love jeans.
Blow them the fuck away.
Oh, bring jeans but you know what? Oh, this would be hilarious. You bring jeans, but you bring like jeans that are way out of style. Like I'd bring like jean code jeans from the 90s, and I'd hand it out. Huge leg jean code jeans. So then when the Coconut Man shows up, they've got these enormous big legged pants.
I got a better one. What if like unbeknownst to them, because they don't know shit, you dress them up as the village people? You just got a bunch of Indian police officer, firemen, like the whole bit, and they're all standing there proud of their new their new fucking clothes, and you're just like, I don't know, they're the village people.
That would be hilarious. Like you go there and you're the king and you like teach them English and you make them like act out American shows.
You know, this version of House of Cards isn't half bad.
Very small constituency, not a lot to gain or lose, doesn't seem, but whatever.
I don't know how Frank's gonna get away with this one.
Yeah. He's molesting the kids of the island. Gotta make it Claire's show now.
Oh my, I can wonder. We're monks hired by. We just arrived here. Strange though.
I don't know how to measure Iraq.
Korea was the last real loss we took, in my opinion. Korea, what happened?
Not Vietnam?
No, because we decided to lose Vietnam. Korea, the Chinese came and kicked us out. Like we lost Vietnam because we didn't want to. It's true. It's a story.
This no major point.
We lost Vietnam because we decided not to win, because the public weren't supporting the war. We didn't want to use the tactics that would have allowed us to win, like bombing the North. And they spent all that time deforesting the South and fighting in jungles against, Viet Cong, and we won. We still won every single battle. Like we decided the war was just not cool anymore, and so we stopped doing it. Korea, on the other hand, we got made to look like fools by the Chinese.
No, but not in Vietnam. We didn't look foolish.
No.
Do you know what the KD for Vietnam was?
Doesn't matter. We lost.
I don't see it that way. We don't play the objective.
We played we don't play the objective.
I'm just saying this is a very hindsight 2020 American History Channel take where it's actually we took our ball and went home, so there was no battle. It was a draw. And you could also make the case that they lost support for the American public for the war, but isn't that kind of part of maintaining the war? Is you have to make a case as to why you can rationalize that sort of spending to the public, and they can no longer do it. And so, if anything, we should have got out of there early.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. I just think that's a war that we chose to lose. If we wanted to win it, when they start dropping nukes on the north part of the country, right? Or send a million men over there, or just keep grinding them away with bombs. We never bombed the north. I always go back to that, but it's just the truth. But in Korea, the Chinese just came down and just fucked us. Just fucked us all the way back to what is it, the 38th parallel or whatever? It was a humiliating loss.
What do you mean? And I'm sure you can educate me on this. So we didn't bomb, we didn't napalm in Vietnam, North Vietnam?
Oh, so I'm talking about the cities and infrastructure in the north, in their capital. What was the capital of North Vietnam? Is it
Hanoi?
Something like that.
Ho Chi Minh City.
They didn't bomb up there the way that the generals wanted to bomb. I think it was a political decision. I know a lot less about Vietnam than I do Korea, but Korea's fucking wild.
I don't know anything about either.
The Chinese sent a million.
I did an 18-page paper on the French involvement and the American involvement in Vietnam, and let me tell you, this dude named Adarn Westad wrote a large book, and I read it all, and I retained very little, but it didn't seem like he thought we won. So, Adarn Westad, he was pretty adamant on the L we held.
Have we had a really big, no one can deny victory since World War II?
I think that was and also we kind of just stole the show there. We didn't really put in a lot of legwork.
That is true. We basically showed up way far into it, and the UK's oi, bruv, we can't afford a war anymore, and we're we'll loan you all the money. If we
and you gotta pay it back,
forever, bitch. Yeah, and then we went in, and without America, they couldn't have won, right?
No.
No, they definitely could, because the supply chain, it was basically everybody was making a tank an hour.
We're forgetting about Japan. I think the Germans would have fallen, without U.S. military intervention at all. I don't think we needed to send a single troop. I think a lot more Russians and Brits and French would have died in the long run. But I think that they could have won without us. We definitely need to keep sending them money and material. But I don't know what happens in the Pacific if we don't island hop across the biggest ocean in the world and just fuck shit up the whole way. The Pacific is the coolest part of the war. Everybody
principally attacking. It was the rape of Nanking. They were going to mainland China. It was that the biggest of their focus there.
They had 7 to 8 million troops scattered throughout the region at the time of the surrender. So there were guys who had been away for so long they didn't know what had happened back home. They came home to rubble. They were all over the region though, from the Philippines to China and butting up, getting close to Russia. They had conquered an enormous swath of land there. But if you look at their reasoning, this is getting real History Channel and boring. I'll stop.
No, I was engaged. If you look
I'm interested.
Well, it was like a video game, right? Where you're we don't have enough iron. We just don't have it. When you play Civ, sometimes you just don't have iron or oil or wood or whatever. And it's all right, well, I'm fucked. I might as well quit.
That's why Russia's so good.
Or I could go take Woody's fucking wood. Woody's not even looking. All right, bow. Woody's wood is mine, and that's what they did, sweeping across the region.
There's your mistake.
They needed oil.
Stop playing with his wood.
They needed oil.
My notice.
They needed oil. They needed timber. They needed rubber. They needed those things, and they didn't have them in the amounts that they wanted them.
Well, maybe we'll get them next war.
We got him last war.
Maybe we'll round two.
No, not World War II. I was talking about the whole scope
Vietnam
of wars.
too.
Like instead of Afghanistan, next war we'll bring it home. Bring home the
I
gold.
think you're wrong about this winning wars thing. Like I think that we
that's
have
loser talk.
I think
Sounds like somebody who's been beat back geopolitically.
Hi, I'm an
That's
incel, and I think you're a little hung up on getting laid.
it's just like no like. All right, so like we were at war with the Al Qaeda, right? Like
yes.
I mean, we got the guy that ran the thing. Isn't that a W?
I mean, we won that battle, but not the war.
Oh, now it's battles and wars. Like
I guess it depends. You know what we need to do? More clearly define achievable goals, and then if we achieve them, call it a win.
I really agree.
Yeah, but when you can always, when you always change your achievable goals, like if Russia's goal was to, conquer Ukraine in a blitzkrieg in 4 days, and then they change it to just to secure like Donbass region east, like does that make it a loss if they ended up with a net positive but didn't achieve their initial goals? Like it's gonna be hard because it's really the only people that get to decide if you win or not are the people that are involved.
Yeah, I think after Vietnam or during the like talks to like quit Vietnam, it was like peace with honor or something like that. Like looking for a way to say, all right, we're fucking done, but not look bad at the same time.
Yeah. There's a picture of an American GI with a countdown ass spread. It's okay. They're all elderly now. No one's gonna care. They don't have YouTube's around.
Those were American heroes.
Yeah, they gave their ass for the US.
Dude, I feel bad for those guys. Like they must have gone into it like we're gonna come back like our uncles and parents and we'll be heroes because they saw World War II and everything, and then they come back. And it's like call them and think about that. You get 4 years of your life drafted forced to fight a war, and you come home and shit on it. And it's like that's just wild. And they knew at the time they got drafted. Yeah, everyone knew.
Yeah. Oh. No, not everyone was drafted.
A lot of them.
Some people may have joined because.
What did they do to incentivize joining before they could give out Camaros?
Because a day of the year, and every male born in a certain year on that day had to go in the next few days and register. So they'd be like, April 6th, if you're born in April 6th between 1940 and 1952, show up at your local,
That's awful. I'd shoot myself in the foot.
You didn't know that? That's how they did it. Lotteries. So like 5 different birthdays would come up every couple weeks, and if you were one of those birthdays, you were in Vietnam.
No, there's no way.
Lottery number. I didn't realize it was birthday based.
Birthdays.
I didn't know that until I read about it.
Yeah. My dad told me some story about that once because he's 1953 in April, and I think maybe he said it was the day next to his day was like one of came up, and it was like, I'm like, would you have gone? Would you have gone and to Vietnam? There was no question. They come and they load you up in a truck and take you. They're go to Canada. I don't know Canada. This is my house. Yeah, you go.
Vietnam War, more than half the names involved volunteered for duty. 1/3 were drafted primarily into the Army, beginning in 1969, drafting particularly as televised lottery-based birth.
Yeah. Catch me sitting there with my boys, drinking heavily, waiting for them. Like, come on, this is the worst Powerball ever.
There were a couple ways to beat the draft, right? One was like
the Ted Nugent.
The Ted Nugent. He literally pooped himself and made him seem crazy, and they didn't.
Listen, I would.
There's the Donald Trump where he had a doctor that was a friend of the family who said that he had bone spurs, right? So that was a way. But another way was to go to college, and then if you can get accepted to college,
I'm not getting
student deferment, stuff like that. And I think there was another one too, but there were a couple ways to dodge.
Probably some family-based stuff that made you less likely, maybe.
There was a family-based one, but to Woody's point, I was going to bring up the other one because that's how my grandpa got exempted. If you were a farm worker who was like if you worked on a farm and like did stuff like livestock raising or like and you were deemed to be like indispensable to the running of that farm,
you were part of the war.
They took you out of it and were like, you are worth more
working on this farm, raising cattle or raising livestock or raising, crops than you are with the war effort. So he kind of noticed about that.
Where I was headed with that is it became kind of class-based. Like some of these things, going to college, he working on a farm, owning a farm, like it's the unemployed. It's the,
we send our poor to die.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't just poor. Like my grandma didn't own a farm. He just was a worker on a farm who, like, he was 22 years old. He didn't have running water. Like, it was just an amount.
You're invalidating my argument.
Oh, sorry.
We don't want your anecdotal evidence to the contrary.
The worst of maybe being a parent. I'm not sure about that. There's some avoid the draft, and like Tucker said, we sent our poor to war. So probably we'll do that again. I think we're a little more hip to that.
Eventually we will.
No, every country in the world sends their poor to war. The next time we need to send people to war, it will be poor people. When it's time to snatch people and draft people, the same thing will happen. It will be poor people. There will be ways to get exemptions, and the poor won't be able to come up with them. It'll always be that way. It has always been that way for all eternity.
Kind of point. Like that's why a large reason of why the army is built off of reliable pay, food, and housing. Like that's like oh, you can't get it elsewhere. Well, it's not good, but like you get it, so all the way back.
I had to look at it
That's another reason why I say we've never lost the war.
Housing. Those three, reliable food, pay, and housing?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally like, don't people point to a lot of like repeat offenders as a reason for them to go back to jail with nonviolent crimes is to have a structured place like that to live. And I mean, like, that's also a definite draw to the other one.
So in my little universe, I've seen adults, parents encourage their kid to go into the military when they think they need that structure, right? So you're sort of doing talking about how the kid might opt into it because they.
I'm talking about a need, using the military as like it, because it really is. If you're looking at it, your likelihood to see combat as a United States military serviceman right now, like probably the lowest it's ever been. Right? We lost how many people in the 20 years of Iraq? Like your likelihood of dying in a conflict. Like we're looking at how war is changing and stuff. Like I see a lot. I had a lot of friends of mine who pre-pandemic were working in the music industry. I say a lot. I mean literally 2. But that's a lot versus 0 my whole life, right? That went to the military. He was like, why would I not go get stationed? I'm Korean American. Why would I not go get priority station back in Korea and get paid for it and do menial tasks over there until like things settle down? And I'm like, oh, yep, okay, that's an outlet that a lot of people find themselves in.
And something that like you saying that brought it up in my mind, like just kind of realizing this now, like a lot of the people who are like brought in like grunts, like army, like that in like Vietnam, that would have been like the draft people. Like, and I'm like, we don't have a draft now, but I'm sure this kind of carries over, is like the people, like I know a friend who's very high up in the Marines, I'll say, like not like he went on special missions and stuff. And he is a guy who, like, his whole life, he wanted to be a Marine. He had toys of Marines as a kid. Like, you asked that kid at 7 years old. I remember because we went to 1st and 2nd grade together, all those schools. Everyone else was like, I want to be a police officer. I want to be a dinosaur. And he's like, I want to be a U.S. recon Marine. And they're like, what? And he's like, yeah, a recon Marine, like a scout Marine, like a sniper. And it's like, what are you talking about? He was obsessed with that his whole life. And so I imagine that a lot of these like elite guys, like SEALs, like it's not like Captain America where some loser comes in and they're like, you happen to be the best Marine of all time. Like, no, these guys like want to be tippy top and they train for it. It's like a backfill of the bulk that is like people who don't want to be there. I would actually imagine a lot of people he was hardcore. Genghis Khan. He would often what his ass he can ride like a woman. He would switch. He popularized sitting on a horse like a woman so he could shit on the go. He said we must do it as horses so they are because horses shit on the this is all you need to
Can we bring up that podcast, Jerry, Joe Rogan?
Hours ago, I'm not even halfway through it yet, and I
I was cleaning dishes and doing some things, and I started writing down stuff from the podcast that I thought was funny or interesting. Over the course of like pages of funny things, like, it is. We made everybody else podcasting. You can stop because we've hit the peak. That's the funniest. So far, the
Dude,
funniest.
I hated it.
I've ever heard.
I hated it.
Oh,
I thought that podcast was shit. I powered through it like against my will because I felt like I needed to be up to date on it. And one good thing that I get from it, I got it the last time Alex Jones was on, and this time people fuss at me for interrupting too much. And sometimes that criticism is really valid. Sometimes it's almost a meme. And I see them interrupt each other, and it's a reminder, Woody, don't do this in your show, because it's ruining it for me. You know, and Alex Jones can't get his thought out, and he and Eddie Bravo interrupting each other constantly. Joe Rogan, who usually has a good thought in his head, can't get it out. And you know, he's got the solution to this argument, tries to explain to him that he's just joking with him, and that just doesn't. It takes like a minute and a half for that to come through.
The way I see it is almost like he's like Joe knows how entertaining Jones is. Like he's a huge draw. Like look at all the views in his podcast recently. I don't listen to that many. I'm listening to this one because it's Alex Jones and he's hilarious. Like I feel like Rogan is playing him like a lute, where he's like, oh, I'll say this, and that'll get, you know, Jones going on another funny rant. Oh, I'll ask a question this way, and I'll get going on another funny tangent. Or whoa, you just said something about aliens stealing baby parts. Come back to that, please. Like, he was just, I feel like, trying to kind of hem Alex Jones in enough. You know, because like, it's like Alex Jones is 1 billion miles wide and 4 inches deep.
That's
what all this stuff, and so he just goes trying to desperately wrangle this man out. You know,
All I saw, again and again, Alex Jones unable to tell us story, unable to make randomly scattered styles, all kinds of weird conspiracy theories, being robots, and other weird things. Backing it up with things like my father had a nuclear power plant under his university. And it just goes left and right, it never makes any sense. And Joe would be like, whoa, let's go back to that. Dive into it.
Yeah, that's what they said. He's 1 billion miles wide, 4 inches deep. Like you got to know him, that Joe would shot the world. Where did this say? You just said literature. Show me the I know.
I'm not going to get that right now. But the answer is that they are already making half pig, half animal, hybrid in China. Look at 1986, New York Times put it out, failure to see if people be okay with this kind of thing. Throw these big goddamn livers for these drug-using political types. Put that out there. People hated it. They got rid of it. Look it up. MIT. Jamie, you pull that up. MIT. And then every once in a while, they'll say something like you pulled up the MIT thing. I was like watching a dish, like how it's fucking insane. These are not breeding half people, half kids to try and harvest the organs. And then, of course, that's not exactly true, but there is some shit going on that MIT talks about. Like,
that's what he does. He takes a little bit of truth, like, and he warps it into this incredible conspiracy. Like they made, like as soon when electricity and film, when electricity and film was becoming like a thing, when it was just burgeoning, they'd make these machines you could stick your head in, and you could see it, and you could see like a little video and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, that's virtual reality. You see, that's alien technology that they gave us back then. That was virtual reality technology given to us by the aliens, handed down to the Vril Society, which was the Nazis. They gave baby blood to the aliens in exchange for their technology. They sold their souls. What you've got to keep in mind, though, and on this rant, what you got to keep in mind, though, is they will only give you evil. Okay, there's two sides of it. Right? They look like elves and they have horns. They are what we would think of as demons. And if you commune with them, if you allow them in, okay, they will only bring evil. Now, God and the angels, they're a whole different thing, but you have to ask them to come in, okay? And they will not involve themselves in your life unless you ask them to get it to come in. But what you've got to keep in mind is the Chinese society, they're basically robots, okay? They're built to be a non in your. What the fuck? Down!
Oh, yeah,
Go back!
Kyle did better than Alex Jones. Alex Jones would have had 4 topics in that length of time, all of them ridiculous and insane, and Kyle only had 2. And the late-term abortion was a really good example. So they listened to this clip of the Virginia governor talking about like super late-term abortions, and he's like, well, there are some kids that are they're not viable, they're not compatible with life. So what we do is we take them out, we keep them comfortable until they die. Like that's how that goes. And that is an awful situation, right? Kids with their hearts born on the outside, with their holes in their skulls and brains exposed and whatever. Kids get born that way, and they keep them comfortable until they die. Well, they just completely skip over the non-viable part of this, and they're like, they are taking these children, making them comfortable, and killing them, as if women want abortions after 9 months. Like that's a thing that's going on. And Joe was just, like, his mind was blown away when this happened. And I'm watching this, and I'm trying to learn to make our show better. I'm like, this is how our are when we get our sex
Like, I really like he'll talk about, like, he said he hated it, kind of. I like the part where, like, he'll say stuff that is pretty agreed upon. Like, man, all the people in the world, government are the most methodical, most organized, and the most financial for this kind of project done. That's understood. It's done. That's why the aliens came down targeting those two groups of people and provided them what they need. See that technology, you can see it now currently. AI in China. But I think I stopped the thing there on the Chinese seem the most organized. Like you get like that does seem like they do seem really organized. Okay. And then he goes, so that's why the aliens chose for this. And it's like this is like I can't tell where his act ends to where he begins. Like I don't know. So much of the stuff he's saying is obviously over the top showmanship. Like fucking obviously. Like he said and I believe I've had a very exciting life. I was just in this area of Austin, this really rich area where all these people live, kind of these elites, these bloodlines. And I was there, I was 12 years old, and this beautiful woman, 17, invited me into her home. She said, I will have sex with you if you allow me to put you in full makeup. And so I let her put me in full makeup, and we had sex. It was great. And I came back down, her father told me that was pretty good, wasn't it? You wore some women's clothes, you can have that every day. And I said, hell no, I got out. It's like, at no point you go into a rich girl's house in a global commune in Austin, Texas, and this fucking 17-year-old father promised her pussy to you if you would just join their mission. Like, where does that tie in?
These are the kind of places built.
That's all. I have been to places. I hope you've been to all the like. Yeah. Oh, and then
So that was the show, but I was taking it off the rails by quite a bit. I'm watching it, and I feel like if he was more in charge of his own capacities, capabilities, am I saying this right? That he would be able to stay on a topic and flow a little better. Instead, he's just sort of scatterbraining this stuff. And it's not...
he's all over the place.
He's all over the place. He jumps from, and that's his... That's the method to his madness, right? If he were to... like if I'm explaining something to him, I'm like, well, it was like this. These people came up with this idea, and on this date, this happened. And I can show you... Here's a picture of it, okay? And here's where some authors wrote about it who were there. Like, you're like, okay, foundation formed, okay? All factual, what you've got there. Everything built on this will be real. What he does is he's just like, oh, and then it was aliens, and it was demons, and it was interdimensional aliens, actually. And you got to keep in mind Hillary Clinton. And everybody thinks I hate Donald Trump. I don't hate him, but I don't want to be his defender. And you're just, God, you threw 8 things at me that I
There's a term for that. It's not gobbledygook. Does anyone know?
Gish gallop.
Gish gallop. I think is that gish gallop?
Yeah, but I don't think he's doing it as like an argument. It seems like he's just ranting.
Well, when you change topics enough and throw enough people at,
Oh,
and
yeah,
throw
that's
enough
true.
stuff at people, then it becomes hard to debunk them one by one, right? Like Filthy has a term for it. I think where it's like 10 times harder to disprove something than to just say a lie. And he does that nonstop. A lie, a lie, a lie, a lie. Like this gish gallop of lies. And as you follow it, like you don't know what's true and what's not true. Because every so often one of these things are not a lie. Or he has some sort of evidence for it.
And then oftentimes the thing that's not a lie will like he'll say it and I'll be like bullshit, total nonsense. And then he'll actually be like, actually Jamie, pull up. In the 80s they tried to use cell towers to influence people's behavior and make them more complacent. And I'm like, yeah, I bet, Alex, I bet. And then like something like that ends up being true.
There was
and
one
then
about
that makes you think,
Soros
oh
being a
shit, he
currency
said 10
manipulator.
crazy things before this. If this one isn't a total lie, what wasn't a total lie in this? And at that point, he said 5 more things, and you're on to the races.
Yes. Yeah,
I think it's so fucking entertaining.
There's a little bit of truth in almost everything he says, and by truth I mean
he didn't make it up himself.
He didn't make. Well, no, I mean there's a little bit of truth, like the Vril Society, right? The Nazi, demon society where they were trying to, they were based in the occult. That's a real documented thing. That's real. Now there's been lots of fiction based around that, right? That's what Hellboy is. Hellboy's based around that. You can't say that Hellboy is real because there actually was a real society. Hellboy is an act of fiction, just like most of what Alex Jones says about the real society, right? Using baby blood in exchange for alien technology. Why would the aliens need to pay us for the baby blood if they have this technology? Baby blood's easy to get, right? We've all got a vial.
How I stay young.
Yeah.
Oh, he was.
Faith in it.
I'm trying to remember the other really ridiculous things he was saying. He was talking about how Joe. You know how Joe like denounced him in like a soft way.
These signposts.
And then they kind of got made up. Like they were talking about, I think, Alex and Joe talking like, oh, Alex goes, now if they had held a gun to my head and said, you need to kill Joe and his kids, I would say, yeah, sure, I'll do that. And then I would turn around, grab the gun, and kill them. And then he just kept going because, like, in his own hypothetical, where he's like, they were holding the gun to your head, Joe, and then you betrayed me. It's like, what would I have done? What would I have done? I would have agreed with them, said I would have killed your kids, but I'm too quick. I would have turned around, grabbed it, and killed them. That's what I would have done for you, Joe Rogan.
There were a couple parts where he wanted to get physical with Eddie Bravo, and that I really enjoyed.
I think you could beat up Eddie Bravo.
I don't think so.
There's a big side.
Eddie Bravo is a professional.
Yeah,
he is a professional, but I get that jiu-jitsu really gives you another maybe 40% body weight in a fight. But I just feel like Alex is big and strong. I don't know how big Eddie is. Maybe I'm being stupid. Maybe Eddie's 180 pounds, but Eddie looks 150.
He looks
pounds.
Below average in size. I don't know.
He looks like a short, thin guy, and I'm aware of it, that he's an incredibly high-level jits guy. That he trains professionals. That he's world class. But Alex is like a big ogre of a man.
Alex isn't very tall either.
He's 5'9", Eddie Bravo, and 165, according to his Wikipedia page.
Yeah, that's a little guy.
Yeah, so
I'm just sticking that in my own head because I bet he cuts to it. So he would have been, 180
probably like
on the show
180
or something.
Does he compete in big tournaments anymore?
Anymore is a good question. It is a few years ago.
Yeah, I guess my thought process was just looking at them sitting next to each other. I saw a big, wide, powerful man and a smaller, more slight build of a man. And despite, if he were to get out his arm and break it, that's game over. But I don't know if he can break Alex's arm. Alex looks like such an ogre. He just looks thick. Like it looks like he's got this big barrel chest. He doesn't look like incredibly fit, but he's definitely powerful. I would.
He's got the body of a guy who used to lift a lot.
He really does. He looks like he could lay a walloping on.
And then gained 80 pounds.
I'm pretty confident that both Joe Rogan and Eddie would.
Well, Joe's 200 pounds.
He's also short, but he's just
5'7", 5'8",
fire
200 pounds.
Can we watch this funny clip of him screaming at
yes, we
at
is this
Eddie
the one
Bravo?
we watched on PKN also?
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I can find another one.
This is the best one. I watched the show. It sucks. This is the best part.
Okay, let's give it a go then.
I'm there.
If it's the thing I remember. Ready, set, play.
Really think there's people out there campaigning for late-term abortions? You think that shit's real? You think that shit's real?
Voted Monday to keep it legal.
Who would do that? Who would do that? Who would campaign for? That's the most. That is the craziest shit.
He's trolling him.
Fucking admit they're fucking killing already more kids. So you're
Oh, we're buffering over here. That sucks.
telling me it isn't real when they had a fucking vote in the goddamn fucking Senate.
That's a conspiracy theory.
That's a conspiracy theory. You think you're fucking tough? You're about to get it. They're killing already more baby. Stop fucking lying. God fucking damn it.
Don't be pissed.
I was fucking with you.
Fucking Senate voted to kill babies. After they're fucking born.
I was just playing with you. Of course I believe that, Alex.
If we want to shift
Of
off a
course
little bit,
I
I have a
believe.
video of that.
It's all over the news. I was just playing with you.
Yeah, you probably didn't hear it. I bumped it for a bit, so we were behind.
The best clip that's on Twitter right now, I retweeted it where he's like, Joe, I'm gonna level with you about something. I'm kind of retarded.
Yes.
Oh man.
So that part was actually funny, but there was a lot of it that I thought didn't work.
I'm still only halfway through, so it could peter out and get shitty. It's so off the wall and so much shit going on at once, it's just keeping my attention.
Yeah, I watched a bunch of highlight videos. Like I watched him talk about Sandy Hook and the aliens and a few other conspiracies, 9/11, and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I haven't got 9/11.
Oh man, yeah, the Tower 7, all that bullshit. Boogie, you were the only use me blade, right? Okay. Call of Duty commentator. His stick was, back in the Call of Duty commentating days. Some people had like sticks and bits and like things that made them special. Obviously, people characters like Dr. Disrespect or Magic character, and some people did some people montage makers. Some people were commentary guys that their commentary outweighed the value of their gameplay to some extent. But I would put Woody in there. He had good gameplay, great commentary. Like he's really engaging with the community. That was his thing. Well, Only Use Me Blade's thing was, I don't use guns, just my knife. And he would only melee in Call of Duty and do fairly well. He'd upload it. Yeah, we uploaded good videos, right? But he'd upload really good gameplay of him just shank. And he's a real chill voiced guy. And he's like, hey guys, Blade here. Seemed to have kind of a chill life, taking it easy. Well, these days he's a streamer. He's associated in some way with Ice Poseidon. I think he might be on his streaming network. I don't quote me on that. But he's a raging alcoholic with maybe pre-diabetic, and his feet are rotting off. And he passes out drunk a lot. They're virtually gangrenous. Like they have open wounds on his feet. That stuff's not funny, frankly. But what is funny is this video. Right here.
Oh no!
I actually
a new thing.
So I got a 1:30 cut. So basically, he passes out drunk a lot, and everybody around him is one of these like shock streamers, I call it. They're not necessarily vloggers. Their lives aren't all that interesting per se, but they're gonna get up with something, some hijinks. They're gonna make drama. They're gonna do something to make the viewers entertained. And so what they do when he passes out is they fuck him. And so they painted his face like Pepe the Frog while he was passed out. And this is him. Yeah, right? You got it.
That's a good thing.
Dude,
And so this is him.
show the. Do you have the images of Pepe and?
I can find them in 2 seconds.
They're in.
Yeah, well,
they're in Larry's group, but I can't mess with this group because I didn't have.
Apparently the ADL and Pepe the Frog hate symbol. What a bunch of losers.
Are you guys ready to watch this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, play.
Did you pay me or something?
This is him waking up to what they've done to him.
He's
It's
saying,
not-
did you paint me?
Dude, this motherfucker doesn't have an ounce of muscle on him. It's all just booze fat.
You're such a fat dude.
Oh, that's a mirror.
Big fat. Like, I don't know what kind of fucking loser shit you guys are on to paint me, but fuck.
He's skinnier than I thought.
Yeah.
He's
lost weight.
Good. Whatever money you made for pay me now. Pay me now, dude.
Can we talk about it?
Whatever money you made for your fucking loser ass stream, no content, big ass stream, pay me now or get the fuck
Your
off
stream
the-
had content.
I swear to God, dude.
Okay, I'll pay you.
Pay me now. Whatever money you made, paint me. We're gonna fucking clown, dude. Pay me now. Give me a phone, dude.
Blade, you're drunk, dude.
That's my money. Pay me now.
Thank you, relax.
No, fuck that, dude. I will fucking clown, dude. Fuck you, dude.
You ain't got nothing to
Pay me
do.
now. Pay me now, dude.
Relax, dude.
Get on your fucking phone and pay me right the fuck now, dude. How much money did you make for fun?
I didn't make any noise to you.
I have another video that's like far too long and we'd have to skip around in it. But it begins with him not painted and they're just like pouring shit on him. Like it looks like shaving cream or whipped cream or something. They're just like, the other day I saw him passed out, pants around his ankles, underwear on, and he's pissing himself in his sleep. And they're just putting solo cups, like plastic cups, under him and catching the piss.
I saw that, and I didn't understand where the pee was coming from in such a consistent stream.
He's pissing out of his underwear, so it finds it's like an icicle, you know? It finds it finds the lowest point of gravity, and then it drips off. It comes, it just flows out.
Okay, all right, this is funny. Yeah. Dude, like Woody, you were saying, it looks like he's lost weight, and I love Woody's wholesome approach to it. You know the reason that he's lost weight is that
Hard work and exercise.
He's moved from the kind of alcoholic that eats sometimes to the kind of alcoholic that never eats.
Like Chuck.
All he does is drink. All of his calories are from booze.
I've known a few.
I choose to believe that's George Foreman chicken and couscous.
I've known a few like extreme alcoholics, and that's the case. Like they don't really eat at all.
Yeah,
like the guy, my dad had alcoholics who worked for him, and I've talked about him before. I saw a funny video that somebody linked me like Kyle Tell's dad stories or something. I sent it to my dad. He loved it. He fucking loved it. And I was talking about some of those drunks that used to work for my dad. They were both kind of skinny because they didn't eat food most of the time. You know, you would ask him like, we would see Chuck on the side of the road. 45, 50-year-old white guy. He's essentially homeless. He's living on electricity and stuff. And I'd be like, hey, Chuck, you want a hamburger? We just want to McDonald's. We got a bag full. We're taking him back over there. Would you like one? Nah, man. Can you run me up to the liquor store, though? Chuck, and I want to be like, Chuck, have you eaten today? Because I know but he's not hungry. I think that when you're that much of an alcoholic and you're, like, poor, that the idea of drinking on an empty stomach it's like bonus liquor. It's like you're making money if you don't eat.
Oh, yeah, it's like you're getting drunk faster.
You're getting drunk faster and harder and staying drunk longer because there's no food in your system. It's just the alcohol. And
I get drunk on an empty stomach. I feel pretty terrible a little bit in, don't you?
Yeah, I don't like to do that.
Like I need some food in me.
Oh, that's all sad, but I think Dave's looking better.
He's not. We are literally watching a documentary.
You gotta switch places with one of. How about this, Taylor?
Someone dying. He's dying.
At McDonald's, where I worked for a week when I was 15 once, even though I'd been there a week, I guess I wasn't stupid enough to be tricked into this, so I was in on the joke. But they sent the guy to go get the pickles for the Big Mac sauce. Like, yeah, you gotta dice them up, and he's looking everywhere for these fancy Big Mac sauce pickles. So that's a pretty common one, sending someone for something that doesn't exist.
What was I going to say? Oh, you mentioned working at McDonald's for a week. So my father, when he told the stories of us about his childhood, it was always in the most positive, like legendary aspects. My father had a paper route, right?
And you think, oh, paper route. But no, he took it to the extreme. Like whenever a new route opened up, he'd take that one on too. And he'd just get more and more paper routes. And it got to be that he was like the paper route, like, I don't know, Don of
Kingpin.
Of Gloucester City, New Jersey. And you know, he started like, he had so many paper routes that he took on that he would sublet them out to other kids and, you know, be like, all right, you deliver this. And he'd just take whatever, I don't know, some percentage of the profits. So now, like, he's in charge of the paper route, but he has minions under him who actually send the papers from place to place. And, yes, this is my father, the entrepreneur, right? Always a winner. So then I talked to his mom about it. And she's like, oh, yeah, the paper routes. He tried work once. He tried real work once. It didn't suit him. And I'm like, what? Dad, you never told me about this. Apparently he had a job working at like a general store or something, whatever they worked at back in the 1400s. And he had to sweep the floors, and he didn't like sweeping, and he quit within a few days. And it was so awesome to talk to his mom about his experience compared to himself.
You were getting the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have admitted.
Yeah. He never told me he worked for, like, I don't know, they sold like candy and stuff. I picture it like a, you know, pharmaceutical stores from the 30s or something. He wasn't even born then. And yeah, he couldn't do it.
I didn't know that Kyle worked at McDonald's for a week. So you have as much McDonald's experience as I had. No, you had more McDonald's experience than I had Ben and Jerry's experience.
Oh yeah, like in that week, I did a lot. Like if I walked in, like I did everything there is to do at a McDonald's. I never took I take that back. I never took the orders or handled cash, but all the behind the scenes stuff. So I made nuggets, I made burgers, like I cooked them. I assembled sandwiches on the line, you know, and boxed them and slid them on down and everything. You know, made apple pies, made all the things that you cook. I did it one time or another. It was a terrible job. Yeah, it was a terrible job. Very dirty back there. I can remember taking the trash out and having like this gross slime on my hands and telling my manager I needed to wash my hands, but him being like, no, you got to get on the line. And just being like, but my hands. And him like, the line. And I just made burgers with the most filthy hands imaginable because he told me to. I mean, it was garbage slime, you know, when that water smells really bad and it just probably got salmonella in it.
I know a lot of people. I've met people in my life that owning a restaurant is their dream job, right? You know, they know it's long hours, they know it's hard, but the restaurant is the peak of what they wish they could do. Not me, man. I used to work at a little grill, and the garbage was the worst part of it. I was low man on the totem pole, and I would have to handle that. And I wasn't very strong, so handling the garbage was like the peak of what I could do physically. And it was just such a freaking nightmare. And there's nothing grosser than restaurant garbage for me. I mean, it's just so bad. Does any other organization produce worse garbage?
Nursing home.
Okay.
All right, well, checkmate.
It's just a matter of being better packaged.
Every
you know?
once in a while, there's a person in there.
we had a big issue. Like the garbage is always leaky and stuff, and we had to like transport the whole can to the dumpster because if you were to grab the bag and carry that to the dumpster, it would leak across the boardwalk, and that you don't want.
I had a wheelbarrow.
Full of McDonald's garbage?
Yeah, there would be like multiple bags, like probably 4 to 5 big bags, like the big 50-something gallon ones, and you'd throw them in the wheelbarrow and wheel it across the parking lot to one of those sort of enclosed dumpster situations, and then bag by bag throw it in there. And I don't know, even at 15, I was about 6 feet tall, so they would make me do that shit because a lot of times it would just be me working with a bunch of girls or me working with a bunch of girls and that retarded guy they allowed to sweep the parking lot or some shit like that. I thought it was going to be a fun job. I had a couple friends that were working there, and I thought, oh yeah, we'll be like, you know, singing songs while we throw pickles at each other. But no, it was just super lame. My boss was such a goober. Like, I was cooler than him even as a 15-year-old working at McDonald's, and I knew it. He had married into, like, that McDonald's family. Like, the lady who who actually owns the franchise, right? He had married her daughter, so he had married into like a little local Mickey D's royalty, and he thought he was hot shit. Yeah, right. Like, oh yeah, the money fountain has turned on for you, my friend.
No, the nuggets are on me.
Dude,
I stole so much food. I would always like I don't even like McDonald's nuggets, but they were there and they were free. So I would have
They weren't
little
free.
packets.
You stole them.
Yeah, they were free for me. So I'd have like packets of nugget sauce, like open, kind of like tucked around behind shit, and I would just be like eating nuggets all the time. Or sometimes I would just grab a whole meat patty and like just I just thought it was great to steal the food. So anytime I got a chance to steal some food, I would do it. I would bake like 2 or 3 cherry pies and then go in the freezer and like fucking eat 3 cherry pies as fast as I could. Shit like that.
I had a
Just
hookup
cramping
at
your face
McDonald's.
like you're like Oliver Twist in the back, hoping they don't catch you as you're slaving over hot stove.
I had a friend who worked at McDonald's, and he worked the drive-through. Big, strong guy, and we'd go and we'd order like a small fry, you know. And back in the day, a small fry was like 50 cents or something, and then he'd give us like $21 worth of food. You know, he just like, it's just like bag after bag after bag, and it's like how far is this gonna go? And then you know you did hand him over 2 quarters, and I guess we're even.
I told you guys about my friend from Buffalo Wild Wings, right?
Yes, he ruined the. Wait, the story where the waitress fucked up. So maybe not. Tell us.
No, just all the stealing of food reminded me of this. When I was a freshman in college, someone I knew from my dorm worked at the Buffalo Wild Wings near campus, and he didn't work there all the time. And eventually got to the point where he was like, you know what, fuck this. Like, I'm not making good money. I'm only going when there's, no games on, because I'm a student. I want to watch the games for real. So I'm just going to quit. And we're like, all right, cool. And so he quit. And his last night, he came back with, must have been 20 pounds of boneless wings in the plastic bags and a 5-gallon giant plastic pouch of honey barbecue sauce.
Nice.
And so he was rushing a fraternity at the time, and everybody fucking loved him because he just was like, hey, I got enough fucking honey barbecue wings for the next 3 weeks. And if you look it up on their menu, that's like $400 of wings or something ludicrous that he stole. And I guess I was like, well, how'd you get that out of there, man? Like, did you just sneak it out, or what'd you do? He's like, no, they got in the refrigerator, they got a huge bag of wings and then a big bag of sauce. And so I just said bye to my boss, and then I walked back there and took them and walked to my car. And like, there was no plan. And he's like, no, I didn't really even think it through till I got back to campus. And it was like, so, I'm a fucking idiot, but
that's how it. So there was definitely no lock and key on the food at McDonald's. There just wasn't any good food at McDonald's to steal. Like I didn't want to take any of that home. But I did remember, like, you get a free meal. So I would make my own meal, and I would make like a Big Mac. But I like their grilled chicken breast. I thought that was the actual best thing on the menu because it was tasty. And I'd make like a double. I'd make a grilled chicken Big Mac. I always like coming up with like magical. I just make stuff, just add stuff to it. I definitely ate more. I ate more than they paid me. Like, they were paying me whatever it was, $5.15 an hour or something like that, and I was eating like $8 worth of shit an hour. I had to be.
That's a feat at McDonald's to out-eat them.
Especially old school. And McDonald's, did you see the Reddit post of like McDonald's Next or whatever they're calling it?
Yeah. It's so
what
silly.
Is
it looked amazing. It was a really seemingly high-end buffet McDonald's experience with an amazing salad bar, and like they were really changing their image. It was nothing like the McDonald's that I have in my head.
That's not because they're not doing as well as they used to. I think they've had bad numbers the last few years, so they're trying to figure something out. I know they just released some sort of new like dollar deal thing where you can get like 4 or 5 items for like $4 or something like that. I think it's like 5 things for $4, something like that. So they're really reaching, but going high end is not their.
I feel like people dog on McDonald's so hard that they need to totally make it like the opposite. Like, gosh, I've been telling this story a lot recently, but to tell it quickly, when I first worked at Cisco, I used to kind of, I don't want to say disrespect my manager, but I would maybe point out their stupidity. Like, I was much smarter than my managers, and every little thing they did, I'd just kind of poke at. Like, if it's Wednesday, and they're like, so 2 days from now, that'll be, and all I'd need to do is like make a look, or like you're seriously struggling to figure out Friday is 2 days from Wednesday. That kind of shit I would do constantly. Like, they just make little mistakes, and I wouldn't let it slide. Eventually, they counseled me to fix it, and I did, but it took forever for people to notice the change. I was frustrated by that. They're like, yeah, well, you know, you like to poke at your managers. I'm like, no, I stopped. Stopped 6 weeks ago. You can't.
Were you the resident badass on the floor at Cisco, where like you're walking by and Pajit or whatever his name is, like he goes, that is Matt. He does not give a fuck what the manager says. It's crazy. Just watch him sometimes. He says all of these things. I cannot believe it.
It was pretty cool. It was the .com boom, and engineers were like every bit as valuable as, you know, their bosses were, and I maybe took advantage of that. But anyway, so I cleaned up my act. I started being really good, and 6 weeks later, it was like I still had this reputation for being a douche. At McDonald's, I feel like they've got a similar type thing. You know, like they are the McJob is a thing. No one says like Job King or Wendy's job or whatever it is. It's McJob. That's like the job that everyone makes fun of. I think they have to pay extra just to get people to choose them over Wendy's. If they want to clean up their like dietary act, make it healthier, they need to go extreme. You know, that people think of McDonald's as the food that makes you fast, right? The Super Size Me thing was based on McDonald's. Everybody freaking like throws darts at McDonald's, maybe deservedly, but to fix it, McDonald's can't just be as good for you as Wendy's, which is not that good. They need to be as good for you as Whole Foods or something.
Have you walked into McDonald's recently? Like the redone ones? Like I haven't been to a shitty McDonald's. I can't even remember how long. All of them are nice if you go in on the inside.
I don't know. I just, in my heart, I just kind of look down on McDonald's and say, like, I wouldn't eat at a place like that. Like, this temple here gets better food than that. But I might be off target.
Wendy's.
Right?
Chick-fil-A.
It's better. Chick-fil-A is infinitely better than McDonald's. For the quality, it's got to be.
I think I'm the only guy that still holds a grudge on their, like, Christian anti-gay hate bigotry. Like, even my daughter, who you think would be very stick to her guns about that sort of thing.
A little fickle when it comes to that hate chicken.
She's like, those bigots make a good sandwich.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Look,
if they had, yeah, go ahead.
They could literally be grinding gays up to make that chicken, and I would still eat it. That chicken is so fucking good. It's sweet almost somehow, and the batter is different. The whole experience is different. I like the waffle fries. I like the sweet tea. I like the lemonade. I don't care what they're doing to. If they're going after if they were going after me personally, I would still eat their chicken. It's good chicken.
Put a
you
mask
remember how
on.
McDonald's used to have on their bags? It'd be like Mia Hamm's choice, or like Michael Jordan's pick, and it's like a Big Mac, which he clearly didn't eat. Chick-fil-A could have like the Grand Wizard's selection, and it's like a thing with his nuggets. Like, I'd still eat it. It's great. And they're so nice to you there compared to every other fast food place. Like, they don't even say, you're welcome. They say, my pleasure.
Dude,
at the ones near me.
Chick-fil-A franchises are cheap. Like, as much as I hate the idea of owning a restaurant, I was like, maybe. Because you can get a Chick-fil-A franchise for like $400 grand.
They'll give you a Chipotle franchise. They'll pay you $500 just to open one at this point.
So yeah, Chick-fil-A, like McDonald's, or I'm sorry, a good Wendy's location will be like $3 million. I looked into this recently, and a Chick-fil-A will be like $250,000 to $400,000. It's like, what is the scoop with this? And they're way more profitable, like than a Wendy's.
Always packed.
But like, they kind of select you. They make sure that you're a good Christian before you can open a Chick-fil-A. You have to like work your way up to owner at Chick-fil-A. Like Wendy's, they'll sell me a fucking franchise, you know. I'll be like, I don't know anything about owning a restaurant. No problem. You know, they'll send you to Wendy's Academy. At Chick-fil-A, like, you need to work the register for a while and be selected. They need to get to know you. It's a different culture.
If I were going to open a franchise, it would be Cookout. I've said this before, but every time I go to the place is just called Cookout. They've got a really massive menu. They do everything from hot dogs and hamburgers to they got like 50 different milkshakes and I don't know, quesadillas and just a little bit of everything. Kind of like a Jack in the Box type place, but it's better. It's much better. And I've seen, yeah, kind of. But every time I've seen them open up, I saw one open up in Anderson, South Carolina, and I saw one open up in East Atlanta. And the lines for the first couple of months are so outrageous that it causes traffic problems. Like the one in East Atlanta, you didn't even use the standard ordering technique. They used cones to make a giant line that just went around the borders of the parking lot. And when you first got it in the back of the line, if you're the last person, a guy comes to your car and hands you a paper menu and you've got like 5 minutes to look over this menu before you get to the point in line, and you're in your car still, of course, where you get in point in line where someone says, okay, what would you like? And they write it down on a piece of paper and give it to you. And when you finally get to the speaker, you don't order. You hand it to another guy, and he says it into the speaker. And then you wait some more. And it's absurd, this line. And it literally, I'm not exaggerating, 3 a.m, it's still like that. And I'm just thinking, like, they're bringing in so much cash selling these hot dogs and hamburgers to these people. It's ridiculous. And it was true in both cases, and it is good food.
I haven't even heard
I get one of those. Yeah, I think they're small. I've only seen maybe 3 or 4 ever.
I'd probably open a Steak and Shake, but I would break the mold with Steak and Shake and not hire any ex-felons. No ex-felons. Have you ever been to a Steak and Shake? This isn't a joke. Like, I've never been to a Steak and Shake and felt comfortable. Like, I've never walked in and it's a 50s style diner, and you walk in and sit down, and like, you'll just look over, and the line cook will be giving you like a surly look. It's like, I didn't do anything to you, man. Like, I'm just trying to get, and now I don't feel comfortable ordering. If you ask for one thing, like a special order, like, oh, I want the ketchup and onion, slider, but just, throw some mustard on there too, or like, get rid of the onion. Ugh. I had a waitress give me an audible groan once when I asked for extra Frisco sauce on my Frisco melt. Yeah, Frisco melt, extra Frisco sauce, because your fucking location always fucking rips me off with the Frisco sauce. Like, you're rationing Thousand Island back there. Stop pretending that it's an actual sauce you made up. It's fucking Thousand Island, and we all know it. Put it on there. Just, all right, sir. It's like I know you're on parole, but come on. Give it an effort. Yeah, give me a smile.
I think Five Guys would be a good one to get too, because like they don't have a lot of. So I think Subway's might be the best, because Subway is so simple that there's not a lot of overhead. I feel like you could run a Subway out of a shack in your backyard, but Five Guys isn't much bigger. They've just got a couple of grills and a fryer, because all they do is French fries, hot dogs, and hamburgers. That's it. I think they do a vegetable.
Shit you can put on the burgers though.
Yeah, but I mean, all that stuff comes in bags and just goes in a little thing. It's ketchup and mustard and like mushrooms and jalapeno peppers. Like, that's all stuff that comes out of a bag or a jar. And I think they don't even freeze the meat, so they don't have the meat storage issue. It shows up fresh every day. So that's got to be.
Have you heard that thing about how Wendy's will say like fresh, never frozen?
Yeah.
Like, apparently there's some kind of stipulation about what needs to occur before you can claim something is fresh, never frozen, and so Wendy's will have it frozen on their trucks. This could be some bullshit that I just read, but who knows? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. But Wendy's will have it frozen on the trucks, but make it so that by the time it gets to their respective franchises and chains, it's not frozen anymore. So it arrives to them not frozen. So they're allowed to say, this has never been frozen,
Yeah.
The Wendy's manager, to my knowledge, it just shows up.
So I alluded to that story on PKN, and I was told that I could tell that story if you guys want
about
to hear
the old-fashioned. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to try to start at the beginning, and just know that I've had to interview 3 different people to get all of this, and so if I get things just a little bit misconstrued with the timeline, I apologize, but I'm doing the best I can. There's just so much to take in. So this is a story about a guy who's 21 years old, who's tangentially related to some friends of mine in their gaming group.
How's his
ass? Big. He's about big. He's 300 pounds. He's a 21-year-old guy, and he's a virgin. And he's a very fragile, emotional guy, it turns out. I put that together through a lot of these stories. But long story short, they're doing this big meetup. Everybody's going to meet at one guy's house, and they're going to party and hang out, kind of like what I did in Colorado with my buddies. But they're going somewhere else.
I find it hard to believe that 21-year-old 300-pound virgins watch a dope show like this. But carry on.
Well, that's the thing. They said he doesn't watch anymore, so it's cool. So he drives 16 hours to this friend's house, this gaming friend. They all meet at the house. Let's call it three to five of them, and they're trying to figure out the sleeping situation, right? Because it's not a mansion. And he's like, "Oh, don't even worry about me. I like to sleep on the floor in my sleeping bag, just like at the dorm." He hasn't ever slept in a bed. He's been sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor always. That's how he feels comfortable. No beds for him. Don't worry about it. So he also notices.
Grow out of that.
Like the blind side?
He also notices that the grass isn't cut at this guy's house, who, his host. He's like, hey, I noticed your grass wasn't cut. He's like, yeah, I don't know. And so the guy wakes up the next morning. They partied that night, so call it 11 a.m. And we'll call the guy Pete. Pete is our star. Pete cut the fucking grass at 5 a.m. that morning with this man's lawnmower. Not only that, because the man doesn't own an edging tool, like a weed eater, he went and got one so that he could edge this man's yard up real nice.
The 21-year-old 300-pound virgin is out doing labor.
Out at the crack of dawn, cutting this man's yard and edging it up without being asked or asking for permission himself. So they go to the casino that night, right? And they're like, playing slots and stuff like that, just penny slots. And someone's explaining to this Pete like how casinos work, how there's no clocks on the wall, so you can't tell where you are, and all this money is just getting poured in, and like, I know I'm losing right now, I just don't care. And he starts crying. Pete starts crying because it's such an awful thing.
At the idea of gambling?
At the idea of sort of Western civilization and how wasteful and vice-filled we are, and just the casino environment, it upsets him so much he cries.
It's like the Green Mile.
He's working,
absorbing all this pain.
So that night they decide, after a bit of gambling, they're gonna go to the strip club, right? Let's see some titties, right? So they're walking in, and one of the guys, who's normal, says, when's the last time you saw a lady's tits in person? And he goes, maybe 2 weeks ago. My mom was changing. I was hanging out with her, having a chat, and she, she was changing.
That's hilarious. Wasn't it a joke?
No. And they go, you didn't, you looked at your mom's boobs? He's like, well, we were having a conversation. It's rude to just turn your back.
Okay. You know what? He's right.
All right. So things are going to...
Norman Bates now.
If I was talking to you when you turned your back, Kyle, I wouldn't like that.
Dick, the things are going to start adding up here very quickly. Okay? So we get into the strip club, and the boys know that this guy's a virgin. So they're like, let's send him in the back with a girl, and let's tell her it's on us, and let's let him have some fun.
Hooking him up, yeah.
He's a rough-looking guy. Let me just say that right out the gate. I don't know what you're picturing, but
rough like Wild West, like pirate, or
rough like Hodor when he was a younger fella. And so Pete goes in the back with this vile fucking stripper, but by the time it's over, he has gotten himself a condom on $500 hand job. And
wait, what?
and a condom on $500 hand job right there in the back.
That condom on. All right.
Okay. And at some point, like, she gets on his phone and is literally trying to transfer money out of his bank account. He's like, no, don't do that. And so get in the car, and they're driving home, and they hear a noise in the back of the car.
Again?
He's sobbing because the hand job was so traumatic. He's sobbing over the traumatic hand job. And what's more, and I'm not going to laugh at this because it's so dark, that night and every night afterwards, he had night terrors about the hand job and how traumatic it was.
And I was just laying there. I was awake, but I couldn't move. She was beating my dick. Nocturnal emissions with his the first ever case.
Yeah. He decides there's only...
Like, she gets the phone and transfers all his money.
That's right, after the night terrors.
It gets so much worse. He decides there's only one cure for these night terrors. He has to replace that terrible sexual experience he had with a good one. Yeah. So what does he do? Get on Tinder, maybe hit the scene, like going bar to bar, just talking to girls? No. He finds himself a prostitute. She's 2 hours away or something. She's $200 an hour and 1 hour away. That's the score.
Okay.
She's pretty hot, I'm told. Like think hot chick. I looked at her profile and it's just her ass, so it's that's all I got to go on. But they said she was pretty. He drives an hour, and he buys an hour with her. But he's so scared that they cuddle and watch TV for the entire hour, and she's like, honey, I've got another date after this. Like, that's it. And he's like, okay, thank you, ma'am. And he drives back to them an hour back.
No.
But he's still horned up, and he's talking to them. He's like, you know what? I think I'm ready. So he calls her back up.
Running out of money.
No, he's on. Trust me. He's got way too much. The girl who was trying to transfer the money out of his bank account, she almost got it all, but the prostitutes and the strippers, they're not there yet. He decides, I can do it this time, so he books 2 hours this time. And so
One
he
for
shows
TV.
up.
Virgins are known for how long they last.
He gets himself a good 30-40 minutes of cuddling in, and then he says he has sex with her twice, and it lasted for a total of 1 minute and 15 seconds. Both
Each?
times. No. No. He also described.
He could have, in theory, booked 90 seconds instead of 100.
This guy
minutes.
tells the truth too much. This is the most criminally honest person on earth.
Yeah, good. So when he
keeps
kills
going.
somebody, he'll confess right away.
He described her on top of him as missionary, so it's hard to tell if they actually had doggy or if what that actually meant. But that's what he said happened. And then he had 30 more minutes on the clock after he came the second time, and she was like, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking go.
Oh, God.
I'm peacing out, and she just left, straight up left, and so he drove back again. I'm imagining he's paying for hotels each of these trips out there as
She's
well.
not getting good cassettes, are they?
No, not. Oh, he was so.
I want to
pleased
see
with the
her
service.
Yelp reviews.
I'll send it later.
She's a whore.
And
5 stars.
My friend who was the host, it's his house who's getting like the yard done every night. He said, I had stocked the house with snacks, because I'm having all these guys come in. I've got beer and drinks and all sorts of like cookies and stuff. He's like, have you ever seen an obese person stress eat? And I started thinking about it. No, I haven't. When Wings of Redemption was at my house, I'll say this about Wings. When he was at my house, regardless of exercise or whatever, he did not go crazy with food ever once, unless he really somehow like snuck out in the night. And I do not believe that happened. He never went crazy with his diet at all. He said this guy went and got a 12-pack of moon pies. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Zach, but I think a moon pie is about 450 calories. A moon pie is graham cracker, marshmallow in the middle, and it's all covered in chocolate. It's just
It's 3 different kinds of sugar.
It's 3 different kinds of sugar, and they're
220,
wonderful.
he says. Okay.
Oh, that's all. Well, I don't feel so bad now. I think there's big ones though. See if these are the big ones. They're individually
What's a serving
wrapped.
size? Like a third of a moon pie?
That's how they get you.
He goes and gets a 12-piece box of them, and my friend's like, I looked over and I saw you had the box, and then I started watching TV for a few minutes, and we made it like 8 minutes into a video, and I looked back, and he'd eaten 8 of them. And I said, bro, they're individually wrapped for a reason. I was like, you did not say that. You did not say that to his face. He's like, I did. I swear on my mother's life. And one more thing. They were chilling on the couch, and like my friend's, chilling on his own. He's on his own couch, like curled up on the couch, watching TV or whatever. Maybe there's a group of guys around. It's dark. It's night. And he said Pete is very pedextrous, which means he can like do stuff with his feet, and he's always trying to play footsie with you and trying to pinch your toes with his big toe and his. And
I thought pedextrous was when you could molest a child with both hands.
It was like when they told me all these stories, like they, Oh, and then another time, I don't know if I mentioned this, but they're in the living room partying, like drinking and smoking, and like music's playing, and all of a sudden they hear. And he's sobbing again in his sleeping bag behind the couch.
Is that 5 cries?
He cried every night.
Oh my God!
I think that might be the 5th cry.
It's like a foster dog.
He cried like the whole fucking time.
Like a foster dog.
Oh, and then the last thing, and this one kind of like made me feel bad about the whole thing. Like the last day he was there, I think it was time for him to go, but he drove himself. So, what time are you gonna leave, right? You're gonna leave at 10 a.m., right, buddy? No, it's like noon or something. He's still there, and he asked the host. He goes, "Hey, could we please watch the last episode of The Boys together?" And he was like, Kyle, he asked so politely, there was no way to tell him no.
I like it.
So we sat and we watched the last episode, but I made him keep his shoes on.
So no, there was no footsie pinching?
No footsie
going on?
whatsoever.
Why did this happen? Was this like an outreach program for special needs weirdos?
house that you
it's just him trying to party with a bunch of guys, and they invited a guy they'd never hung out with before. And there's a few other things, but I can't tell them because it makes other people look bad too, and I don't want to do that. But the whole thing is real sad. And when I kept hearing the story from different people, and each person had more details. And the first person who told the story was him, by the way. So don't think I'm like talking behind his back. Like, he told us this fucking story. It is one of the saddest things I've ever heard. And the mom stuff, and the pinching my buddy's feet with his toes is just so bizarre.
That would upset me. I don't want someone else's feet touching my feet, or I don't want someone else's feet touching me.
Like, not a man.
When I was 4 years old, my grandpa would do that. It's like "Oh, I'm gonna get you" kind of thing. I don't want a grown-ass man doing that shit to me in 2022, though, okay? Like, Taylor, if we were chilling on the couch, stoned, like watching Lord of the Rings, and you started pinching my... Or even more realistically, if you tried to, like, pull a tuft of the hair that's on my feet and make some Hobbit reference with your toes, I'd get up and leave.
You know what I would do if you didn't leave? I'd be like, this fucking weirdo just let me do that.
Bro, you were supposed to freak out. I thought I was being edgy.
I was giving you a shit test and you failed. Get the hell out, sir.
So fucking weird.
That is. I feel bad for this guy. Like, first of all, what was the total amount of cash he was out? Like,
feel bad for the hooker.
Well, not the first hooker. The first hooker got to watch fucking King of the Hill for an hour and then go to the next job.
And toe cuddle with
hooker.
this guy?
Yeah. Same hooker twice. He just booked the same girl again.
Oh no.
The hot one though. You said
yeah. It was a hot girl he had sex with.
She's not transferring all his bank account money, and she's hot, and she fucks him twice in 2 hours.
Yeah. And I told him, I was like, that makes sense, because I think of hookers as, I don't know, decent women making a living the old-fashioned way, and I think of strippers as like vile reptiles who can't be trusted, who'll go through your phone and steal your money.
He's also acting like it seems like in his head, being 21 and a virgin is like being 31 and a virgin. Like, you're 21. Like, you've got time to get it together. You're fine. Like,
no, he does not have it together. No.
I don't know. I don't know what this person looks like. I'm saying he's got time to put it together. He's 21 years old. A young Hodor, tall. That speaks to
he's got grass stains on his shirt at 6 a.m. from secret midnight yard trimming.
The most bullshit thing that I heard in that whole story was this guy thought he was being courteous by mowing the lawn at 5 a.m. Dude, that is so... I would be livid if my neighbor started doing lawn work at 5 a.m.
Which dude is he, Kyle? Camera dude?
The one holding the camera. That'd be funny, right? Like, which one are you? I just like to take the pictures. So you're into photography? No. I just prefer it that way. He's, I wrote it in there which one he is.
He needs to, stop going. I think he's fucking himself over in the long run trying to speed run with this prostitute strategy.
You're wrong.
Because he's going to get older and older into his 20s without like learning how to organically like get something going in a conversation.
You're wrong.
Nah, that's good experience.
Here's what I think. I don't think, and like straight honesty, based on how odd he is, and again, being very honest here, how he looks there. I think that he's gonna. What he really needs to do is learn how to negotiate with prostitutes better. That's his best ticket in life. Like, learn how to negotiate with prostitutes better. And here's what you'll achieve. You'll achieve sex whenever you want it with women that you would never be able to sleep with otherwise.
I don't know.
For free if you're quick.
I think this guy has more charm than you're letting on, quick? Kyle. I think he has a very good shot at the third most popular host on this podcast, just based on his lawn care skills alone.
Okay, now that's fair. That's fair. I bet if he stayed in your house,
let him mow your lawn at 5.
I let him do a lot. If he mowed my yard.
Woody looking outside, and Hodor's out there on his tractor, just going to town. He's like, Woody, I noticed that you didn't have a certain kind of disc mower, so you can't really get the angles, but I went and rented one. No, certain parts of that story made me think of him in a good way, and then certain parts made me very afraid of him, and like I would lock my door if he was at my house. So I don't know. Odd fella. And the crying.
My stable if he was at my house.
the crying is a big thing. He's gotta get a handle on the open weeping. It's very unsettling to have a man openly weep around you.
Here's a good question. What
like
is...
when my mom died, I was like, come on, guys.
like there's a time and place for some crying, but like
Taylor, I hope you get only one of those an episode of My Mom Died trump card. Oh boy.
If I had a nickel for every
Here he goes, bingo. We're drinking. Taylor talking about his mom dying again.
Literally every time
Taylor does an Asian accent.
Okay, now that's fair. The Asian accent one, that is a bingo one. But it's just so damn easy to do a bad one. Like it's just like there's no critique there. Like my
mom died. She tried to kill me.
I have a gift we have to watch. So we've seen those. I'm waiting on it to process. It's a thing. See if you can pause this. Yeah. All right. So after I link it, try to pause it so it doesn't get spoiled. So we've seen those evangelical churches where, like, with the mega churches, where like.
I'm just gonna scroll up because it's autoplay.
Yeah. Try not to let it spoil for you.
I'm cute at the beginning.
Yeah. All right, so do that, Taylor. Open it and then pause.
Oh no, I'm at the beginning.
Okay, so we've seen those evangelical churches where you get cured of like diseases, and the preacher will like throw like fake slaps at you and stuff like that, and like drive the devil out. This is sort of a play on that. All right.
Ready, set, play.
So this preacher has found this woman who has an ailment. He grabs her by the hair and jerks her head a few times. Now he has her on his shoulders. And I think he's realizing she's heavier than she looked. Wham!
He just threw her onto chairs.
He just threw her WWE style onto a stack of chairs.
The fuck?
But is she better?
He just body slammed this bitch into a whole bunch of fucking real chairs.
I like to think he did it because she was sleeping, and that this has nothing to do with. He's like, you gotta. What?
Oh, this became some sort of game right now. Exiting out, but yeah, that's hilarious. That is so much better than the guy who goes around smacking people with coats and fall over. You remember that one?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
I went to my girlfriend. We did our Easter with my family, and then I went to her Easter with her family. And part of her Easter is going to church. And so I was like, she's like, will you go to church with us? And I was like, yeah, sure, I don't care. And so I realized it was the first time I'd been to church in 10 years. 10 years I hadn't been to church. It was the first time I'd gone.
You heathen,
and so,
you.
I know, I'm a piece of shit. And so we went to church, and everything was fine. Like, it was what I expected from the church, pretty boilerplate. And so as I was watching the sermon, though, I realized, like, if I were really unethical, I could do that shit easy peasy. I could so easily rile people up about the word of the Lord. Press those buttons. Are you feeling guilty? Well, I'm not guilting you, but you feel a little guilty now, aren't you? Oh yeah, like little jabs, little religious
things. Does he do
like,
it with the enthusiasm you just did? Because I've been to church and it's boring as get out.
No,
it's terrible.
They don't even do it with that sort of charisma. Like I could start a church and have Christian followers a few weeks from now. It would be easy as shit. Like all you have to do is be charismatic and bring just enough of God's hammer down while still offering the promise of redemption. Like it would be so fucking easy. And it really just came because I haven't been to a church since I was fucking like late teens, and going there was like, oh my God. Now I get it. Now I get the whole fraudulent, false prophet kind of pastor person who does this to make money, because it is so fucking easy to do this. Like, it would be so easy.
The last time I went to it, we gave church a chance when Hope was little, and maybe a lot of families do this, but let's see what this is all about, maybe community, whatever. And it sucked so hard. I've talked about it on the show before. They worked super hard to get our money. I don't know if I talked about the sermons. That guy must have been over 80. And everyone was just in love with this guy.
I can't even understand his words. He can hardly pronounce things. I don't think he's making complete points. I don't know if he's planned this before he got there, or just went up and sort of winged it with English-sounding sounds laced together into nonsense. I never got anything from it. I just knew they were taking attendance, and we weren't into it. The guy was awful. And I'm looking around like, am I the only one that sees this? This isn't. This guy doesn't speak. This guy has no charisma. I didn't learn any lessons. You know, if he at least made me feel warm about the experience, like, yeah, you know what? Church is my weekly like soul filler backup or hour. You know, like if that happened, maybe I'd be into it. But no, it was like this fucking corrupt fuck can't speak. All they do is ask for like direct deposit transfer numbers. This is not the organization I want to be part of.
Oh yeah, and even like having not been to the church in 10 years, like as he was given the sermon on Easter and all that, I was just like, oh yeah, I know what he's gonna say next. I know the plan. I know what you're gonna say. I know.
Do you have the record?
You're coming in. Yeah.
Can your financial institution find the way into my pocket?
I am tax exempt. Yeah.
That's what he does, the 360s with his hands there.
The Democrats would get smashed, but I would vote for this policy if they were like, you know what? Churches are for-profit businesses. They sell bullshit for cash. You can tax that. I'd be so on board.
Or
and the whole reason they don't do it is because they're like,
as to what could be considered a church. Because if this little organization here could be considered a church, then keep it up. You
this
lying
ties in to
bastards.
something I wrote down on my topic sheet for the evening. Is that the Satanic Church just achieved tax exemption from the U.S. government, and if they can do it, why can't we? Why can't we make the case that we're preaching our own word?
Do you believe that Kyle would like another car?
Do you believe that Taylor wants his mortgage paid off? Do you believe it?
There's no early payoff penalty. That's right. No penalty. Can you feel the power? Can you feel
the no early payment penalty? Can you feel it?
That's cause it ain't there.
Can you feel my financial security improving with every dollar you drop in that lake? Can you feel it? I can feel it. Do you feel it, sir? Are you feeling the Lord in you? Are you feeling the Lord in you? That's the way you would do it to manipulate, especially, is you would call out individual people, put them on the spot. They'll either have to fake it or not fake it.
Every dollar you give for PKA is 2 more in your pocket. That's right. Woo! Come right back.
Every dollar you give, you get a bottle of holy water. Now you pour that holy water all over your bills, and you throw those bills away because those collectors, they ain't coming. They ain't coming. No, this is literally a thing. I think it was like something Popov was his last name. He was this scam artist piece of fucking shit who took advantage of people who just wanted a better life for themselves, and he would sell people holy water, and then he would have testimonials where it was someone like, I ordered Jimmy Popov's holy water, and all my bills disappeared. They started sending me checks in the mail instead. All my power's free now. And like literally that level of lies and duplicitousness with these pastors. Like what these people do isn't just not Christian, it's fucking evil. Those pastors out there, if Christianity is real, guess what? You're burning in the lowest depths of hell. The lowest depths. You're a false prophet. You're a piece of human shit.
That's how I feel about
anyone.
Policemen that rape and like do bad shit too. Like
luckily all this shit's made up. So buy Kyle's miracle water today.
It may say Dasani, but it's got the word of the Lord.
It's just red. You don't even repackage it.
Are you cursed with pepperoni nipples so large and disgusting you can't bear to look at them? You just put a little Kyle's miracle Dasani on them big old nasty nipples and they'll shrink down and be sexy.
I am not part of that. I have nothing to do with that.
That's right. What is not attached to the big pepperoni nipples?
Do you have a 3.5-inch dick hard?
Well then, why don't you try fucking a bottle of this Dasani holy water? Your dick will get so big it'll get stuck in the bottle, so pull it out quick.
Good.
Oh Lord, I feel the dick growing energy inside. The Lord your God, Jesus Christ, had the biggest penis the world has ever seen.
Your dick would get stuck in the bottle if it worked. You have a real problem
That's
on
how
your
you
hands.
know it worked. Well, that's part of the joke. That's right. That's right. I want to keep doing pastor voice. Oh, your dick will be so big and your nipples so tiny, you won't believe your eyes. Does your bitch have some big ass nipples? Put your hand up. Put your hand up if your bitch has a big ass nipple. I see a lot of hands. I see a lot of hands in the house tonight. You want some Dasani holy water? Get those nipples little. Say, Lord, give me those little nipples. Lord, give me those little nipples. Give them to me, Lord. Itty bitty nipples, give them to me, Lord.
Ghost nipples. Itty bitty ghost nipples.
Woo! The ghost nipples in the house, Lord. I feel the power of the Holy Ghost. No, these are Holy Ghost nipples.
Oh, that's so dumb.
I don't care if it hurts your feelings.
Let's get Woody's dad on the show. About our interpretation of this epistemology.
It would be. I wish we could do that. You're probably thinking that because his position is ridiculous, according to me, that you'd bowl him over in any kind of debate. But you wouldn't. He's really smart, and he knows everything about the Bible. Like that.
Oh, I bet. Like,
yeah,
no doubt.
I don't think
all my little tongue-in-cheek things. He would beat me in a theological discussion 10 times out of 10. Like I know more than the average bear about the Bible since I've read it twice. But
yeah,
like
it's his hobby reading it. It's hard to know how many times he's read it, and then he'll read it, and then he'll it's like he just loves watching other people's interpretations of it and compare and contrast. And he goes to Bible study 3 times a week. You know why? Can't find a fourth.
He just loves it.
Yeah.
And you like that?
That's a quote. Like I didn't make that up. Like that's what he told me.
That's awesome. Like I wish.
I bet his nipples are pinpricks.
Oh my god. Tiny little ghost nipples. Refrigerator filled with Dasani.
Son, your mama's nipples disappeared in 1987.
Don't talk about my mom. Keep it nice. Keep it nice.
You wouldn't even believe where they were when you started.
Yeah, don't talk about my mom.
They covered half of the titty.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, that's funny. Like, but like, wouldn't it be kind of comforting to be able to believe that? Like, it seems like that's the best way to live out the end of your days. And like, belief isn't a choice, so you can't choose to believe something. But like,
it's a gift.
I even thought that. I thought that when I was at church. Well, they say faith is a gift.
Faith is the gift, yeah.
Given the gift of faith, but which seems to like make the playing field not very fair. So, like,
that's like saying
like that though would make you so much happier. You'd go into death happier. You'd believe that every little thing you were doing had a purpose. It really. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying that.
Oh no! I'm following you 100%.
Would be
but couldn't you say the same thing about being retarded though? Like, what if your life's like, what if the thing that made you happiest in life was another bag of gummy bears? And you're
well, I mean, being retarded would be pretty cool then. But you can't buy your own gummy bears.
It's true. Well, I mean, you're already working at the grocery store.
You could.
I'm just saying. Like, sure. I guess I wish I believed. You know.
Yeah, it would be way better to just
I take that back
off and believe it's coming. Like,
I just wish it were true.
Rapture and
I just wish it were true. Because if it were true, I feel like God would ever occasionally come down and be like, "Whoa, ISIS, you're gonna kill 250 people on Easter? Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt." And we'd be like, "Did y'all see Jesus come down with that burning sword and kill all of those terrorists? Yeah, it was nutty. I saw it on CNN. I'm going to church Sunday. I don't know about you."
Yeah, in the Game of Thrones universe, the fire god's the only one actually doing shit. Yeah, that's the right one.
I guess.
Well, I mean, Bram's got
In this
something going with
universe,
those
no
trees.
gods are doing anything, so we don't know which one.
Yeah. For all I know, Poseidon is up to something. I mean, I see a lot of ships sinking. You know, like I see a lot of hurricanes and tsunamis. That's real. For all I know, Poseidon's the real one.
Being the
He's
god
out-
of the sea would suck because all the people are on land.
Yeah, they better stay there too. Those non-believers.
I think being the god of sea would suck because there's no internet connectivity underwater.
That's where the internet cables are.
Maybe there's a way. Tap into that.
Yeah, Poseidon's got the fastest internet in the world. Just tap directly into it. I always when I was younger, I always thought like, man, it would be cool if instead of like Jesus and shit, that like the Roman or the Greek gods were still the really popular ones because they were at least interesting. They were almost like an incestuous Friends cast. You know, they were just that they were all about, fucking each other, having kids, fucking their kids. Zeus actually
They fucked a lot of regular people and made demigods.
Oh yeah.
That's how they made Hercules,
I
right?
think that's the
Zeus
story
would-
to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Kind of. Zeus would take on the form of animals sometimes and fuck bitches, and so they would act that out in the gladiatorial arena. There were these guys, they were called like bestuaries or something like that, and their job would be to like train the animals to fuck chicks. So they take like the estrus from like a giraffe in heat, and they'd smear it all over some very unfortunate woman, and the giraffe would come and fuck them to death.
Whoever made up that religion had a kink. I'm pretty sure. Look at Taylor's Frozen in that picture.
Do you look down on the players that lose money? Like I can imagine this scenario where pretending a wealthier version of me is like, yeah, I'll probably lose 20 grand tonight, but I'm going to be at the same table with Daniel and this guy and that guy, and I find that to be worth it. Do you look at that guy and think he's an idiot or just on vacation? It's okay.
Listen, you know what? Listen, if you've made a fortune in your life where you can just blow 20 or 30,000, who's the idiot, right? A lot of these poker players who mock like the businessman. I know this guy. He's like billionaire. He's bad at poker. He comes in, you lose 100,000, 200,000. People go, oh, what a fish he is. I'm like, he could buy you 20 times over. He lives an awesome life on an island, travels the world, has a hot girlfriend.
He does your job
has
for
access
fun.
I mean, and he's just having fun. So you like, it's just like when you think of the bigger game, the bigger poker game, Wall Street or whatever the case may be, they're playing high stakes. So like, I don't mock those guys. If anything, I respect and envy them.
Yeah.
That's good.
That'd be so fucking sick. Imagine having enough money that you could lose like $115,000 and then be able to sleep that night.
Right?
Like, it would just be like, whatever.
It's just like that story I told you
should
guys a
try
while
it.
back.
You should try it. The first time I lost over $1 million, it was 1.3 million in a game. I slept like a baby. Like a solid 10 hours.
Was that the
sleep.
case of beer contributing to that?
No, sober as a judge after a 23-hour session, burning, just blowing up my bankroll, slept like a baby.
It's like that story. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of Dan Bilzerian. He's a big poker player. And yeah. So I was hanging out with Dan a few years ago, and he was telling me this story. He was playing at some other guy's house, and who had regular, really big private cash games, and one of the players had gotten they're in a massive mansion somewhere, this incredible home, this multi-million-dollar home, and one of the guys wanders away from the game. And I guess he really had to shit. And before he found the bathroom, it started happening. And so he has shit in little puddles as he has traversed the home looking for the bathroom. He's pooped everywhere. Like all over the carpet. And then I guess he got a little tuckered out. So he hopped into a random bed where a bunch of coats were. And now there's poop all over the bed. And somebody runs to the homeowner, right? This guy in this $10 million home. He's like, look, Larry has shit everywhere. He shit in the hallway. He shit in the living room. He has shit in your guest bed. He's like, Larry loses $600,000 here every weekend. He can shit in my mouth if he wants to.
That's a good story.
It wasn't until the last sentence of that story that I realized Larry's a pretty cool guy. I was thinking, what a fucking loser, and then, damn. That's pretty alpha. Yeah, I shit where I want. What to do, bitch?
Daniel, I got a question. So, 90s NBA players genuinely hated each other, actually disliked competitive, off the court, like they didn't like each other. Current NBA players, they're competitive, but there's a bit of a fraternity that they're all in. Where do poker players fit in that spectrum? Is that your dog, Daniel?
No. Yeah, it's my dogs. They're going nuts.
I would not have said
Somebody come
anything
in.
if I knew it was your dog, Daniel.
See?
Daniel
Sorry.
can bark anywhere he wants to. So, yeah. So where do they fit? Are you and the other players that it seems like you're butting heads at the table actually friends when you're away from the table, or where are we?
I think you have a combination, right? I would say overall a lot more on the friendlier side, like current NBA. But then you always are going to have rivalries where people like literally, we call it heads up for roles, right? Where like I'm cocky, my ego's, being challenged, your ego's being challenged. We're like, oh yeah, you want to fucking go? Throw all your money down and let's play heads up, just me and you. Let me bust you. So there's definitely a bit of both.
Bust all over.
Bust all over you, yeah. Yeah, that's what
That'll show me.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, how about I
Like-
suck your dick? How do you like that?
Yeah.
To me, some of the most dramatic moments are the ones where it like a lot of the time, especially in the cash games that I've watched, it's very lighthearted despite the numbers at stake and stuff like that. But when I see, in particular, Phil Hellmuth get really tilted, like there's a famous clip on YouTube of you getting him 4 times in a row, I think, and you're bluffing maybe 3 out of the 4 hands, and he's just like, "I'm too good for you, Daniel, but one of these times I'm actually going to have some," and he just throws away top pair, and you've got nothing. And you're just like, yeah, eventually you're just going to get me. Yep. And you just pull all of his money toward you, and it's funny, but everybody loves to hate Phil Hellmuth. But sometimes I watch Mike Mattisau, and I'm like, does he need an intervention?
Yes.
Should someone be stepping in right now, and instead of being like, yeah, Mike, here's another $100,000, shouldn't they be saying, Mike, let's get you a cab?
To fill it in, for those of us who don't know who this Mike character is he just always losing heaps of money?
Oh, it's hard to tell because I'm on the outside. Obviously, I'm on the outside looking in, and there's some editing involved. Like Daniel could probably answer that question better than I could. But from my point of view, it seems like he takes some rough beats and loses a lot of money that maybe he shouldn't have been gambling to begin with.
Well, I mean, listen, you look at a guy like Mike, do you think he has a job? Where do you think he gets his money? He has been a professional poker player for a very long time. He's not nearly as good as he thinks he is, and so when he's playing against really tough competition, that's probably what you're referring to. He's got an old school mentality, and a lot of these young guys just like whip him around, and he's got like issues, like lots of them.
Can you dive into that? Because I didn't understand it. Yeah, how does old school versus young guys, what does that mean?
Okay, huge difference, right? So old school players have a way of thinking that's totally different than, the young players. The young players today use software. They're constantly on the computer figuring out game theory, like we call it GTO, game theory optimal. They're trying to figure out the best approaches, and they're doing things differently based on, the mathematics behind the game. Old school players are a little more fly by the seat of your pants, like
Intuitive.
and if you don't, yeah, intuitive, but like a lot of them, if you don't have respect for the younger generation, they're just going to destroy you, right? Like you can't be that guy who thinks like, it's almost like I would imagine in sports, like anyone from this era going back to play poker in 1995 would destroy it, like absolutely crush it. Just with the evolution of anything, like we talk about Wilt Chamberlain, we talk about these basketball players from back in the day, like, all right, well, how would freaking Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan do in that league? Okay, they scored 400 points a game back then. It evolves, and I think a lot of old school players are slow to make the adjustment or the acknowledgement that like what worked for you then ain't gonna work no more.
Have you always been more, in your own personal approach, more analytics driven, kind of doing the online, like studying game theory, all that?
No, I was always like the feel old school guy, but I realized like in order to stay competitive at the highest levels, I'd need to learn how to use these freaking things. Like you guys were with the mic and all this setting this up. I hate this shit. It's like I need a guy to do it for me. So I hired a guy.
I turned it on for you.
Yeah,
someone came over.
I hired a computer scientist and another guy who's a pro who understands how to use these, this computer. Because if you're like new to it, you look at it and you're like, okay, what do I do? What do I do with these simulations and stuff? So they helped me so I could update my game. But I would say absolutely, I come from the old school kind of. We call it exploitative play. So game theory, the idea behind game theory is like you do something that no matter what you do, you can't lose, right? So the best way to describe it is, you ever played like rock, paper, scissors?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. So if you were playing game theory optimal, you'd throw 1/3 rock, 1/3 paper, 1/3 scissors, right?
Okay.
So that would be like, if you did that, randomly, there's no way that anyone could beat you. However, there's no way you can win either, because no matter what the opponent throws, you're going to win about 33% of the time, right? Now, what good poker players do is they do what's called exploitative play, which they know what the baseline break-even thing is, but they adjust to the opponent. So, for example, if I was playing against one of you, and I'm like, well, this guy, he folds when I bet, so I'm going to bet against him more. Or this guy, he always calls me, so I'm going to, make sure that I'm not bluffing against him. So we make adjustments based on the tendencies we find about our opponents.
Okay.
And that lesson you just got, that's like $55,000 worth of value you just got. if you can get into games with Dan Blazarian, it might be 1.2 million.
I doubt that's true. I don't think I can convert that into anybody. I think it'll cost me 55 grand to see if you're right.
I like to play high stakes war. You beat me again.
That is interesting, though, and well phrased. Still happy to have you as a guest.
Yeah, that's really interesting. It's one of those things that the more you look into it, like as I knew you were coming on, as I was looking into, kind of trying to learn a little bit more about poker, and I'm in my late 20s, and until probably a week ago was still on board with like it's pretty much all luck, because I've never watched poker online. I didn't really know, not all luck, but I thought that a lot of the bluffing, was, not nearly as impactful as it really is. I felt bad for not believing the official
Sorry,
Communist Party of China government.
And the thing I keep saying about everyone getting it and just developing an immunity to it so it's not as bad the next time around, I'm finding you convince me I'm crazy sometimes, but every time I look into it, that becomes the truth. And when I talk to people who aren't you, they also have that same impression. So I'm still stuck there.
I talk to people who aren't you.
Yeah.
But then again, sometimes you want to extract money out of them.
There are a lot of people who aren't Kyle.
There's I'm not
No,
sure the three of you are aware of this. There's a whole movement of people, they don't think birds are real.
Well, they're not.
They think the birds are being charged.
By the power lines. That's why they sit there.
No. Everybody is in quarantine so they can charge the birds.
That's what it is.
Not heard that one?
I have literally seen illustrations. I have seen illustrations of like what the inside of a bird supposedly looks like, and it's all mechanical, like fucking Terminator.
Yeah.
What is the name of this website?
Obviously,
has
birds
done,
are a modern invention. You don't see any old pictures of birds like from Egypt.
That's where I'm. Whenever something comes up, I don't dismiss things out of hand. I don't say, "Ha, bullshit! I'm too smart to even look into that." No, I'll look into even the craziest things. But all I had to do was do what you just did, Woody. I went, man, I'm pretty sure they talk about birds in the Bible and like all sorts of ancient text. Like Da Vinci was.
Okay.
There's plenty of illustrations. I mean, look at the Egyptian hieroglyphics, with the birds and on them and shit, And then
the
I
bones
thought,
from the dinosaurs.
maybe they've been here the whole time, watching, waiting. And I realized that's absurd because I shot many birds in real life and torn them apart with my hands and eaten them, and there were no metal bits in there.
Riddle me this: is the birds aren't real movement dinosaur denial?
I'm familiar with the dinosaur denial movement as well.
Are they the same people though? Because
No.
dinosaurs were birds, is my understanding from like.
You would have to believe.
Show.
These are not the type of people who believe in evolution. So you're going down 2 or 3 paths that they're just not going to go with. They believe that fossils are a hoax because the first dinosaur wasn't discovered until, and I'm just making a year up here, but like. It was like 250 years ago when the first dinosaur was ever discovered, the first fossils. And then all of a sudden they're finding them everywhere. And they're like, you're telling me we didn't find one for all of human history until like Jimmy Popcorn did in 1797, and then he opened up a circus showing them off? Bullshit! The resin casts.
As if like before that, when people stumbled upon it, they're like, man, this must have been one hell of a bear.
I think that's what you're looking at in ancient depictions of dragons. Is people discovered dinosaur fossils and they were like, holy fucking shit, this must have been a dragon.
Putting the pieces together. You know,
Yeah.
so I'll have to look more into the birds aren't real. I do like this T-shirt. I might buy it of like the old propaganda style art, but instead of like some like masked, you know, Illuminati puppeteering the media and the government, it's just a bird.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a whole birdsaren'treal.com website if birds were real.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Indisputable.
Now that is flawless logic.
What's a conspiracy theory that you actually believe in? You can't just say like the ones that have been literally proven to be like, holy shit, we really did do that Gulf of Tonkin thing. Holy crap, we really did test STDs on the Tuskegee in the Tuskegee experiments on African Americans. Like you can't come up with one of the ones that is like on Wikipedia factual. The U.S. government has admitted to already. What's one that you believe in that's still shadowy?
Man, that's tough because
lizard people.
No.
I'm joking.
What is one? So I always I hit the same well on this. I want to come up with a different one for the show, but I always hit the plane in Pennsylvania where the guy said "let's roll" and went down, and I think it was shot down.
Yeah. I recently watched a lot of stuff about that and how like the coroner showed up to like identify, like label the bodies or whatever, looked around for 10 minutes and was just like, I'm going home. And you're like, why? It's like, there's nothing out there. It looks like there's just a hole in the ground. There's no wreckage. Like there's just, I'm more of the thought process. Here was the conspiracy theory that was being put forward in all the material that I recently looked into in my spare time, is that it didn't even go down. They were saying that they just shot a missile into the ground and scattered a little rubbish around, and then they landed the plane somewhere and smoked all the people that were on the plane, killed them.
Jesus, that's a lot more complicated than just shooting it down.
See, but I saw the engine and stuff. Like when I did that conspiracy debunking PowerPoint thing.
You sure you found the engine?
There was, I remember the photo of the engine, and I remember how it hit the dirt, and one of my points was how scattered the plane was, how parts of it were here. And
I could have been
parts
lied
of it
to
were
last week.
Speaking of that bit we did a while back, Woody, we need to do that again, like the structured conspiracy thing. Let's do that next week. That'd be fun.
I'm just doing the same one again.
You're just doing the same one. But I remember how fucking funny it was that Woody had a PowerPoint and like you would make a point and then authoritatively be like, next slide. And next slide.
I wanted you to follow along.
That was really
It's like that scene in JFK. He's back and to the left. Back and to the left.
I don't know what happened with the JFK thing, but I do believe it was more complicated than just Oswald doing that.
Yeah, I think
like there were more people in play.
Yeah, I think
who did it.
I don't know who did it either, but I think there's definitely a conspiracy at foot, at play there. You know, I think
anytime I'm sorry, I cut you off. Anytime there's a president, he's going to have a lot of people who are against him. You know, there's of course the other political side, and in his case there was like mafia and Cuba and then Cubans and a bunch of, you know, you could just say Trump right now. Does anyone want to kill Trump? Oh, well, surely. Lots of people do. You know, he's in a couple of trade wars. There's motivation there. He's unpopular with the blue team. There's motivation there. You know, you could look all over and find people who haven't acted as far as I know, but good.
Sure. Oh, shit, I just forgot my conspiracy theory, the thing that I think that there have been previous civilizations that were advanced that got wiped out in the past.
Oh, really? How advanced are you talking about here?
Because like, they got to the stage of like large stone structures and organized society, like Egyptian style level organized government. Well, that book that that I've read from the Graham Cochran guy, he suggests that it was a comet strike that happened, I want to say 14,000 years ago.
I was afraid you were about to say pandemic.
No, it was it triggered this geologically proven period of global cooling called the Younger Dryas, where like a lot of the major animals in the world went extinct, and he thinks that was the cataclysm that like swept the earth clean of like whatever civilizations existed.
Undesirables.
It's possible.
Yeah, so that's the one that I think is. I've just watched.
Why are there
okay,
no? Listen,
okay. It might not be a conspiracy, but it's more of like a science like a astrology conspiracy, where there is this this barrier civilizations will reach, and then they'll just go extinct.
The great filter, right?
The great filter, right? Yeah, that's
Oh
it.
yeah.
I think that's
Dude, that's really interesting.
Never heard of that.
Oh no, I wish I could. It's incredibly fascinating. If someone who understood it more completely explained it to you would be cool. But Kyle, you want to take a shot at it? It sounds like you do.
I believe that the core part of it is there's this question, and it is, why are we not, with our radio telescopes and our listening devices, able to detect intelligent life that's at least able to send out a radio signal or a laser signal of some kind? And so the great filter is the answer to that. It's all of these filters that not just a society but a life form has to evolve through to get to that point. And war and plague, or, all of the four horsemen are part of that filter. And it's really interesting theory. Like I like to go down those YouTube.
The question
rabbit holes.
Is that filter that so pretty much we're going into the right direction. The one with radio waves is even more complicated because us as a civilization might only use radio waves for a few hundred years or 1,000 years, which in the scale of the universe is like nothing, right? So it'll just see it for 1,000 years and then you won't see it. But pretty much the question is, why are we still alone in the universe, right? I feel like this is like an education.
Even our planet has gotten to the point where we send satellites out past Pluto outside our solar system. You would think that, so there's one possibility is that we're first, that we're the most advanced society to have ever existed. But as a numbers game, that seems improbable, right? That we're literally the most advanced society to have ever existed in the universe. That seems improbable. There's so many planets.
You may have touched on it. To have ever existed, no. To still exist, yes.
Right.
There's different questions.
Well, So if what I said, we are the most to have ever existed, then there isn't a great filter. We're first, but that seems unlikely. So
No. That's incorrect. So the thing about the great filter, you asked for someone to be able to explain it, guys. I'm trying to explain it here. Okay. So the great filter is the filter that if a civilization gets to a point, they go extinct. And this could be, there's tons of different theories what it could be. It could be, for example, star goes supernova, star blows up, whatever, star, we cannot leave our solar system in time. That's a possibility. Another possibility is that we'll never be able to leave our Milky Way galaxy. But some other stuff that's even more interesting is that it could be that humans won't be interested anymore in 1,000 years to try and explore. For example, if VR and AR and all those things, let's say we create the Matrix and we can live inside of our simulation, why would we still want to explore if you can explore the entire universe within, right? Anyways.
Yeah, I was headed to that before I was cut off.
Okay, wait.
No, so there is a possibility that... Oh my gosh, stop it. You took the floor from me, told me I was wrong, and then I wasn't. So there is a possibility that there is no filter and that we're first, but that's improbable, right? So then we're headed to where Kreb was saying, that there is a filter. And what is that filter? Is that filter that you lose interest? It could be that filter is... There's an aggressive society out there, and anytime they find them, they eliminate them. So it seems like there's none. And once we do make contact with someone, it's the end for us. Go on.
It's also possible that we've already passed the filter, right? So if you look back at history, the amount of mass extinctions, we've survived, the amount of this, the whole coronavirus situation could have wiped everything out, right? It didn't, and it probably won't, but it could have been it. So it's like, did we pass it already, or are we going towards it, or are there multiple filters?
There's definitely multiple filters, right? There's the zoo hypothesis, right? The galactic zoo hypothesis, and
what is this?
These are interesting conspiracy theories.
Wait, we're a part of a zoo where they took
that there are intelligent alien life forms out there, and they just put up some sort of subspaced road sign out there that said, "Humans ahead, don't contact," and they're just allowing us to evolve like fucking microbes in a petri dish, and they're not going to interfere. They're just watching.
It's like that South Park where they get canceled, and the producers of the show, the Glorksians or whatever, are like, Oh no, we put everything on Earth to see how it would go. You think that's how the entire universe works? No, there's a planet of deer, a planet of Asians, a planet of birds.
The planet of Asians.
That's the line was.
Everybody's just crashing into each other all day.
There's a few ways to look at it. There's a few ways to look at it. So you can say, all right, well, this is a tribe in the Amazon, and we will not lay contact with them. We just let them live and this and that. Sometimes they see a plane fly over, and they're like, oh, what's that? And that's the equivalent of us humans seeing UFOs, right? Mm-hmm. That's one possibility. The other one is that these aliens are so much smarter than humans that they'll look at us and go, what's the point of us communicating with an ant? Right?
Yeah.
What's the point? They won't ever understand us.
I hate that one. I don't buy into that one because I think that because there are tons of humans who go and study ants and spend their whole fucking life staring at ants and learning about ants. And every time I see a Reddit GIF of like a line of ants walking next to a line of termites, and all the ants are like bucked up, like, don't fuck with the ant line. And all the termites are like bucked up, like, don't you fuck with the termite line. I mean, it's fascinating. They're in a standoff while the workers carry the food and do their fucking colony shit. And then the workers are at the corner like, don't you fuck with our shit. Don't you fuck with our shit, termite. I'm fascinated by that. So I think that no matter how advanced they are and how inferior we are technologically, evolutionarily speaking.
Kyle won me over. I was anti-Kyle at the start of that. He turned me around. I want to see some ant termite fights now.
It's cool as shit.
I'm gonna defend this. I need to defend this. So now the question is, are ants able to recognize humans observing them? And I don't think so. They might see, hey, there's something there, but they might not understand what that is. And
yeah, they don't know they're part of like a David Attenborough special.
When you break out the magnifying glass and torture them, they start to get the message.
Yeah, but then they just do that cool ant thing and just reevaluate the line and ants are tight. Yeah, man, Kyle, that is a really good comparison. I thought the same thing.
We're fascinated by those things. Like how many nature documentaries are there? When I see the one about bugs, I'm like, ooh, I like these. Like I can only watch the penguins do their shit so many times, but these ants, I don't know anything. Oh, a leaf cutter ant. What? They don't even eat the leaves? They just feed them. They're not eating the leaves. They're taking the leaf cuttings, putting them down in the colony and growing some sort of mold on them or something. Yeah, fungus on them, and then they eat the fungus. These are farmer ants, not leaf-eating ants. I had no idea.
There's a lot of interesting stuff. If I see two snails fucking, which I don't think they even fuck. I think one lays eggs and the other comes around. I'm not sure. I'm like, oh, that's how they do it? I'm going to check this out. If I see two wildebeests making babies, if I saw two chickens, well, they don't fuck, but if I saw two chickens hypothetically having sex, then that would be a thing, or dolphins or whatever. Why wouldn't they check out our wars, our reproduction? Those things are inherently interesting.
I think they're
checking it out.
One of the things that's for sure, though, is like, so one of the problems with them even hiding themselves from us is there I don't remember what the scale is called, but there's this scale of like civilization levels. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, this is a tier 1 civilization.
Is it based on how much sun energy they harness?
That's where we're ending up. It's a technological advancement scale, and up at the top is what we believe will eventually happen. And that is when they're harnessing the complete power of a star with a Dyson sphere, and the whole thing is like, we're not seeing any Dyson spheres.
So it's called the Kardashev scale. A Type 1 civilization, also called a planetary civilization, can use and store all of the energy available on its planet. A Type 2, called a stellar civilization, can use and control energy at the scale of its stellar system. And a Type 3 civilization, also called a galactic civilization, can control energy at the scale of its entire host galaxy.
Yeah, so the idea is that
we're like level 0 then.
Yeah, we're level 0 there.
Point something. We've got solar panels.
Dude, that's so dumb. The guy who made that scale, I closed the window up at Kadushev or whatever. You could have bullshitted a couple levels below where we already are,
right?
So that we felt a little better about it. You know,
yeah.
Like we don't want to come in on level 0. Like we've done shit. We should be like
Randy Marsh measuring it.
We're 0.7, guys. We're
the
almost
adjusted penis size is
the yaw.
Our adjusted Kardashev scale is a 4.7. 4.7.
A little 4.7 civilization.
Brett, did you say we're 0.7? Do you know something that, or did we just make it a joke?
0.7.
Are we really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, this scientist, I don't know his first name. I know his last name's Dyson. he came up with he theorized that you could completely enclose a star in a mechanism that would take 100% of its light energy, or there are lesser ways that you could just surround it with satellites, like thousands and thousands, or maybe start out with 1 and then 2 and then 3, but you'd surround the sun at close range with these satellites that are beaming the energy back to your planet, and the idea is we're like, well, eventually that just makes sense that you would need that kind of power source, and that would be the easiest way to do it. We should be able to see those though, because we can detect gravity by the way it bends light with our radio telescopes, right?
Yeah.
So it should be almost like, in the same way we detect black holes, we should be able to detect Dyson spheres. It would be tough, though.
No.
Go ahead.
No. You're going into the right direction, but unless I'm wrong, we can detect the drop in light intensity. So when we look at a star, and all of a sudden, the light intensity drops because, for example, a planet goes in front of it, then we know, okay, there's a planet, it has another planet, there's another planet. But if all of a sudden a star starts dimming halfway, and it starts dimming more, and then more and more and more, then we know, okay, hey, there is a possibility that there's a civilization over there which has created a Dyson sphere.
But that's just if we are literally viewing, and of course we're looking back in time because of the speed of light, but that's just in case we're looking at a partial Dyson sphere or mid-construction of a full Dyson sphere. I'm describing like a scenario in which the Dyson sphere has been there for millennia, right?
But then the gravitational waves will just pass through. The gravity just doesn't care there's a Dyson sphere there.
Everything with mass has gravity. So the Dyson sphere
so it would have an
itself
enormous
has
amount of
gravity.
mass. Not only the star's mass, but the Dyson sphere would even add to that, and it would bend the light of the stars behind it. And we could detect that. And there would also be a gravitational area out there that has planets rotating it, which would be funny for them. It would be, what are they rotating?
So what you're saying is like it would be like a black hole, but it wouldn't be as strong as a black hole. It would be like in between, just a little bit stronger than a star.
It would be.
Is that Dyson a scientist, or was he just like?
He's the vacuum guy. He's the vacuum guy.
Suck it out. Have you ever experienced a $550 vacuum cleaner? Now you can say you have. It's like, no, I'm gonna go ahead and buy a fucking Hoover.
Dirt Devil. Yeah, that stuff's really fascinating to me. I love watching those documentaries about space, and I like going down the YouTube rabbit hole. I find that's even more enjoyable because they're not selling you anything. There's no commercial breaks. It's just often a professor or a physicist of some kind, and he's really breaking things down on a marker board. Chicago's scary. I would hate to. I love the food in Chicago, but every time I don't know, look into the shootings there, it's the Wild West, and it just doesn't get reported. It's a scary place.
You definitely gotta not go in, like, there's a couple neighborhoods that you just stay away from as much as possible. Just hang out by rich people. They don't get shot.
You can listen to the police scanners of anywhere in the country. When there's websites that allow you to do this. I know because I remember when the Boston thing happened, we were so plugged. I don't think there had ever been a news story that we were so personally injected in, because I had my laptop open with multiple police scanners going when they were looking for the last guy, when they were having like the shootout standoff or whatever, where one of them died by getting ran over by his brother or whatever, those Arnaev guys. And I'm listening to all the bands, and they're like, yeah, we're going down Smith Street. Like, you can listen to them coordinate and like move